Ciao a tutti. It's day 13, at least if our count is right, in the Paul Caneiro murder trial. And I saw that Jeremiah McGee in the chat called this half court, and I thought that was really very clever and probably pretty accurate too. So it's day 13 of half court, I guess. And I think Amber posted something that she's not going to be in the chat as much because she's going to be monitoring the stream. I'm going to have to leave it around 20 to 10 to get over to STS to cover the appeal. We're not co-streaming, so if you want to listen to the appeal, it's supposed to be at 10 o'clock, and STS is going to have a live stream, and that's where I'm going to be over commenting. I think there will be at least one, maybe two others commenting. Joel was supposed to be going to the hearing and being in the court, but he had a conflict come up with his 6-year-old or 7-year-old school thing. So he ended up not driving to Tallahassee from Miami. Tim Jensen may be at the hearing. That's what he had planned to do. I don't know how many of you know Jared Ross from the Adelson case. He's been on many channels talking about the case. He knew Wendy, he knew Charlie, he knew both of them. And he's active in the organization that they established in Dan Markel's name. So I think he may be doing commenting. Joel certainly will be there. I don't know if there'll be a third or not, but we shall see. And I've got sort of 1 minute more, and we should be beginning today. And so we will just wait. Tonight, I'm not going to be doing a recap. I believe this is right. Yeah, I'm going to be doing, I've got a guest coming in who's an expert in cold cases. He's a detective, 13 years a detective, was called in at one point to consult on John Benet Ramsey, has consulted on a number of other sort of big publicity cases. He's got an organization that deals with cold cases in which they will come in and consult and assist jurisdictions when they've got a cold case. And I thought it would be interesting to hear from someone who knows how you put together a case that's many years old, as many of you know. Allison Galvani from My Father's Alibi. Her father's trial is going to be coming up, and that's 35, 40 years ago. So I thought it would be interesting to hear from a detective how they do it, what they do, how a decision is made as to which cold case is viable and can be brought later. Some of you may know, I had an expert on cold cases a while ago, not from law enforcement side, but on how you work with the DNA and the forensic stuff. And she had been a consultant in Amelia Earhart, among other cases, some really big cases. She helped to identify the remains of a child who went down on the Titanic. So I thought she was really interesting, but she wasn't doing it from the law enforcement perspective. She was more on how you do the science. She was very easy to follow, but more on how you do the science. And I really learned something from her. But in any event, this person coming on tonight works in cold cases. His name is Chris McDonough, McDonough. And so has the law enforcement expertise. He also is an expert on criminal behavior and child crimes, and was in what he called the death unit as a detective for many years. So his background on some of these cases that we watch, I think, is really pretty terrific. So anyway, he's coming on at 5. And we are now waiting. For the judge to come out. And I haven't heard the jury yet, have you? So we're not ready to go, at least not yet. And I don't know if there's anything in the chat. Let me go look. Okay, Christine Barba said Chris McDonough is fabulous. He's been on a lot of, big name TV shows talking about some of the stuff he's worked on. So I really feel fortunate that he's coming on. But that's Steve Cohen, who assists, or actually is the prime force in identifying guests, and he does a great job. He seems to know everybody in the world. And he gets along with everybody in the world, which is really those two things together, it's quite an accomplishment. And he suggested Chris McDonough and then went out and got him to say yes, he would come on. So, okay, let me see. Eric Lieber says, watching a trial beats working for a living. Okay. Let me see. Oh, and Amber reminded me, that those of you who are not interested in watching the appeal, we're going to have the stream running on the trial. I just won't be here to comment. You can still chat with each other, which is, I think, worth doing. And I will be back on here as soon as the appeal hearing, or the oral argument hearing is over. So Shaker Maker said Chris is a gentleman. So some of you know him, which is great. Let's see if anybody else here. Chris is very experienced. That's from Real Happy 33. Oh, somebody's here from California. Oh my God. What is that? That's 5:30 in the morning, isn't it? I don't even want to think about it. But welcome. I'm glad you're here. Okay. How many hours till 5? I'm in Scotland, but I love Chris McDonald. I don't know whether Scotland is a 6-hour time difference. I know Italy, France is a 6-hour time difference from here. I believe England, Great Britain is also. But right now here it is 8:30, so it's a little early for me to do the math, but it's 8:30 here now. All you have to figure out in Scotland is what time is it there. And then you can do the math. I think it's 8.5 hours, which is at Shaker Maker, I guess, is telling me 8.5 hours. So that's the answer. Okay. Thank you. Those of you who are saying hello. Hello to all of you too. Hello to everybody who's in the chat this morning. Waiting for the judge, and it's now 8:35. So I think I haven't tried to do this yet, but I think I may do a sort of a minute post on the au pair in the Banfield case, on what can likely happen with her. Jerry McGee wants to know how I did in biology in school. I did okay. It wasn't my favorite subject, but I did fine. It wasn't my favorite subject, although I'm fascinated by the experts who talk about doing DNA and however much they know, but it would not be anything that I would want to be doing. Will the appeal for Charlie? No. This is from Chucky's Chicklet. No, the appeal won't be decided today. They'll hear the oral argument, and my guess is they'll come out with opinion in 3 to 6 months because the briefs are done, everything's done. They'll hear the argument, and then what some courts do is after the end of the day, they hear a number of the arguments. Charlie's will not be the only one that this panel will hear, and then they will confer, and they'll see where they are. If it's going to, and then somebody will be assigned to write the opinion. They do that different ways. Some courts, it's just a rotation. You can be a dissenter and still write the opinion in the case because they just do it routinely. Others, the chief judge of the panel or the court will assign someone, and it would be somebody in the majority. If it's 3-zip, it will be quick. If it's a 2-to-1 decision, there's going to probably be a dissenting opinion that'll be written. It doesn't have to be a long opinion at the intermediate, appellate level, but somebody's going to have to do it, and then the court's going to have to, at least they all have to sign off on the opinion, and then they will publish it. So no, they won't announce it today.
The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Here we go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Please be seated. One of these times I'm going to knock on the door. I'm just not going to come out. Let's see what you guys do.
I'm going to have to stay here.
There's one juror who checked.
We're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Tucker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Master on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Judge, good morning. Andy Murray, Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. The state can call their next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Danielle Reed.
Then here we go.
Good morning. Just watch your step. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Should have said something. If you don't mind, put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand once you get comfortable. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Good morning. My name is Danielle Reed, and it's DANIELLEREED.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I was, until very recently, I was a senior DNA analyst.
Okay, and where did you work?
I worked at Bodie Technology.
And what was your role there?
My role was to be assigned cases from crimes and from outside agencies that needed help with forensic DNA testing. We would receive cases and they would be assigned to me, and I would process them or help them process through the lab as managing it. I would do analysis and interpretation and issue a final report as well as testify to any results.
Okay, so just to be clear, are you a forensic DNA analyst?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what kind of a lab is Bodie?
Bodie is a private forensic DNA laboratory.
And where is that located?
It's in Lorton, Virginia.
I'd like to discuss your professional and educational background, if I could. Do you have something called a CV?
Yes, I do.
Show me, counsel, what's marked as S495. I'm showing you what's been marked as S495. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Or what is that?
That's my CV.
If you could tell the jury about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's of arts in criminology and criminal justice and a bachelor's of science in physiology and neurobiology. And both of those are from the University of Maryland at College Park.
Now, to become a forensic DNA analyst, were there certain courses you were required to take?
Yes, there are.
What was that?
They are biochemistry, genetics, statistics, and molecular biology.
Can you tell the jury about your prior professional experience as it relates to your profession as a DNA analyst?
As I had some molecular techniques that I did while I was a biological science aide for the United States Department of Agriculture. It's where I got my basic training and learning from. And then from there, I went straight to Bodie.
And what did you do at Bodie when you first arrived? And when did you get to Bodie, I should ask?
I started in March of 2005, and I was working in our data banking group, which is processing convicted felons' profiles to be put into a database.
Now, ultimately, did you get promoted at Bodie? Can you tell us about the promotions that you received throughout the years there?
So you start off as an analyst 1, and then you go from analyst 1, 2, 3, all the way up to a senior DNA analyst.
And what are the differences between the different
Again,
analyst roles?
Over time, you take on more responsibilities, more project management, and you take on training of other individuals, as well as doing technical review of other individuals' work.
And do you belong to any professional memberships?
I do. I belong to the American Association of Forensic Sciences, and I'm also licensed under the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now, does Bodie utilize StarMix?
Yes, they do.
And does it also utilize manual interpretation?
Yes, we do.
Have you been trained in StarMix?
I have.
Can you describe that training?
The process started with a 4-day workshop with the creators of StarMix, where we went through the basics of how it works and learning how to use it. After that, we went through a training at Bodie, which included reading many journal articles and readings on the topic, as well as multiple lectures. And then we would do a training set, multiple training sets to ensure that we learn the process. And then we would do a verbal and written competency test, as well as doing a moot court.
Now, did Bodie Lab validate StarMix?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and are you familiar somewhat with that validation?
Yes, we were required to read the validation for training,
And how long did that validation take?
many years.
When did Bodie go live with StarMix or begin using it in casework?
It was in 2018.
Now, approximately how many DNA samples have you processed and analyzed over the course of your career?
At this point, hundreds of thousands.
How many times have you testified in court with regards to the your conclusions and analysis of those samples?
I think this is my 62nd time.
And what jurisdictions did you testify in?
I have testified in Maryland, New York, California, Alaska, Tennessee, Florida, Massachusetts, and Texas.
Were you qualified as a forensic, or as an expert in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, it was.
Okay, how many times?
All of them.
Judge, at this time, the state seeks to have this witness qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
No objection.
uh-oh, I think that means she's doing the cross.
You know it's coming. Okay. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special skill, knowledge, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may in fact determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, are not true, or are true in part only. And in light of those findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, You are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. So I just want to remind you, at the end of the case, you guys have to be able to cite that back to me. You got it? Everybody got it? All right, good. All right, with that being said, we'll qualify this witness as an expert in forensic DNA analysis. Go ahead.
Ms. Reed, is Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
By what organization?
They are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which is an acronym within an acronym. So it's ANSI National Accreditation Board, and then ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
And what does it mean for Bodie that it's accredited?
It means that we have been audited and found to be following all of the guidelines that it has been accepted in the community as to produce quality, consistent results.
Now, how is it that evidence is received into Bodie Lab?
We receive it either by hand-to-hand contact transfer or by FedEx, UPS. It will be received or delivered to our evidence department, where they will accession it into our system, into a secure facility, where they will assign it a Bodie case number. From then, it will be assigned to an analyst for processing.
Now, what kinds of safeguards does Bodie apply to ensure the integrity of evidence?
We have a secure facility that limits the number of personnel that are allowed in the facility. We also make sure that the evidence that we receive is not been tampered with in any way before being received at our office. So we make sure that all of the seals are intact, and we process all of our evidence and references completely separately to make sure that there is no contamination between them.
Now, with respect to maintaining quality assurance standards, what kind of system is in place in terms of review of other analysts' work?
So we do 3 layers of review. There is the initial self-review, which is where the reporting analyst will look over their case file and make sure that it's as accurate as possible before they submit it in for technical review. Once it goes into technical review, another trained analyst will then review it, all of the work in every page within the case file, to make sure that it was done accurately. And then after that, if any comparisons are being made, an additional person will do what's called an administrative review to make sure that the conclusions are accurate and that there's not typos in the report.
Now, turning to the present case, were you assigned to perform DNA analysis on certain items of evidence relating to the state of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
I was.
How many batches of evidence did you perform testing on?
We received 2 different batches of evidence on 2 different dates, as well as some submitted profiles.
Now, did you document your work and your analyses and conclusions in reports?
Yes, I did.
How many reports?
It was two reports, and then my work was 2 different reports, yes.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S-496 and S-498 and S-464. Ms. Reed, I'm going to approach you with those documents. I'm going to ask if you could look at S-496 first, and if you recognize it.
Yes, this is my report.
And what is the date on that report?
The date on this report is November 19th, 2021.
Is there a lab number on there?
Yes, the Bodie lab number is CCA 2076-0119.
Okay. Now, did that report go through technical review by another analyst?
Yes, it did.
What, if anything, did Bodie receive on June 4th of 2020 from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
On June 4th, we received already developed profiles for Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro, and Paul Caneiro.
When you say already developed profiles, what are you referring
It
to?
means that another laboratory has already done the lab work, and they have just provided us with the profiles that they developed.
So the allele tables?
It's the allele tables.
Now, what, if anything, did Bodie receive on June 18th of 2020 from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
We received a pair of jeans, and then 6 gloves, a knife, and 3 different swabs from areas within a kitchen.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask if you recognize S498, which is in front of you.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the case submission form that we will receive from the client that details who the report will go to, who the evidence will go back to, as well as billing information, case background, and a list of the items that they would like tested.
And is there a lab number on that form?
Yes,
Does it correspond with the lab number on your report?
yes, it does.
Okay, and if you could look at S464 and tell us if you recognize that. And what is that?
This is the chain of custody for the evidence that was received on June 18th, 2020.
And is that with respect to the evidence that you just described?
Yes,
And is that same lab case number on that document?
yes, it is.
If you could turn to your report, would you be able to itemize the evidence for us that you tested as it's listed on your report, starting with EO1?
Yes, so we have EO1, which was a pair of jeans. We took 3 different samples from those jeans. One would be EO1A, which would be from the interior thigh above the knee for both legs of the pants.
Can I just ask you, I'm sorry, you said interior?
Interior thigh,
Thank you.
yes. EO1B was the interior waistband, and EO1C was an area that was designated Area 1, which was on the exterior front right thigh, and it had some red-brown staining.
Now, that item, EO1, the jeans, does that, on your report, does it correlate to any other item that is listed from the New Jersey State Police?
The agency sample ID is 180861-13-1 or a New Jersey State Police item 6-1.
Thank you. If you could go on to the next item that you have on your report, which is EO2.
EO2 was a glove, one black glove, New Jersey State Police item 6311. And we took 2 samples, one from the exterior as the sample was received and one from the interior.
So is EO2A the exterior
Yes,
and EO2B is what?
the interior.
Okay, and how about EO3?
It was another black glove. This one was item number 6312. And EO3A was the exterior and EO3B was the interior.
Now, were there a remaining number of gloves, in particular 4 gloves that you also tested?
Yes,
Do those gloves correlate, all of them, to New Jersey State Police number 6-3-4-2?
I have 6-3-2.
I'm sorry, -2. And if you could start with EO4 now?
Yes. It was also one black glove. The EO4A was the exterior of the glove and EO4B was the interior. EO5 was another black glove and EO5A was the exterior and EO5B was the interior. EO6 was another black glove and EO6A was the exterior and EO6B was the interior. And EO7 was another black glove, which was EO7A was the exterior, EO7B was the interior.
Is there an EO8?
EO8 was a Microtech Ultra Tech double edge 3.4-inch automatic knife with a serial number of 88781.
Was anything done with that in terms of testing?
When we received the evidence and talked to the client, they had requested if there was any red-brown staining for it to be tested for blood. And when we opened up the package, there was no red-brown staining observed, so no testing was done on the knife.
Now, what about E09?
E09 was AMB swab, which was a DNA swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
How about E10?
E10 was AMC swab, which was a DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet.
Is there a last item number on there?
The E11 was an AMD swab, which was the DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink.
I'm going to ask if you could turn to page 5 of 9 of your report.
There. Here.
What is that on page 5?
This is a table summarizing all of the results from the StarMix testing that was done in this case.
This time, judge's state would seek to publish page 5, which is S496.
Any objection?
Okay, cameraman, let us see it.
Ms. Reed, can you just take us through the top blue part of this table, if you could, where it says Bodie item number, and if you could just explain to us what those items at the top in the blue mean.
Bodie item number just corresponds to the item of the evidence that I listed previously on the first page of the report. The next column, which is the assumed number of contributors, refers to when I'm doing my analysis, I have to determine, to the best of my knowledge based on the evidence that I see, how many people are in this mixture or in this profile. And then the next column is for suitable contributors. Based on the amount of DNA that is present for each of the contributors, some of them may not be suitable for comparisons. So this will list the contributors that are suitable for each sample. And then the next 5 columns are just the name of the references that we're doing comparisons to. And then the final column, combination possible, refers to if we have a mixture of more than one individual and more than one of the references are showing support for being in that mixture, we run them together to see if it's possible for them to be there together.
Now, this chart, does this chart contain all of the DNA analysis that you conducted on each and every sample, or does this just contain the StarMix results?
This only contains the StarMix results.
Okay. Nonetheless, the DNA analysis that you performed on the samples that aren't reflected in this chart that we talked about earlier, are they in your report?
They are.
And are you prepared to talk about those as well today?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could start with sample E01A, jeans interior thigh above the knee. Can you just explain to us in particular where the sample came from?
It came from the interior thigh above the knee. So it was taken from basically a sampling, a scraping was taken from inside the pants, from above the knee in the thigh area, on the inside of both legs of the jeans.
What was the number of contributors that you called for this sample?
We found 3 contributors to be present.
Okay, and how about the ones that are suitable for comparison?
Only contributors 1 and 2 were suitable for comparisons.
And how come the third one is not?
There was too little data present for that 3rd contributor for us to make any conclusions on.
Did you make any visual exclusions in this case?
Yes, so Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith Caneiro were all visually excluded from this sample.
What does it mean to be visually excluded?
It means that I'm looking at the profile, either the StarMix deconvolution or the profile itself, and determining is it possible for this person to be present. And based on the profile and the StarMix deconvolution, we are saying that it's not possible for them to be there.
Were any comparisons made to Sophia Caneiro's reference sample?
Yes, so Sophia could not be visually excluded, so we would then do a calculation using StarMix to determine the likelihood ratio of her being present in that sample.
And what was that likelihood ratio?
The likelihood ratio was, I want to get the wording right. Assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, this mixture DNA profile obtained is at least 470 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Sophia Caneiro and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Did you make any comparisons to the reference sample for Paul Caneiro? Can you explain what those were?
Assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, this mixture was at least 3.7 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Paul Caneiro and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
When we're talking about those numbers, is there a way to give the jury an idea of how big those numbers are?
Yes, we have a verbal scale. So basically anything that's around 1 would be considered to be uninformative. Anything between 1 and 100 is limited support. Between 100 and 10,000 is moderate support. 10,000 and 1,000,000 is strong support. And then anything above 1,000,000 is considered to be very strong support.
Now, where it says combination possible, do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, what does it say there?
It says yes.
What does that mean?
It means that since both profiles showed support for inclusion, we then ran them together to see if it was possible for them to be there in the mixture together.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
We could turn now to sample E01B. Is that on this chart?
It is not,
And why not?
because it was not run through StarMix.
Can you tell us about what if anything you did with that sample?
A partial DNA profile was obtained, including at least 1 male contributor. But due to the limited data obtained, no conclusions could be made on the profile.
And that was from where?
That was from the interior waistband of the genes.
How about sample E01C?
E01C was a single source profile.
Where did that come from?
That came from the area 1, which was the exterior front right thigh, a red-brown staining.
And what was the number of contributors that you called for this?
1 contributor.
Right? And were they suitable for comparison?
Yes, that was.
Were any visual exclusions made?
Jennifer, Jesse, Keith, and Paul Caneiro were all excluded from that profile.
Right. And were any comparisons made in this case?
Yes, Sophia Caneiro could not be excluded, so we ran StarMix to get a likelihood ratio.
And what was that?
The likelihood ratio was 2.1 septillion, at least 2.1 septillion times more likely if it was Sophia than an unknown person.
And this might be an obvious question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Where it says combination possible NA,
It means that there's only 1 person in the profile, so it's not appropriate to think that someone else is there.
now is the next sample E02A on the chart?
It is not on the chart, no.
Okay. And what is sample E02A?
EO2A is the the exterior of glove 6311.
And why isn't it on the chart?
We initially tried to interpret it using StarMix, but due to the great difference in the percentage of contribution, the software wasn't able to deconvolute or interpret the mixture properly. So because it wasn't able to do that, we went back and did it manually.
And when you ran it manually or you analyzed it manually, what if any conclusions did you draw from that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals, including a major female contributor. The probability of the deduced major component DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Sophia Caneiro. And
Did you give a statistic?
yes, the
What
probability.
was this? I'm just
Sorry.
going to ask you before that. So we heard about likelihood ratios just now. What statistic did you use for this interpretation?
We did something called random match probability
And why is that? Why is the statistic different?
because we did manual interpretation instead of using the StarMix software.
Okay, and what was that statistic?
The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 14 octillion in the United States population.
We could turn to sample EO2B. Now,
Yes.
what sample is that?
EO2B is the interior of that same glove.
And what was your call for the number of contributors?
We determined there was 2 contributors there.
Were they both suitable for comparison?
Yes, they were.
Were any visual exclusions made?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith Caneiro were all visually excluded.
Okay, and what if any comparisons were then made?
Sophia Caneiro could not be excluded, so a likelihood ratio of at least 1 septillion was generated, which is very strong support for inclusion.
Were any other comparisons made to any other reference samples?
Yes, we also compared Paul Caneiro. He could not be excluded as well, and the statistic was for at least 43,000, which was strong support for inclusion.
Where it says combination possible,
Yes, they were. It was attempted again to see if they could possibly be there together, and it was possible.
we could turn out a sample EO3A. What is that?
This is the exterior of glove 6312.
So is this another glove that we're talking about?
Yes, this is a new glove.
All right. What was your assumed number of contributors called?
2 assumed contributors.
Were they suitable for comparison?
Yes, they were.
Were any visual exclusions made?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith Caneiro were all visually excluded.
And what if any comparisons were made?
Sophia Caneiro and Paul Caneiro both could not be excluded. Sophia had a likelihood ratio of at least 100 quadrillion, which is very strong support for inclusion. And Paul Caneiro had a likelihood ratio of at least 45 quadrillion, which is also very strong support for inclusion.
And combination possible.
Yes, it was possible again that they could both be there.
We could turn to EO3B.
Yes,
What sample was that?
that was the interior of that same glove.
Okay. And what was your call on the number of contributors?
2 contributors were obtained.
Were they suitable for comparison?
Both were suitable, yes.
Now, on this particular example, were any visual exclusions able to be made?
No, there were no visual exclusions possible.
Can you tell the jury why that is and what that means?
So the star mix deconvolution report will give us all of the possible DNA combinations for this sample. Because I could not go through the profile and compare it, and at every location, there was a possibility for all of them to possibly be there. So when we can't visually exclude them, then we have to run the likelihood ratio to see if there's support for inclusion or exclusion.
And why was that a possibility for all of the reference samples to be there?
Based on the deconvolution report, their genotype or their allele calls were all present in some combination, either from an unknown or from one of the profiles or one of the genotypes that were listed.
Now, does that have anything to do with the fact or with the amount of information or the amount of the sample that's there?
Yes, often when there is a low-level sample, some of the information is missing. So StarMix can see that, and they will then have the possibility of an unknown. We call it a Q for unknown.
Now, because you were unable to visually exclude any of the reference samples, what did you do?
We then ran all of them and created a likelihood ratio for each of them.
Okay. And what if any comparisons were performed?
Jennifer Caneiro could not be visually excluded. So her statistic was assuming a mixture of 2 individuals. This mixture DNA profile obtained is at least 480 times more likely if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals than from Jennifer Caneiro and 1 unknown, unrelated individual.
What does that mean?
It means that it's more likely that it's from 2 unknowns than from Jennifer and 1 unknown.
So is that likelihood ratio supporting inclusion of Jennifer or exclusion?
It is moderate support for exclusion.
What was the next comparison that was run?
Jesse Caneiro was the next one run, and he also had strong support for exclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 37,000.
Okay, and how about the next one?
Sophia Caneiro was then compared. She could not be visually excluded, and she had support for inclusion, very strong support for inclusion, with a likelihood ratio of at least 750 quintillion.
What was the next comparison?
Keith Caneiro could not be visually excluded. He had moderate support for exclusion with a likelihood ratio of 630, at least 630.
And what was the final one?
The final one was Paul Caneiro showed strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 400,000.
Where it says combination possible, what was your answer?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
In this case, we always compare only the ones that are showing support for inclusion into the profile. So again, we just compared to see if Sophia and Paul could be there together, and yes, they could be.
If we could turn to the next sample, E04A,
Yes.
and if you could just tell us what is that?
This is the exterior of glove 6-3-2.
So is this now another glove?
Yes.
What was your call for the number of contributors here?
There were 2 contributors observed.
And were they suitable for comparison?
Yes, they were.
Did you make any visual exclusions?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith were all visually excluded.
And what if any comparisons did you make?
Sophia could not be excluded, and she had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 980 sextillion.
And was there another conclusion or comparison that you drew?
Paul Caneiro also had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 200 million.
Okay, and where it says combination possible?
Yes, they were both. It was possible for both of them to be present.
Now, EO4B is not on this chart, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and what was EO4B?
EO4B was the inside of that same glove.
And what happened with the inside of that glove?
That sample was screened for human DNA, and the results were below the limit of our detection, and it wasn't processed further.
Sample EO5A, what is that?
EO5A is the exterior of 632, glove 632.
And what was your call on the number of contributors?
We found there to be evidence of 3 contributors, and only contributor 1 was deemed to be suitable for comparisons.
And why is that?
There was too little information for the other two contributors.
Did you make any visual exclusions?
Jennifer, Jesse, Keith, and Paul were all visually excluded from that sample.
When you say that they were visually excluded from that sample, which contributors were they excluded
We
from?
only compare to the ones suitable for comparison. So they were all excluded from contributor 1.
So are you able to make any conclusions or any determinations about the other 2 contributors that were not suitable for comparison?
No, we made no conclusions about them.
Okay, and did you make any comparisons in this case or in this sample?
Yes. Oh, we are on EO5A, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so Sophia could not be excluded. She had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 720 sextillion.
Now, sample EO5B, I don't see that on this chart.
That was another one that screened below our limit of detection, and we did not process it further.
We could turn to sample EO6A.
Yes. EO6A was the exterior of glove 632.
And what was your call on the number of contributors?
There were 2 contributors.
Were they suitable for comparison?
Yes, both of them were suitable.
Were any visual exclusions made?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith Caneiro were all visually excluded.
What, if any, comparisons did you make to the reference samples?
Sophia and Paul both could not be excluded. Sophia had very strong support for inclusion with the likelihood ratio of at least 870 sextillion. And Paul had strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 21,000. And they both could be present in that sample as well.
EO6B, what is that?
This is the interior of that same glove.
What was your call on the number of contributors?
2 contributors that were both suitable.
Did you make any visual exclusions in this case?
Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith Caneiro were all excluded, visually excluded from this profile.
Okay, and what, if any, comparisons did you make?
Both Sophia and Paul were not excluded. Sophia had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 19 quadrillion. And Paul also had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 49 billion, and they both could be present in the sample.
The next sample is E07A.
This is the exterior of Black Glove 632.
And is this sample, so E07, is that the last glove?
This is the last glove,
The
correct?
sixth glove?
Yes, the sixth glove.
What was your call on the number of contributors?
There were 2 contributors.
And were they suitable for comparison?
Yes, they were.
Now, were you able to make any visual exclusions on this sample?
No, we were not able to make any visual exclusions, so they were all run. A likelihood ratio was run for each of the references submitted.
Okay, can you go through and tell us what those likelihood ratios were?
Yes, Jennifer had moderate support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 2.6 thousand. Jesse had limited support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 85. Sophia had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 48 billion. Keith had moderate support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 9,000. And Paul had moderate support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 1.9 thousand.
Now, if all of the reference samples, if there's support for inclusion for all of them, but your call on the number of contributors is only 2, how does that happen?
Just means that given the DNA profile that we obtained from the mixture, it is possible that none of these people could be visually excluded.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
to cut you off.
No, that's-
Now, what, if anything, did you do in regards to running these samples together?
so each combination of people, so Jennifer and Jesse, Jennifer and Sophia, all the way down, all of the combinations were run to see if it was possible for any of them to be there together.
And what were your conclusions after all of those combinations were run?
The only possible combination was Sophia and Paul.
A sample E07B I see is not on this chart, but what is that sample?
That is the interior of that same glove.
Okay, and what happened with that sample?
That one was also below our limit of detection. It was not processed further.
We can turn now to sample E09A. What is that?
A is the swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
And what was your call on the number of contributors for that?
We only obtained 1 contributor for that.
Was that contributor suitable for comparison?
Yes, it was.
Were any visual exclusions made?
Yes. Jennifer, Sophia, Keith, and Paul were all visually excluded.
And so then what, if any, comparisons were made?
So Jesse was not excluded, and he had very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 34 quintillion.
We could turn to sample E10A. What sample is that?
EO10A is the DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet.
What was the number of contributors that you called on this sample?
We found there to be 2 contributors, and they were both suitable for comparisons.
Were you able to make any visual exclusions?
Yes, Jennifer, Keith, and Paul were all visually excluded from the sample.
So then what, if any, comparisons did you make?
Both Jesse and Sophia were not excluded, and there was very strong support for inclusion for Jesse with a likelihood ratio of at least 71 septillion. And for Sophia, there was also very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 45 septillion.
Did you run them together?
Yes, and it was possible for them both to be there.
The last sample, E11A, what is that?
This is the swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink.
What was your call on the number of contributors for that sample?
There were 2 contributors, and only contributor 1 was found to be suitable for comparisons.
Did you make any visual exclusions?
So yes, Jennifer, Jesse, Keith, and Paul were all visually excluded from contributor 1.
And what, if any, comparisons did you make with regard to the reference samples?
For Sophia, she was not excluded, and there was very strong support for inclusion with a likelihood ratio of at least 990 sextillion.
And the combination where it says not an A.
Only one person was suitable for comparison, only 1 contributor, so there was no combination possible.
Did that conclude your testing on that first batch of items that came to you on June 18th of 2020?
It did, yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S497, S499, S460, and S465. I'm going to show council.
So Sophia was in the kitchen, and Paul evidently wore
Please take a look
several
at
pairs of gloves.
S497 first, and if you could just tell us what that is.
This is the supplemental report for the additional testing that was submitted at a later date.
So what is the date on that report?
The date is May 6, 2021.
Is there a lab number on there?
Yes,
What is that?
it is CCA 2076-0119.
Is that your report that you authored?
Yes, it is.
Was it technically reviewed?
Yes, it was.
Now, what, if anything, did Bodie receive from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office on February 17th of 2021?
We received a black Brooks Brothers scarf separated from item 18086115, which was a pile of charred clothing from potential biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And we also received a hair /fiber A removed from that Brooks Brothers scarf. And then a hair fiber B removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf. And a hair /fiber C removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
So just to be clear, you received 1 scarf and then 3 hairs?
Yes.
I'm going to ask if you can look at what's in front of you, S499. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the case submission form.
What is listed on there?
This is the billing, report mailing address, evidence return, authorized points of contact, and then case background and instructions, and then a list of the items that I listed from the report.
Okay, is there a lab number on that document?
Yes, it is CCA 2076-0119.
Is that the same lab number that's on the report?
Yes, it is.
And if you could finally look at S465, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the chain of custody associated with those items being submitted.
Is there a lab number on there?
Yes, it
Is that
is.
same one?
It is the same one.
Did you perform DNA analysis on any of the items that you just referred to in your report?
Yes, it did.
And if you could tell us what type of DNA analysis you performed?
We did DNA analysis just like the other ones, but instead of using star mix, we used manual interpretation.
Okay, and why is that?
Because they were, it was a single major contributor and it was suitable for manual interpretation.
If you could just refresh us with regards to manual interpretation versus star mix. Why would you use manual interpretation on certain samples and star mix on others?
Sometimes it's just that if it's a single source, it may be easier. It's not, one is not right and one is not wrong. It's just a matter of sometimes it's not suitable for star mix where it can be used for manual. And sometimes it's just, it's easy to do the manual interpretation.
So I'm going to refer your attention to item E12. What is that?
E12 is the Black Brooks Brothers scarf.
And underneath there, do you see where it says E12A and then B and then C? And then
Yes.
B?
We did 4 separate samplings of that scarf, which was a quarter of scrapings from the entire surface, and it was split into 4 different samples.
Of those 4 scrapings, which if any did you analyze?
So actually, all of them were analyzed because they were all from the same item. Due to the size of the sample, they were split into 4 samples, but then later they were combined into 1 sample.
What was
So
that sample number?
we designated that sample E12D.
And what, if anything, did your analysis, what, if any, conclusions did you draw
Actually,
from that?
I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Samples E12A, B, and C were extracted but not processed. I read that wrong, sorry.
And just to be clear, there were 4 scrapings? of
There were
different
4
areas?
scrapings and we took one of those forward.
Is the one that you took E12D?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and tell us what you did with that in terms of your analysis and any conclusions that you drew.
The DNA profile obtained for sample E12D is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including a major female contributor, female 1, and at least 1 male contributor. The deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from Sophia Caneiro, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 14 octillion in the US population. Jennifer, Jesse, Keith, and Paul were all excluded as possible contributors of the major component, and due to the limited data obtained, no conclusions could be made on the minor alleles.
Thank you. And finally, was there one more item that you tested that's listed on your report?
E13,
What is that?
that is the hair fiber A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And tell us about your analysis and any conclusions that you drew with regard to that hair.
The partial DNA profile obtained was consistent with the female contributor, female 1. This partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from Sophia Caneiro, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 4.1 octillion in the US population. And that Jennifer, Jesse, Keith, and Paul were all excluded as being possible contributors of the partial DNA profile.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examination.
This is going to take all day, I'll bet. But he wore several pairs of gloves. There were 6 pairs, and I was trying to count. I think 1 was excluded, both exterior, interior. At least 4, they got either an interior or an exterior, or both, and I can't go through my notes fast enough and listen at the same time about the other. But he changed the gloves several times. I don't know any other explanation for that. And clearly Sophia was in the kitchen, so that suggests that maybe the attack started there because she was found on that landing between going down to the basement. So she must have run from him.
So I want to start off with, we heard, obviously the samples that were being tested here were compared, were Jennifer Caneiro, Keith Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, correct?
Correct.
And obviously they all have the same last name and we know that they're related, correct?
Correct.
And we heard some testimony yesterday, and maybe we agree, generally speaking, when we're talking about relatedness, those who are related to each other, such as family members, they're going to have more commonly an overlap or shared alleles than, let's say, random unrelated people from the population.
That is correct, yes.
And specifically, first degree family members would have even more shared alleles than, let's say, extended family.
Correct.
And when we're talking about siblings, we're talking about a first degree family member.
Yes.
And same with like a parent and a child, correct?
They are considered to be first degree relatives, but a parent and a child is obviously going to share much more because you get 50% from your mom and 50% from your dad. Whereas a sibling, you can share anywhere between nothing and 100%, depending on how the genetics work out.
On average, let's say it's 50%, right?
I think that's probably a little on the high value. For 50% is a lot because there's two different individuals that are contributing DNA, and you can inherit a different one each time for each sibling. So
Okay. So it could be less and it could be more.
correct, yes.
Right, okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D141 bank approach. And that is an allele chart that was created, I guess, by Bodie.
Yes,
Okay, and you've seen this before, right?
yes, I have.
Okay. Permission to publish?
False.
No objection, sorry.
Okay.
So here, these are the allele charts, again, for, here we have the actual names, so Jennifer, Jesse, Sophia, Keith, and Paul, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I just want to go through each locus, right? I just want to focus on Keith and Paul, because these are the brothers in this case. And I just want to go through what their overlapping alleles are, if you can. So if we're talking about D3S1358, that's the first locus.
Yes,
Where do you see overlapping?
they both share a 15 allele.
So we have a 15 here, and we have a 15 here. And then can we also highlight this 15 as well, because it could match?
Yes,
And then when we're talking about VWA, where do you see the overlapping alleles?
they have the same profile.
So they both have a 1418 and a 1418, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then how about the next locus, D165539?
They have the same profile.
And what about the next locus, CSFIPO?
They have the same profile.
Okay. And what about the next one, TPOX?
They have the same profile.
I'll skip over that next couple because they're not tested, and this is just the
Boy, they're pretty
X Y
close.
chromosome. So the next relevant locus, D8 S1179. Do you see any overlap?
They share the 12.
And what about D21511 or S11?
They have the same profile.
And the next one?
D18, they share the 15.
And the next one?
The next one, they have the same 11, which is that's not included in the star mix, but
We can skip it.
okay.
Okay, how about the one after that?
D2, they share the 16. Wait, sorry. They share the 11.
This here, right?
Yes.
And then we have this. And the next one?
They share a 16.
And what about the next one?
They share the 9.
And the one after that?
They share the 21.
What about the one after that?
They have the same profile.
And do they have the same profile for the next one?
Yes, the next two.
The next two. And what about D7S820?
They share the 10.
Okay, and it looks like the next one,
There is no overlap.
no overlap.
And the next one is no overlap. But then D1 they have the same profile.
The 13.
They're 13, 17. They have the same profile for the next 3. And then the last one, they share a 9.
All right. So can we agree that, at least for these two brothers, there is a substantial amount of overlap in their alleles?
Yes,
Can we agree that it is more than 50%?
yes,
Would you believe me if I said it's approximately 70%?
yes.
Okay. All right, so when you mentioned earlier that, it could be less, it could be more, in this particular case, we know that it's more than 50%, and in fact, it's, fairly higher than
Yes.
50%.
Yes.
Oh, do you want to capture that, or do we, I can just, no, you can keep it on here, it's fine. So then I want to talk about okay, so S496 was your report. I'm gonna just focus on one page of the report, which I've singled out and marked as D140. And I think you recognize this, it's already been published.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna actually put this back on me. I'm gonna put this here. And I just want to go through this as well. So this column here, where it says assumed number of contributors, that is that's a visual designation or visual determination?
Yes, we make the determination based on the number of alleles that are present in the profile, as well as the heights of each of the alleles help us determine the number of contributors that are present in the profile.
Okay, so that's something that you decide visually,
Yes,
and that's not something determined by star mix, correct?
correct.
So when you ultimately run the program, the StarMix program, you are inputting that information.
Correct.
And you're telling StarMix, I want you to assume that there are two contributors and then come up with these likelihood ratios, correct?
Correct.
And so for some of these samples, you're telling StarMix, I want you to assume there's two contributors. In that one instance, you're telling, or in a couple instances, it looks like you're telling StarMix you want to assume three.
Correct.
And so the StarMix likelihood ratios are dependent upon the number of contributors that you input.
Yes, well, the deconvolution is dependent on the number of contributors, and then that affects the likelihood ratio.
If you had erroneously put in a 6, for example, it would change the output.
We wouldn't have been able to process it as a 6, but say if I put 4, then it would have changed the deconvolution report to try to better fit to that number of contributors.
Because I think your threshold is 4, right?
Yes, our
Okay, we
threshold
don't
is
do higher than 4?
We do not hire them.
All right, so if we had, let's say, one of the assumptions as a 2, but you doubled it erroneously and you did 4 instead, again, that would change the deconvolution report and the data you receive and ultimately the likelihood ratios. underestimate the number of contributors, correct?
Yes.
And so sometimes you might think that it's 2 and it's really 3. I'm not saying that happened in this case. I'm just saying it's something that can happen, right?
It's something that can happen. We base it on the profiles.
Of the number of contributors, correct?
Yes, it's something that we have to take into consideration when we're dealing with related individuals.
So if we look at this chart here, and for example, if we start here, we know that you determined there were 3, right, contributors.
Correct.
And these 3 people, Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith, you visually excluded.
From the suitable contributors. So contributors 1 and 2, they were excluded from those.
Okay. But we also know that there is a 3rd contributor in that sample whom we don't know who it is.
Correct.
And that's because the data was too small, what's the word? Low.
Limited.
Limited data, okay. And another interesting thing we see here is that in this sample, you designated that there were 2 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And yet all 5 people in this sample had an inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, I understand you then ran it through a separate, I guess, part of the StarMix program to see who could be potentially found together in the sample.
It's not a separate part. It's doing the same exact processing as for determining the likelihood ratio. It's just putting both of them in there instead of individually.
Okay, it's a second step to the calculation, is that fair to
It's
say?
an additional calculation. So we calculate them each individually and then we do them together to see if we get a positive number or support for inclusion, that would indicate that it's a possibility that they are there together.
Okay. These numbers are relatively on your verbal scale lower though, correct?
Correct.
So we have one that's kind of high, 48 billion, right? And I mean, 48 billion sounds high, but would you agree with me that, when we're dealing with billions, we're talking about 9 zeros, but when we're talking about like a septillion or a sextillion, we're talking about 24 zeros or 27 zeros.
Yes, they're significantly different.
So even though it might sound like a high number, it's not nearly as high as some of these other numbers up here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 48 billion is like the highest one we have, and it's relatively high, but not super high. And then we have 2.6 thousand, 9,000, 1.9 thousand, and 85. And those are all relatively low, comparatively speaking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the fact that we have 5 inclusions, putting aside whether or not they could be found in the sample together, I want to focus on just that aspect first. Would you agree with me that that's demonstrative of the notion that when we're dealing with the way that StarMix works, right? We're giving it hypotheses.
Correct.
It's not like we are matching a sample. I think you called it manual interpretation. So manual interpretation is more is like the traditional DNA analysis. Is that right?
It's the non-software version.
Is it what has primarily been used in labs for many years until more recently?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, when we're dealing with manual interpretation, we're looking at a source profile, right? A sample.
Either a single source or a deduced profile is what we're looking at for random match probability.
Okay. And so let's say there was a pen left at a crime scene, right? And you're going to take the profile off of the pen, right? And it's unknown at that point in time who it belongs to, the profile.
Okay.
And then you get a reference sample, right?
Okay.
And the reference sample is what, let's say the law enforcement is giving to you, and they're saying, this is a reference sample for, Mike Jones, right? And it's we know it's Mike Jones because we took the buccal swab, right?
Yes.
And so the reference sample is always going to be a complete DNA profile.
Not always, but ideally, yes.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking, unless it's very old or degraded, then we will get a full profile.
Okay. Let's say it's a fresh sample. It'll be generally a full profile.
Yes.
And then when you have, let's say, the pen that's given to you from a crime scene, and you get also a fairly full profile from that, you're comparing the two profiles.
We would compare the profile if it were suitable for comparisons.
Okay, let's assume they're both strong profiles, strong data, and you can compare them, right?
Yes.
Then when you compare them, you're basically ascertaining whether or not it's like a match.
Or is it a single source profile or is it a mixture?
Let's say it's single source.
Then yes, we would be seeing if the profile generated from the evidence matched the profile from the reference sample.
And we've heard that you come up with a random probability match statistic. Random match probability.
Yes.
And so in other words, like if the profiles are really strong and it's a single source versus a reference sample, you're able to say, this is a strong match, so we're 1 in 10 trillion likely that this would have to essentially come from this person because it would be so rare for it to belong to anyone else.
Yes, the purpose of the statistic is to kind of like help us determine how rare the profile would be.
So if it's 1 in 10 trillion and there's only 6 billion people in the world, we know, okay, it's very rare. It essentially would only have to really come from this person. Is that kind of what?
Well, we don't make that assumption. We give you the statistic to determine the weight behind that. That's for the jury to determine whether they believe it matches.
Okay. Generally speaking, that's the principle behind it as far as the strength of that statistic.
Correct.
And where it comes from and why it's being provided.
Yes.
Okay. But in contrast, when we're dealing with likelihood ratios, what we're dealing with is not that, right?
Well, we're still trying to determine the likelihood of, how likely is it that someone's DNA is within this mixture profile or single source profile. It's calculating a different statistic, but it's still to the same end. We're trying to see how likely it is that that there's a significant match or statistic to support their DNA being in this profile.
Right. However, you're not doing it with random match probability, correct?
No, it's a different statistic, yes.
We're dealing with likelihood ratios.
Correct.
Right? So let's talk about that for a second. So a likelihood ratio is derived from the hypotheses.
Correct.
And so if, again, you have a reference sample, right? And let's say it's Mike Jones, whatever. Then you have this pen, and now it is not a single source, right? Let's say it's a more complex mixture.
Okay.
Okay, and let's say it's 3 contributors that you determine.
Okay.
And the DNA quality isn't great. We're missing some data, okay? In that scenario, what you're doing is you're creating 2 hypotheses, right? And you're saying hypothesis 1 is you want StarMix to tell you, what the likelihood is that Mike Jones's profile is going to be found on this pen, or that it could be found on this pen.
Correct.
Versus the second hypothesis, which is it's not on the pen, it's just 3 random unrelated individuals.
Correct.
Okay. And so, in other words, with the hypotheses, you're only getting the information that you're asking.
Yes.
Specific, and you as the analyst or whoever the analyst is, they are deciding what hypotheses to input or what information to try to ascertain.
Yes. Based on the reference profiles that we obtain, we are making the hypothesis for the StarMix software to calculate.
So if you only have, let's say, one reference sample, Mike Jones, and the only hypothesis you can really perform in that or analysis is Mike Jones part one of, like, could he be part of this 3-person mixture? Or is it more likely that he's not, right?
Correct.
What you can do in that scenario, what you cannot do, is determine, is Sally Jones in that mixture?
We can only determine based on the reference profiles that we have receive or obtain.
So without that additional profile, you wouldn't be able to make any hypotheses or use StarMix to draw any conclusions about whether that specific profile is in the mixture, correct?
Correct.
You would have to have that profile.
Correct.
But it doesn't mean, because it's a 3-person mixture without any more information, it doesn't mean that it's not in the potential mixture, correct?
Correct.
And I think that is demonstrated, again, circling back here to EO7A1, is when you're first looking at this, you're like, okay, I believe it's 2 people, and StarMix, without looking at who could be combined, is telling you, look, all of these people could potentially be in this mixture.
Correct.
Because they're family members or shared DNA, right?
Yes, and as a profile that we are interpreting is more partial or less information is there, the more question that we have as to who the contributors could be. So the less information that's there, there's more ambiguity and there's a possibility of more people being there. So because it's like in this situation, many times there are exclusions based on the data that was present or wasn't present for other people. So because some of the information is missing, we may not be able to make the exclusions that we made for some of the other samples because there's just data missing.
Okay, so on the topic of data missing, I'd like to look at, I'd like to focus on a couple of the samples that were done. So I'm going to first approach with D142. Ms. Reed, do you recognize that as a deconvolution report in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'll direct your attention to the reference sample number here. Is that E061, E06A1?
Yes.
I'm actually gonna take that back from you. Permission to publish?
Objection.
No objection, go ahead.
Okay. So on the first page of this report, just so that the jury can see, it has your lab name at the top, correct? And then it has the title Deconvolution Report,
Yes.
right? And here we can see that's the sample,
Correct.
right? Okay. And that's the E06A1. Now, if I turn to page, actually, we stay on this page for a second. Here on the first page, it talks about the number of contributors, correct?
Correct.
And number 1 is always essentially going to be the major, is that right?
Not always. If we are doing something called conditioning, where all parties are agreeing that we expect someone to be there. So like if it's my jacket, you would expect that I would be there. If you conditioned on me and say I only produce like 4% of the profile, I would still be in contributor 1 because I'm conditioned. So you're automatically assigning the conditioned person contributor 1 spot. But in this case, there were no conditioning, so it would be the profile that is contributing the largest percentage of the profile.
Okay, so because there was no conditioning done in this case, in these reports, the major profile is going to be number 1.
The largest percentage of contribution would be the number 1. Major is a word that we use for something else, so I don't want to confuse.
Okay.
So
Is that not used? Is that only used in manual interpretation?
when we're talking about a major contributor, it's usually when someone is contributing 75% or more to the profile. So in this case, that does fit, but it doesn't always fit. Sometimes it might be 55 and,
I see
40,
what you're saying.
45. So
But in this case, we have mixture proportion 95%, and then here it's 5%, correct?
correct, yes.
So in this case, because we have 95% of the mixture being essentially derived from this person number 1, that's the major
Correct.
here. In
It's,
this instance.
it's the largest contributor
Okay.
percentage-wise.
And it's because it's 95%, and then in contrast, contributor 2 is designated as having contributed only 5% to the profile.
Correct.
Okay. Now the profile itself. I'm going to just to remind the jury with 141. Again, when we look at like a more complete profile, we can see how like all or most of these numbers are filled, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's why this entire chart is filled with numbers.
Yes.
Because these are the reference samples, and as we talked about, those are generally going to be full profiles.
Generally, yes.
Now here, if we take a look at this is the chart of this sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so similar to the chart we just saw, we have all of the all of the loci listed, correct?
Correct.
Each one of these numbers, which we just went through with Paul and Keith, those are a locus at which you would expect to find the alleles.
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that for the number 1 contributor, we have it's not a full profile, we're still missing some data, some information, but we have a good amount.
We have a full profile except for one location that was ignored due to a possible unresolved allele. Everything else is not included in so the Yandel, amylogenin, and DYS391 are not. So the first 3 that have dashes,
This one
yes,
and this
the
one,
next one, and then the DYS391,
this one.
yes, those are not included in star mix interpretation.
Okay. So what we have is this is really the only item of data missing.
And it's only missing because we had a potential unresolved allele, so we ignored the location.
Okay. So generally speaking, it's a fairly full profile.
It's a full profile.
It's a full profile. And then should I cross these off for this one too?
Yes.
Or okay, so we're not going to do this one. We're not doing this one. We're not doing this one.
Yep.
And what about the one underneath?
Yes, the one that's highlighted would not be, for both of them, would be ignored.
Okay, so we are ignoring that one. Okay. But so here, what we're missing, like the data that we're missing from the second profile is we're missing this allele on 358, the second allele.
Yes,
And same thing with the one after that,
yes.
PWA. And then the next, it looks like 1, 2, 3 we're missing.
Well, that's misleading to say that it's missing, because this is the component interpretation summary. So this is where StarMix has pulled with at least 99% confidence that these are definitely assigned to that second contributor. Does not mean that the data is missing. It just means that it was not able to pull with greater than 99% confidence that it is this contributor. There is still data for each of those locations that can be compared.
Okay, so it's not missing in the sense that it doesn't exist. It's just, it's missing from this specific chart because StarMix is saying we are not at least 95% confident that we can tell you what belongs in these locations.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it 95 or 99?
It's 99%, rated at least 99%.
At least 99, okay.
99, okay. So then these two were missing from this chart.
Correct.
And then we have this, the second allele at 1045 is missing from the chart.
Yes,
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 4 is missing from the chart.
correct.
And the last 2 are missing from the chart.
Yes,
And then it looks like the 2 in between that, we're just missing the second allele.
correct.
Okay, so visually, again, when we're looking at the comparison of contributor 1 and contributor 2, StarMix is 99% confident that this is the most likely profile for contributor 1, and then it's 99% confident that this second profile would contain the alleles that are present.
Correct.
So it's saying we're 99% confident that at this location there would be a 15.
Correct.
We don't know the other one with that level of confidence.
Correct.
Okay, and so forth and so on,
Yes.
right? Now, to take it a step further, or a step back. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
So now this is, and again, we're only focusing on contributor 2 because I think contributor 1 is established. But for contributor 2, these calculations here, correct me if I'm wrong, this is where StarMix is giving you the data. It's basically showing its work, so to speak, in the sense that it's saying, here's each locus broken down, and here are the most likely possibilities that we came up with, and what the level of confidence is that we have for each one.
Exactly. It's showing the StarMix has determined that these are the possible genotypes or allele calls for each of these locations. And they'll give the weight behind it for each of the possibilities.
Okay. And so I just want to go through. I'm going to give you 141 back, so you have it. And I just want to go through this sample. Again, this is E06A1, which I think was the glove.
The exterior of one of the gloves, yes.
Before we start, actually, I just want to clarify something. When you receive the gloves and you authored in your report, I noticed that you often qualify, it says exterior of glove as received, interior of glove as received. And you do that for each item,
Yes.
That's a glove,
Yes.
right? And again, tell me if I'm wrong, but is the reason that you write it like that because when we're dealing with a latex glove, it's kind of hard to tell what's the true inside and outside, and you're just saying, as I received it, this was the outside, and as I received it, this was the inside.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so as an objective truth, you don't know whether that glove was turned inside out before it was given to you, or and anything like that.
Exactly.
You're just saying, when I got it, this was the outside, and when I got it, this was the inside.
Exactly.
And so if we could just go through this deconvolution report briefly and highlight where Paul Caneiro's alleles fall on this chart. Okay. So if we start with this first one, he's a 15-15, correct? So he would actually be number 1.
Yes.
right? And that's given a 92%. And when we go to VWA, which is the next one, he is a 1418.
Yes.
And that would be 3 down.
Correct.
And the confidence rate there is 28.65%.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna I'll round up and down.
That's fine.
Okay, so the next one, we're dealing with D16S539. And at that location, Mr. Paul Caneiro is a 1313.
Correct.
Okay, and so he would be 3 down. And that's a 15% confidence.
Yes.
And then the next one is the
Move the,
FIFO,
I can't see that.
sorry,
It's CSF.
CSF. Yeah. And Mr. Paul Caneiro's a 1213,
Correct.
so he's 2nd down.
Yes.
And that is a 16% confidence if we round up.
Yes.
And with TPOX, Paul is a
811.
811. Now, we don't see that on this chart. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we see the letter Q, that designates it could be any number.
Exactly.
Okay, so because we don't see an 811, but we do see a QQ, that could be an 811, right?
Or I would assign it the Q8 because he does have an 8.
Oh, wait, even if it's reversed.
Yes.
Okay. So it would be this one here, the 33%.
Yes.
And then the one after that, 1179,
1213.
he's a 1213, and that's midway down here at 3%. And
D21.
this one, Mr. Caneiro is a
31, 31.2.
31.2. So that's here,
Yes.
and that's at
4%.
4%. Okay, and the next one, you can see it.
D18 is at 1516. So it would be the Q15.
Here?
Yes. 13.27.
And then
D19 is skip those 2 blank ones. And he is a 15.216. So that would be the Q16.
this one?
Yes.
Okay. And now we're at 0.4%,
Correct.
so less than 1%.
Yes.
And we'll look at the next one.
Sorry, did we skip a location?
Oh, I have to do.
Did we do Phil 1?
Oh, is it FGA?
No. Can you go back to the last one we did?
Oh, this last one here?
Yes. Yes, the one, he is a 6'9".
And there's
100%.
only one listed because it's 100%.
Yes.
And again, what this means is that Star Mix is 100% certain that at this particular location, the person would have a 6'9".
Correct.
And back to 1045.
FGA. The top,
Oh,
we
it's
skipped one.
Oh, this is that, okay. And this is another 100%.
Correct.
Okay, so again, Star Mix is 100% confident that this would be the, of the 2 alleles at that location.
Correct.
And the one after that now Mr. Caneiro is what?
He's a 1616?
And that's down here,
Yes.
0.4. So I'll just say less than 1%. And the next one,
He's a 1212?
and that's a 36%, if you round up. And the next one,
911?
and we're at a little more than 1%.
37, he is a 1012, which in this case I can't see the bottom. So it would be a Q10. Oh, fourth one down,
Thank you. Okay, and that's at
10%. And then he's a 1616.
So it's number 1, and it's 25%.
Correct.
So we notice how, sometimes even if it's the top number, the top number is not always 100%, right?
Correct.
It's still giving you, this is the most confident we can be. And when I say we, I mean StarMax.
Yes.
Okay, we're almost done here. I think this is the last page.
G10, he is a 1314. Which is 61%.
61.
D1, he is a 1317.3, which is a 45%.
45.
D12, 1819, which is the third one down.
And that's 15%. And then I think, is this the last one?
Yes, it is 1725.
Okay, 17.
25, so I guess would have to be the Q25.
Is this one down here?
Yes,
Okay, and that would be at 3%.
yes.
Okay. And so just to put it all together here, what we just did was we were looking at the different options that StarMix comes up with and says, these are our most confident statistics that we can provide. And if it's 99% or over, they'll list them, but otherwise it's gonna be missing because they can't tell you, StarMix can't tell you with certainty.
It's not missing because it's still used in the calculation. It is not just this information that is used in the calculation. They will apply each of those percentages that weight. They will apply that for each time. If I say, like if it's not on this chart, but it's within that breakdown of all the possible combinations, it will apply that weight for that one location.
Right, so in other words, all of the ones where we saw it was less than 1% or 3% or 50% or 60% or 20%, they're not gonna be listed here.
They're not going to be listed there, but they will still be used in the calculation.
And this calculation was produced a likelihood ratio of 21,000.
I don't have it,
Oh,
so I don't remember. This was 6A, yes, it was 21,000.
now if we skip up to, let's look at E04A1, because that's a higher number, that's 200 million,
Correct.
right? I think we have 21,000, that was not the lowest, because the lowest likelihood we have is 1.9.
Correct.
Then we have 21, then we have 43,000,
Yes.
then we have 400,000. I'm just going in like numerical order, and then we have 200 million.
And
So
then the 3.7 quintillion at the top.
I'm just saying, before we get to 200 million, there are a bunch of ones in the
Okay,
thousands,
yes.
right? The quintillion is 18 zeros,
I believe that's correct, yes.
and the billion again is 9 zeros.
Correct.
And the quadrillion would be 15 zeros.
Yes.
And again, the sextillion that we're dealing with, the sextillion is 21 zeros and the septillion is 24 zeros.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. So
Ms. Salone, I don't mean to stop you, but we're going to take our mid-morning break. We're at that time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the mid-morning break. We'll give you 20 minutes and then we'll come back out. So please don't discuss the case or do any research, and keep the lights on in there. Our IT person up. I don't know why it's going out of focus.
I think the autofocus turned off at some point, but I don't know why. I don't know why it went out the way it did. I'm not sure.
It's clearer now than it was. But even at the last questions you had, Ms. Mastellone, it was a little blurry. So I just want to make sure the jurors can see it. Again, it's not about me if I can see it. It's about making sure they can. So. All right, just, you have 20 minutes, just please, you can be back in your seat. You don't have to wait and come back in. We'll start back up at 10:35.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
I think.
Court's back in session.
Anybody tea drinkers? Just not as fun as coffee. Throwing it out there, just in case.
I like it.
Just saying. All right, we can continue on across.
So Ms. Reed, I think where we left off is we had just talked about this chart here. And that was for, again, E06A1. And then if we put this chart back on here, just to show where we're at, we're at this one here, right, with the 21,000?
Yes.
So I guess if we're bringing it back to the pen analogy, perhaps, what this tells us here is that with respect to Sophia, right, there's an 876 million more greater likelihood that her DNA would be, if this pen had a mixture of two, right, that her DNA would be on this pen, hypothetically, as opposed to two other random people.
Correct, yes.
And then when we focus on Paul, the likelihood that his DNA would be a part of this mixture is 21,000, as opposed to the likelihood that his DNA is not included.
Correct, yes.
Okay. But let's say there's another person, right, another brother that's not listed here, and we don't know his alleles, we don't know his DNA profile. Because this number is 21,000, especially, would you agree that what we don't know is the likelihood of what that person's DNA is in the profile compared with the likelihood that it's not?
Correct. Without their profile, we would not be able to calculate a likelihood ratio.
However, it's possible, right? And I'll do it both ways, right? It's possible that he's excluded, correct?
Yes.
It's possibly you could visually exclude him.
Correct.
It's also possible that he has a likelihood ratio of less than 21,000.
It could have a likelihood ratio of less than or greater than. It really depends on his profile.
And that was my next question. It's also possible that he could have a likelihood ratio of higher than 21,000.
Yes, it
Correct.
just depends on his profile compared to the evidence.
All right. But we just don't know.
We don't know.
Now again, just to focus on the 200 million example, again, I'm just skipping over the thousands. I'm not going to go to the super low ones, and I'm not going to go to the super high ones.
Okay.
I'm just choosing a few for now. So with respect to, that would be E04A. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D143. And do you recognize that as the deconvolution report for that sample?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Now, I won't tediously go through all of those alleles again. I'm just gonna skip to the chart. Here. On page 5 of 9. I'm gonna see if I can zoom in. And so in this scenario, can you just remind me again which ones we're crossing off? It's Yindel and Amel,
Yes.
and it's, are we crossing these off?
Those two, yes.
These two as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just cross those off here too. So in this sample where we have a likelihood of 200 million, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna, if it's okay with you, highlight these alleles, spots, locus, these locus, I'm gonna highlight these loci, have a loci, okay. Okay, and again, just as a visual representation, I know you've indicated it's not that we don't have any data, right? But rather, when StarMix is producing its calculations, and here we're also talking about contributor 1 is contributing 97%
Yes.
to the mixture, and contributor 2 is 3%
Correct.
to the mixture.
Correct.
And in this scenario, StarMix is saying that it can be 99% or more confident that there's a 17 at this locus, a 14 at this locus, a 12 at this locus. And then there's only, I think, 2 loci where it's giving a complete allele set.
Yes.
But other than that, StarMix is saying we can't say with 99 or more % confidence which alleles would or should be here.
Correct.
And I guess just to be clear, is it fair to say that this concept is very different than the random match probability? In the sense that with random match probability, you're always going to be a certain level of confidence as to the profile.
Well, we're looking at a deduced contributor in that case, where that may be deduced by the software, but we're not looking at that. We're looking at all of the genotype possibilities. So just because that column has those deduced profiles, we are looking at it, all the possibilities from when we make comparisons. So it is quite different than a likelihood ratio because we are looking for random match probability, we are looking to see if all of the alleles that are in that either single source contributor or deduced contributor match the profile from the reference. If they do, then we look to see how rare that allele is in the population, and then we calculate a statistic based on that. Where this is, we're looking at how likely each of these genotype combinations are, and then that is used to help calculate the statistic. It's not how rare they are as much as it is like how much weight is given based on this likelihood ratio.
And when we were looking at the individual categories, I think, like when we were looking at what we looked at earlier, when we were highlighting the alleles, again, I think we agreed that this is how StarMix is kind of showing its work, and it's saying these are the most likely alleles that we StarMix can come up with, and it's assigning a percentage of weight.
Yes.
And we know that StarMix is a software, correct?
Correct.
And it uses a mathematical algorithm.
Yes.
Now, the mathematical algorithm is not, if we were to think about it as like a giant equation, right? It's not something that any human can really sit down and like try to work out longhand.
We can do like individual calculations, but the number of calculations that they do in the time is
Simultaneously.
it's not possible for a human being to do that.
Would it, would a human being even be able to do all of those simultaneous calculations like in a lifetime?
Probably not. I don't imagine so.
Okay, so it's fairly complex.
It's complex, yes.
And we're relying on that mathematical model to give us that information.
We're relying on it to calculate the deconvolution and to calculate the likelihood ratio.
And with respect to the likelihood ratio, I just had a couple questions about that. The likelihood ratios that were provided in this case from Bodie were, and please feel free to correct me if I get the phrasing wrong, but again, it's like hypothesis 1 is that the contributor is the person of interest, the person of interest and one other contributor would be a part of this 2-person mix versus it's 2 random unrelated individuals are a part of this 2-person mix. That's the comparison you're making.
As long as you're not taking, the person of interest would just be the reference that we're comparing. So not necessarily a person of interest as most people think of it, like a suspect. It is looking at the reference to see if they are there with 1 or 2 other individuals versus 2 or 3 without them there.
When you draft the hypotheses though, do you label them as like defense hypothesis, prosecution, prosecutor, state or something?
No, we don't.
No,
It's just we either will drag the reference into the software, and if it is a conditioned person, then we will click an option that says everybody agrees that this is here, and then the software basically has HP, HD.
Okay. So ultimately, if we define person as interest as the reference sample, right? We can just say that. So
Yeah.
hypothesis 1 is the reference sample if it's a 2-person mixture. If hypothesis 1 is reference sample person is this is the likelihood that they are part of this mixture versus the likelihood that the reference sample is not part of the mixture, but rather that the mixture is comprised of 2 random unrelated individuals.
Correct.
Now, Star Mix does have some sort of capability where the analyst could use the program to ascertain a hypothesis of whether, instead of unrelated random individuals, whether there's a related individual in the sample.
We, at the time of reporting this, we did not have that ability. We did not use that calculation on the StarMix software. We are looking at comparison of the reference to basically the population of random, unrelated, unknown individuals.
And when you say we didn't do that, you're talking about the lab, correct?
Bodie did not. There is a section of the report that has some information about related individuals, and that was not utilized by, or is not utilized by our laboratory.
And so just to be clear, it's that the software is capable of doing it, but you and your lab, you as an analyst or the analysts at your lab weren't trained on it. It's not been validated by the lab, so it's not a function of the software that you use.
We were not trained in it to the point that I am not even fully aware of exactly what it's saying. It's not something that we were trained in at all.
Okay. All you know is that there is this potential aspect of the software that deals with related individuals as opposed to unrelated individuals.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, again, you're aware that all of the reference samples that you have, Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, Jesse, and Paul, are in some way related to each other.
Yes. Can I add something?
I think maybe on redirect or.
Okay.
The only other thing I want to ask you is, obviously you can only test what's given to you,
Correct.
right? And we talked today about, I think, gloves and maybe jeans, scarf, some hairs.
Yes.
Okay. You were never given any samples related to like the inside of a vehicle or a gas can or anything other than what you talked about today.
Correct.
And when you obviously when you perform your analysis, you can only report on what you receive and what ultimately you're able to ascertain from the item.
That is correct, yes.
And one last thing I just want to clarify. Tell me if I'm wrong. The reason that you're performing the analysis in this case is it because much of the DNA mixtures that we're dealing with were complex in that there's more than one contributor, or that it's a lower level of DNA, some sort of DNA mixture that would be more difficult, if not unable to be analyzed in the traditional manual sense?
Not necessarily. It just depends on, we don't know what we're getting when we process a sample. We will determine the best way to process it based on the profiles that we obtain. Some of our clients request star mix to be used regardless. And some clients haven't brought star mix online, so they're not able to use it. And we can sometimes say, okay, if we're not expecting this to go into a CODIS database, then we suggest using star mix because it will aid with this. But it doesn't mean that we have to use it. It really depends on the profiles and the client and what their requests are.
Right. In this specific case.
In this specific case, I believe star mix was, we talked about using star mix.
And some of these mixtures obviously have, let's say, you've identified 3 contributors, right?
Yes.
And that's something that star mix would be better equipped to.
Yes, if we're hoping to make conclusions on minor alleles when there's mixtures of, more than one individual, then star mix can be useful for that. A lot of these, the contributor 1 was a major contributor, so we could have manually interpreted it and still been able to make conclusions on that manually. But because of star mix, we were able to make conclusions on some of the minor alleles as well.
And these are profiles, so when we're dealing with the minor profiles where it's like less quantity, lower quality type DNA, that is something that star mix is equipped to, analyze as opposed to manual
That's
analysis.
correct. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Direct.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Reed, a little while ago on cross-examination, you asked if you could say something else. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were stopped from saying something else?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were going to say?
I was just going to say that just because we don't utilize that section, my impression is that is giving you the likelihood of how, if a related person, not the references that you have, how likely it is that unknown relative would be there. It doesn't change anything about the relatives that were tested.
Now, you were asked a question about star mix being complex because it does a lot of calculations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know about how many labs are using star mix today currently?
I don't know any number, but I know that most states have brought it online. And so it is a very expensive endeavor to bring it online. So the number is increasing all of the time.
Now, does each and every lab that utilizes star mix have to validate star mix in their lab prior to being able to use it?
Yes, in order to use it and pass accreditation standards, you have to have it validated for your laboratory.
And do they do numerous and painstaking tests with samples that known samples, essentially?
Yeah, so validation involves using, creating different samples, trying to create as many scenarios similar to real casework that we would see to try to test the system and make sure that it's accurate.
Now, the random match probability and then the likelihood ratio, those are two separate statistics?
Yes, they are.
Is there one that's more reliable than the other of those two?
No, they're both reliable and accepted in the community.
Now, you were cross-examined on two samples in this particular case, and one of them was E06A, where the allele call in the deconvolution report, where there were few alleles. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those instances, was the likelihood ratio higher or did it trend lower?
It would trend lower. The less information that you have for each of the contributors will result in a lower likelihood ratio.
Okay, and is that something that's expected by you?
Yes, it is.
Now, there were some samples, I'm going to refer you to E03A, which was one of the gloves, where the likelihood ratio supported inclusion of the defendant at 45 quadrillion. Is that right?
I don't have that with me, but I could
Sure.
look at my
Hold
report.
it up on the screen. Judge permission?
Sure.
You say EO3A? Yes, it was 45 quadrillion.
Okay, and then there was another sample that was pointed out, E06B. What was the likelihood ratio supporting the defendant for inclusion on that glove?
It was 49 billion, at least 49 billion.
Do you recall being asked about the number 49 billion?
No, I do not.
You don't remember on cross being asked about 49 billion and how it's low in relation to the other numbers like
Yes.
sextillions?
Yes, I do.
So just to put it in context, how many people, if you know, are on the face of this earth?
I think it's about 8 billion,
8 billion.
8 to 9 billion.
And here there's the likelihood ratio supporting inclusion for the defendant of 49 billion.
Yes.
You were asked about some common allele sharing between Keith and Paul. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you know that going into your analysis that there was common allele sharing?
Yes, because they were related, we were aware that there was going to be some sharing happening.
And did you have the allele charts for each individual prior to running the mixtures through StarMix?
We have them prior because they were received even before we had the evidence, but we don't look at them until after the deconvolution. We do analysis and interpretation of the DNA profiles. We make our conclusions based on the number of contributors, and then we run them in the StarMix. Sometimes in this case, because of related individuals, we may have to take those into account because we want to see if there's any allele sharing issues that are happening that would make it inappropriate for us to run StarMix.
Did you notice anything, any problems or was anything flagged by StarMix or by you as the analyst in terms of any overlapping alleles because of the familial relationship?
No, the peak heights that we obtained were consistent with allele sharing, but each of the individuals had enough differences that they were able to be visually excluded in most of the cases. So it made the analysis fairly easy because most of these had instances where they were visually excluded.
So along those lines, were there actually 5 samples here where the defendant had a likelihood ratio supporting inclusion, but his brother was able to be visually excluded by you?
There's 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, 6 that he was able to be visually excluded, and 1 where he was excluded by the software.
Yeah, there was some discussion on how when the contributors share a lot of alleles, that can sometimes cause the analyst to underestimate the number of contributors. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but based upon your years of experience and the thousands of DNA samples that you've run, how confident were you on your number or your call for the number of contributors in each and every one of these samples?
I was very confident based on the number of alleles present, the peak heights of each of the locations, they were consistent with the number of contributors that I determined.
Nothing further questions.
Recross.
So going back to your first response on redirect, I think you said that your understanding with respect to the likelihood ratio with related individuals would simply tell you, can you explain that again?
Basically, so like you use the example of another brother. So that section, from how I understand it, is that it explains the likelihood of if it were it has listings of a sibling, a parent, uncle. It gives you the likelihood ratio of someone else of that relationship also being included. But like I said, it does not change the results for the references that we actually have present and did testing for.
So in other words, instead of saying there's the hypothesis one is the likelihood that Paul Caneiro is on this pen versus hypothesis two, likelihood that Paul Caneiro is on this pen, or that Paul Caneiro is not on this pen, but rather unrelated random individuals. We're talking about, is it possible that Paul Caneiro is on this pen along with a related individual?
No, I believe that it is speaking to this is the likelihood ratio if this was a brother of Paul Caneiro and one other individual, unrelated, unknown individual, versus no one being related. So it's not including the reference. It's as if we're looking at the likelihood ratio of it being someone of that relationship.
Okay. And is that anything you would ever do in a one-person mixture? Or you
No,
would
it would
do
not.
in a two-person mixture or more?
I mean, generally, it's, you have 100% certainty on a single source profile if you're making a comparison. But if you're making, if we don't know who the individual is, if nothing matches the references, then we don't know who that belongs to.
And is it something you would ever do for the major or only the minor?
It's done for it's calculating against the likelihood ratio of the contributor spot. Like, so contributor 1, contributor 2.
Right, okay. So in other words, it would allow the program to give you information about whether there is any what the likelihood is of an individual related to the person, let's say Paul Caneiro, is found in this mixture.
Correct.
Okay. But again, that wasn't done here, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. And with respect to the 49 billion, I'm just gonna put this up. You can have the front table. Okay. So the prosecutor asked you about this sample E061, which is the 49 billion.
Yes.
Or B1 rather. And the prosecutor asked you how many people there are on the planet, right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Now, in putting that aside, right, in random match probability, if the statistic is 1 in 49 billion, right, what that means is, tell me if I'm wrong, that the likelihood of this DNA profile belonging to anyone else other than the suspect is 1 in 49 billion, correct?
It's the probability of randomly selecting a person from the US population that would have the same profile as the evidence.
And again, I know you're saying that's not technically where you would, as the analyst, draw a more conclusive, like you wouldn't take it to that next step. But again, the implication is that because there's only 6 billion people, if the random match probability statistic is 49 billion, it's way higher. Right, that statistic that this DNA profile could belong to someone other than this person, this is unlikely, right? It's rare.
Yes, it's rare.
Okay, but that's random match probability. That's traditional DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
What this says here with the likelihood ratio is that it is 49 billion times more likely that Paul Caneiro's DNA is part of this two-person mixture than it is that it's other than hypothesis 2, which is it's not included.
Yes.
Right, and as we can see, Sophia is at 19 quadrillion, right, which is higher.
Correct.
So what we don't know is if there is a third person or another person, what their likelihood ratio could be. Could it be higher or lower?
Without testing, we have no way of knowing what their likelihood ratio would be.
So the fact that there's 6 billion people on the planet is really not relevant to the determination of a likelihood ratio with respect to whether this person, what the likelihood that this person is contained in a specific mixture.
No, I think I used that example of the population to try to give some idea of the size of the number.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, but this is not indicative of a random match probability statistic.
Correct. Yeah, some of these numbers are very difficult for people to visualize, so I use like, oh, it may take 27 billion Earths to get to this number. So it's just to try to, make it a realistic number for people to understand.
And I think in that vein, just briefly. So I think we said earlier a quintillion has 18 zeros, right?
I believe so, yes.
This is focusing on Paul. 45 quadrillion has 15 zeros.
Yes, I believe.
And 49 billion. Nine zeros.
Yes.
And then we have 43,000, right?
Yes.
That's 3 zeros.
Yes.
And then we have 400,000. That's, I guess, it's like technically 8 zeros, but here it's 7.
Yes.
And 1,900, right?
Yes.
And I think we have 21,000.
And then the 200 million.
And then the 200 million.
3 more zeros.
Okay?
Yes.
And then here, did we agree that sextillion is 21 zeros?
I believe it is. And then
this-
24.
Yes. Okay, so just visually, like that's the differences in zeros,
Yeah.
right? And again, because we're just dealing with likelihood ratios, what is the likelihood that this person's DNA could be or is in this potential mixture?
Yes.
And lastly, you mentioned on redirect that you, with the family members, you visually were looking for allele sharing and you were considering that as
Yes.
part of your analysis.
Yes.
And I think you also said that you had excluded Keith a variety of times.
Correct.
Again, you can't exclude someone whose profile you don't have.
Correct.
And you can't consider the sharing of alleles with respect to another family member whose profile you don't have.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, can we turn the lights back on, please? You can step down, thank you.
Have an exhibit.
Do we need a break before we go on to the next witness?
I mean, if you're off and off, we'll take it. No.
Good? Okay. All right, state, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Michael Abraham.
Morning, sorry, just watch your step when you go up there. Just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Abraham, Abraham.
Thank you. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Abraham, can you tell us where you work?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, better known as ATF.
Okay, and approximately how long have you worked for the ATF?
Coming up on 10 years now.
And do you have a specific title or role with the ATF?
Yes, I'm a forensic electrical engineer.
Okay. Now, before we go any further, I just want permission to refer.
Go ahead.
Just want to show you what's been marked as S252 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
a copy of my CV.
Okay, and does that document your educational background?
Yes,
How about your work history?
it does, yes.
Does it document training and essentially training that you received in the course of your career, both with the ATF and also before?
Yes.
Now, can you just give us the benefit of your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in electrical and computer engineering. I have additional advanced training in fire investigation and forensic analysis for electrical systems and other mechanical systems. And as a part of my education, training, and experience, I also obtained licensure as a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey currently, as well as other states.
Okay. Now, so you talked about graduating with the electrical engineering degree, correct?
Mhm.
And where was that from?
Rutgers University.
Now, after obtaining that degree, did you go into the workforce?
I did, yeah.
And what did you do specifically?
I was a design consultant for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems for design and construction associated with them throughout the New York City metro area.
Okay. And now, at some point, you transitioned to the ATF, you said, correct?
That's correct.
Now, is part of what the ATF does is investigating fires and explosions and things like that?
Yes, ATF has federal jurisdiction for fire investigations.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that and your interest in potentially moving to the ATF, did you have any experience in, fire fighting or fire investigations prior to joining the ATF?
Yeah, in addition to being a licensed professional engineer for over the past 20 years, I've been a firefighter in the state of New Jersey, as well as an emergency medical technician. And towards the end of my design consulting experience, I participated in a number of forensic situations evaluating design failures, construction failures, and resulting fires as well.
Okay. Had you ever, in that capacity, worked with the ATF before you actually worked for the ATF or no?
Not worked for the ATF. However, I had taken some training classes offered by some of their personnel in fire investigation.
Okay. And ultimately, as you said, you accepted a position with the ATF, correct?
That's correct.
Now, was there any specific training that you needed to undergo upon your initial hire?
Yeah, so we take the training required essentially for fire investigation for ATF fire investigators, which includes coursework at the National Fire Academy for fire investigations, coursework in advanced electrical fire investigations, courtroom testimony, and other similar courses.
Okay. Now, after doing that initial training that you just talked about, did you undergo or have you undergone any specific, other advanced fire investigation training?
Yeah, I routinely participate in fire investigation related training to stay current on advanced topics and evolving topics. And I also instruct as a part of ongoing delivery of fire investigation related topics around the country and internationally as well.
And where have you instructed?
The National Fire Academy for several fire academies around the country, including New York and New Jersey, to name a few. Internationally at the International Law Enforcement Academy in locations like Thailand and El Salvador, and as well as other venues such as conferences where engineers, attorneys, fire investigators, law enforcement, and members of the fire service attend for advanced training.
Okay. Now, with respect to any particular certifications you might hold in the field of electrical engineering as it relates to fire investigation or just fire investigation. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so in addition to being a professional engineer, I'm also a certified fire investigator with the International Association of Arson Investigators and the state of New Jersey.
And those certifications, do they require testing or do they require certain requirements that you need to undergo?
Yeah, there's the IAAI certification requires a combination of experience with fire investigation, testing, as well as education, background, and coursework.
Now, during the course of your training and your career at the ATF or otherwise, have you learned about the NFPA 921 and 1033?
Yes,
Okay, and the 921 is what, if you could tell us?
Guide to Fire and Explosion Investigation.
Okay, is that a method that's, generally accepted in the field of origin and cause investigations in the United States then?
Yes, it outlines a methodology that can be used for origin and cause investigations.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations or on any committees or the like?
Yeah, as far as organizations are concerned, I've been a member of IEEE, so that's the Institute for Electrical and Electronics Engineers, for over 20 years, or 15 years or so. The National Fire Protection Association, IAAI, as I mentioned. As far as committee work, yes, I serve on NFPA, the newly created NFPA 800, for example, which is the battery safety code as a representative from ATF on lithium battery involved fires. I serve on the Underwriters Laboratory Fire Safety Research Institute, Wildland Urban Interface Advisory Committee because of my experience in wildland fire investigations. I serve on their electric vehicle first responder safety advisory board for providing guidance for first responders on how to deal with electric vehicle fires. And then there's been numerous others in the past that have concluded there.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities, do you often engage in cooperative investigation with other agencies?
Yes, I obviously work at ATF with ATF special agents for investigations, but the majority of my work is actually providing technical assistance to state and local investigative entities.
Okay. Now, Mr. Abraham, based upon your time with the ATF and your experience in the field, have you had the opportunity or have you been asked to testify in a court of law regarding your work specifically with the electrical aspects of fire investigations?
Yes, I've testified as an expert witness in local, state, federal, and military court.
And approximately how many times have you done?
Approximately 6 or 7 times.
And during the course of those testimonies, have you been offered as an expert in the field specifically of electrical and electromechanical engineering matters as they pertain to origin and cause investigations?
Yes.
And were you accepted by those courts as an expert in that regard?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Michael Abraham as an expert in the field of electrical and electromechanical engineering matters as they pertain to the origin and cause of fires and explosions.
You may want to say that again, considering it was very long.
I tried to say it very slowly, but
Yeah, I was trying to write it down, but I didn't do well in school, so we'll start over again.
Electrical and electromechanical engineering matters as they pertain to the origin and cause of fires and explosions.
Any objection? Sure. So for the record, the defense does not have an objection.
Short version?
As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is actually, I tried to fly through it. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may in fact determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, or not true, or true only in part. And in such, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders of this case, and you must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. So just to give you context, so yesterday we went through a couple DNA experts. I didn't re-give you the charge because I'd given it to you for what a DNA expert would be. Today we're going into a different area. We had DNA this morning. Now we're going into an engineer. That's why I wanted to give it to you just as a reminder one more time. But I do understand that you are very well versed in that charge. I appreciate it, but I just want to make sure the record is clear that I've given that to you. I do respect the fact that you've listened the first 12 times I've given it to you. I'm exaggerating. Mr. Decker, go ahead.
Mr. Abraham, I want to ask you about your involvement in a fire incident that occurred on November 20th, 2018 in Colts Neck, New Jersey. Okay. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you received a request to assist other agencies, including the ATF,
Yes.
in that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that request come from?
That request came from Special Agent Certified Fire Investigator Jesse Lamp, who's
Okay.
now retired but active at the time.
Active with the ATF?
That's correct.
Okay. So he reached out to you about your assistance.
Yes, he reached out to me and asked for my assistance with a fire in Colts Neck in Monmouth County to assist the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's office as well as the prosecutor's office and the local police with an investigation.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time when you physically responded to that Colts Neck address?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the date?
November 24th, I think it was, in 2018.
Just before we go any further, I should ask you. I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S253 for identification. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a copy of the engineering report I authored as a result of my scene examination.
Now, you said, did you say November 24th, 2018 is the day you believe you responded?
That's correct, and that's what's documented on my report.
Okay, and when you responded to that location on that date, did you meet with other individuals from some of the agencies that were involved?
Yes, I met with the investigators on scene at the time.
And was it your understanding upon arrival that an origin and cause investigation had already begun prior to your involvement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your response that day, did you receive, I don't want to know exactly what it is, but did you receive information relating to like what had been discovered thus far in the investigation?
Yes, typically in a case where I get involved after the fact, which I oftentimes say what ATF stands for, I get brought up to speed on how the investigation has taken place so far. So I need to have information on what they've seen, what they've moved, what they've looked at.
Okay. Now, so just to be clear, you said you were contacted by Special Agent Jesse Lamb from the ATF, or then from the ATF, correct?
Correct.
Was he an individual who was involved in assisting in the origin and cause?
Yes, typically my involvement in investigation comes by way of an ATF special agent being involved, who is also assisting a state or local entity with their investigation.
Okay. And your specific, the reason specifically why they ask you to come to the scene is what?
Be able to consider the electrical aspects of the fire investigation or electromechanical aspects for any contributing factors for the origin and cause to consider.
Now, the people you work with, like Jesse Lamb from the ATF, you said he's a certified fire investigator, correct? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is he an electrician?
No.
Okay. Now, so I want to take you to your response on November 24th of 2018 to Colts Neck. Can you tell us about, you told us about what you knew. Can you tell us about what you did when you got there?
So typically, a scene examination for a fire involves evaluating, first and foremost, the power system from the outside of the structure working its way in. This includes all the sources of power. So this could be your utility connection, which could be PSCNG, JCP&L that you guys may be familiar with, or any other utility provider, and any other sources of power on the scene, which would allow for the scene to remain energized. And if it is energized, we're considering any of those potential sources of ignition or any information forensically that they may provide related to determining the origin of a fire.
So when you go to the scene that day, do you go inside or do you start outside?
Start on the outside.
Why do you do that?
Try to have an understanding of the state of everything at the time of the scene examination. So are things connected to be able to provide power in the first place? Are things on? Are things off, et cetera?
Now, is that the idea that you start outside? Is that also something that's consistent with fire investigation generally?
Yes, generally it would be consistent with the methodology that's used for a fire investigation.
And that would be as defined by the NFPA 921 scientific method, so to speak?
Correct. Yeah, the scientific method and NFPA 921 utilize that as an example of how you would approach for your methodology for investigating a scene.
Okay. So you talk about trying to locate areas on the exterior of the home where power could be provided, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you talk about the ones that you, or I guess, just generally tell us the ones that you identified, and then we'll talk about each individual.
So we have an electric utility meter that typically provides utility provided power. So we're investigating whether or not that was involved providing active power at the time of the incident. This location also had a generator, which has to be considered as an alternate source of power. And this location also had a solar array, which can also be considered an alternate source of power.
So we talk about the actual electrical panel, correct?
The electrical meter on the outside, yep.
Okay, the electrical meter, you got a solar panel array on the property, right?
That's right.
And then you talked about the generator, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to just, if I could, I'm going to ask for the back table. Can I just have slide 218 first? Mr. Abraham, do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Mr. Decker, just tell us, is it one?
I'm sorry, Judge, it's 1C.
1C.
Slide
Okay, thank you.
218.
Yes.
Okay, what are you looking at there, sir?
The object on the wall next to the doorway over there, the opening with the glass and all that is the meter base.
Okay. And can I have Slide 219 of the same. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's the meter base that I mentioned for the primary incoming electric service from the utility.
Now, if you could just explain based upon your recollection, and if you need to refer to your report, please feel free. Your observations of that meter panel on November 24th, 2018.
So at the time of my scene examination, the cover was off and the meter was out of the socket, just like you see it in this photograph. And this is actually a bypass meter. So if you look on the right-hand side of that box, there's a lever. I observed that in the position that it is down right now.
Okay, what does the position of that lever represent as you found it and as it is in that photo?
So this type of meter socket allows you to bypass the meter. So that way, when you pull it for servicing or any type of maintenance work, you can allow power to remain connected from the utility. So you don't have a loss of power. In order for that to be the case, the cover has to come off, the handle has to be in the off position, and then you can pull the meter out. With the meter being out and the handle being down, it means that there was no utility power at the time of my examination being provided to the scene.
Okay, now, as part of, obviously you talked about the joke about the after the fact thing. I mean, is that normally how you would respond to a scene of a fire after the fact?
Yes.
And based upon that, and particularly as an expert evaluating potentially electrical causes of a fire, do you sometimes have to rely on information that you get from others?
Yes.
Okay, and during the course of this evaluation and this response, did you inquire as to how this panel was found, not on November 24th, but on November 20th?
Yes, I asked the investigators on scene, as well as the power company and the fire department, to determine whether or not this meter assembly looked like this prior to my arrival, or if it had been manipulated since. Because part of our investigation is to also make the scene safe for investigators, so you don't get accidentally electrocuted or shocked. And it's not uncommon where during fire suppression operations, somebody could disconnect power in a variety of ways. The utility might respond out to disconnect power. So interviewing people and determining the state at the time of the fire and immediately after the fire and at the time when I arrive is important to make a determination on its role for the overall investigation.
And just in case you didn't say it, I mean, this is consistent based upon your understanding with the way it was found November 20th.
Yes, based upon my conversation with the investigators, the utility company, and the fire department personnel, it was found in this state and nobody had manipulated it.
And based upon this state, what, if any, conclusions do you make or can you make about electrical power supplied to the home?
At the time of the incident and the subsequent investigation, primary power from the utility was not active. It was disconnected.
Now, you also talked about how utilities get shut off at fires. Are you aware of that based upon your experience, both with the ATF, but also as a firefighter yourself?
Yes,
Now, when a utility company comes and do they sometimes pull the meter?
they can.
Okay, and if they were to pull the meter, would they leave it based upon your experience in a condition like this?
No.
Okay, so was there a point in time after this evaluation that you moved on to that generator you spoke about?
Yes.
Can I have, it's S1C still, slide 222. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the generator at the scene.
Okay. And did you, can you tell us how you went about evaluating that generator on that date?
So as I mentioned, part of the goals are to make the scene safe. So if you remove primary power from the utility, an alternate source of power could be a generator running on scene. So one of my approaches was to determine if the generator could accidentally turn on. And additionally, to determine, just like with the utility power, the state at which it was in at the time of the initial investigation, immediately after the incident, as well as by the time I got there.
So based upon how you found it on November 24th, 2018, how was that?
So based upon my examination at the time of when I was on scene, the main breaker was in the off position for the generator. The on-off auto switch, which allows it to either turn on, be off, or automatically run depending on loss of power, was in the off position. And the gas valve associated with the gas train providing natural gas to this natural gas generator was in the off position.
Okay. Now, just when you first talked about the main electrical breaker being off, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, can I have slide 230, please? Do you recognize what that depicts on that generator?
Yes, that's that main breaker that's in the off position that I mentioned.
Now, while we're there, did you make any efforts to determine how that main breaker got to the off position?
So similar to the meter, I inquired with the first responders, the fire department, the initial investigators to determine the gas company, to determine if anybody manipulated any of these controls to the state that they were in.
Okay, and that one was how did that get off? Based
The fire
upon,
department confirmed that they turned that to the off position during fire suppression operations.
can I have slide 227 of S1C, please? Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
What's that?
the control panel, again, like I was mentioning for the generator.
And is the auto on-off switch that you referred to, is that included within those controls?
That's correct.
And as to how that got to the off position on November 20th, did you inquire in that regard?
I did. None of the investigators, none of the first responding personnel and the utility stated that they didn't manipulate the controls for the generator at this point. I also inquired about recent maintenance that may have occurred on the generator to try and figure out the state it would have been left in prior to this incident.
Okay, and what did you learn, if anything, about the recent maintenance to the generator?
If I can refer to my report.
Could you just identify the S number, sir?
This
The red sticker?
is going to be S253.
Thank you.
Yeah, on page 2, I mentioned that based on the maintenance records, the unit was actually last serviced on November 5th, 2018, and it was left operational in the auto position.
So no issue, based upon the information from the company that services it, no identifiable issues as of November 5th.
As of November 5th, they didn't describe any conditions that would prevent the generator from automatically operating. Right.
And the generator, the auto on-off switch was off as first responders found it based upon the information you were provided.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the solar panel array, was that something that you made observations of on the date November 24th?
Yes, similar to the generator and the electrical service, I examined the solar array and its main disconnect to determine if the status of it.
And we've seen a lot of photos of that, but disconnects were how, just to be clear, as you found it?
I found it in the off position.
Okay. Now, did you inquire as to whether or not any first responders or fire officials actually shut it off on November 20th, 2018?
Correct.
And did they?
Yes, I believe that they did.
Okay. So it had been shut off by first responders in an abundance of caution, I imagine, correct?
Correct, as a part of the fire suppression response, right?
Now, with respect to that panel, the solar panel array, the disconnect, I guess, or let's just strike that. At the time of the fire, it appears it would have been on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if any, effect would that have on backup power to 15 Willowbrook?
So with the disconnect being on, if the solar array was functional, it would be able to provide an alternate source of power to circuits in the structure.
Okay, was this the type of solar panel array that actually was designed to provide backup power?
Only if the line connection was still intact, meaning if utility power was present, the solar system via its connection to the inverter can provide power to the house.
So this solar panel would have, the way it was set up, would have needed power to the structure in order to operate.
That's correct.
So if power was cut, it would not be a source of backup power.
That's correct. There's an interconnection between the solar system and the house, so that way when it loses primary power from the utility, the solar system isn't able to provide an alternate source of power to anything in the house.
Now, was there a point in time when you and then potentially others entered the structure on November 24th, 2018?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
So continuing my examination, I moved into the structure from power on the outside to look at fire damaged areas and any electrical infrastructure or components that may have been involved.
And let me just ask you this, because were you with others on that date?
Yes.
And were they part of the team involved in the origin and cause investigation?
Yes.
And based upon information that was provided to you, can you talk about where specifically you went inside the residence and kind of like what order?
One of the primary areas that the investigative team had identified as an area of interest during their investigation was a cedar-lined closet in the basement.
Okay. And again, you're now relying on information from others, is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's to get you to the right place, right?
Yes, they can, the focus of my examination can be narrowed based on the totality of the investigation by investigators asking me to consider items of interest.
Okay. And when you were directed to that basement, specifically that cedar closet, did what you saw or what you saw, was it corroborated by information that you were provided?
Yes, they described a fire damaged closet, as well as the damage up into the ceiling structure and other fire damaged areas. So I took a look at those areas to consider all of the structural wiring that would have been in those areas to see if they could have had any evidence of failure or anything like that. And it was supported by what they were asking me to look at. Yeah.
Okay. Now, your evaluation of electrical wiring in the basement is specifically, at or around that closet. Can you talk about like what you're looking at and what you're looking for?
Sure. So energized electrical systems during the normal course of operation produce heat. If there's a failure as a result of a number of reasons, it can cause a fire. So one of the things that I'm looking for is any potential evidence, forensically, physically, that may have contributed to the cause of a fire. So I'm looking for forensic evidence resulting from that. Similarly, if a fire occurs and damages energized electrical infrastructure, you can have a failure as a result of the insulation being compromised and melted, things short circuit. And I'm looking for evidence of arc melting typically on wiring, which presents itself with unique physical characteristics because of the high intensity event that occurs during a short circuit. It basically can create little spherical balls and other pieces of forensic evidence to look at to confirm that something was energized at the time of the fire. And then using that, you can determine if it's an area based on influences physically, mechanically, or whatever it may be that could have resulted in a failure and then subsequently cause a fire. Or it could serve as evidence that a fire occurred and caused a failure as fire progressed and moved throughout the space.
Great. So you're making observations and evaluations regarding areas of electrical power within the home.
Correct.
Specifically in that cedar closet area, correct?
Correct.
And you're looking, correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at whether or not ultimately, can I determine was power on when the fire started or was power not on when the fire started?
Right. The evidence of that arc melting or other types of failures would be supported by whether or not power was on or off at the time of the failure during the fire.
And I know you mentioned it twice. I just want to be clear. What is arc melting?
So arc melting is the process by which the physical characteristics that occur when a short circuit happens. So arc melting itself is a high intensity, short duration event that melts metallic material in the electrical system as a result of a flow of current that's unintended. So instead of flowing through the circuit normally where it may be providing light, heat, whatever it may be, you have a short circuit and it goes through an unintended path and all of the available power goes through at once. It melts the metal in that location and provides what's known as arc melting.
Now, was there evidence of arc melting in the basement of 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck?
No, I examined all of the circuits in that area and all of the other items for consideration, and there was no evidence of arc melting in that area.
And as an electrical engineer investigating origin and cause, what does that mean to you?
That would be consistent with the space where that fire occurred being de-energized at the time of the fire.
And when we say de-energized, we mean what?
No power on at the time.
Now, I think in your report, you also referenced the fact that you made evaluations or observations of electrical panel in the basement. Is that accurate?
Correct. We're following power from the outside of the structure to the area of interest, and that would be through the electrical distribution panel. So where your circuit breakers or fuses would be. So I had to examine that as well for consideration.
Now, what exactly are you looking at that panel in order to assist you in, confirming that de-energized state?
So in a properly designed, installed, operating, and maintained electrical system, if you do have a fault as a result of a fire or a failure that results, the system is supposed to stop that from continuing to occur by tripping a circuit breaker. I'm sure you've experienced this. So I'm looking at the panel to see if there's any evidence of tripped circuit breakers that could have de-energized the space at the time of the failure or fire.
And did you find any evidence of tripped circuit breakers in the basement of 15 Willowbrook?
No.
Okay, meaning what, based upon that?
So because the power was disconnected, the power was likely disconnected, which resulted in the inability for a short circuit to occur, which didn't cause the tripping of the circuit breaker. So it was all consistent with what I was looking at.
Okay. During the course of your evaluation, do you also look for fire alarms or fire alarm systems?
Yes, we consider, in addition to the electrical data, we consider the availability of any electronic data. This could include things like intrusion alarm system, security system. It can be a fire alarm system. And we did identify that there was a fire alarm system present at the structure.
Okay. Now, with respect to that fire alarm system and the need for power, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so typically the fire alarm system requires power either directly from line voltage or battery backup power or one of those alternate sources of power for it to properly operate and indicate the activation, whether from any of the devices connected to it.
Now, I don't know if I asked you earlier, but when we were talking about the electrical meter on the outside, did you evaluate that in order to determine whether or not it was like a smart meter or would retain any data?
I did, yes. I contacted the metering department at JCP&L to determine if there was any, if the meter was in fact a smart meter, which could potentially have stored locally or remote information as to when power was on or off.
Were you able to, or did you learn whether or not actually there would be data available?
Yeah, they affirmed that there was no smart meter data available for use in the investigation.
Now, was anything within the basement also evaluated or tested later to determine potential for smart data being available?
Yeah, so going back to the fire alarm system, there was one located in, the main panel was located in the basement. By the time I got involved and power was disconnected, you're now relying upon any potential stored information in the fire alarm system memory. So depending on the make and model, information can be stored, it may not be stored depending on how long power has been disconnected, a number of factors. So we did retain that panel as evidence to be examined at a later date. And I did participate in an examination with a fire alarm system specialist to determine if any information could be obtained. I also contacted the manufacturer and we evaluated that for any stored information that could be used in the origin and cause determination of the fire.
Were you able to obtain any data that was helpful in that regard?
No, I confirmed with the manufacturer that the panel in question didn't store information once power was lost. In addition to that, the fire alarm specialist wasn't able to obtain any stored information on the panel itself for use.
Now, did part of your evaluation in the basement, did it focus on telecommunications to the home?
Yeah, so we're evaluating a number of different components electrically in the space, including the electronic information that we talked about, which requires typically a telecommunications connection to communicate with the outside, whether it be telephone lines, internet service, for any smart devices that may have electronic information, such as smart Nest devices, things of that nature that you may be familiar with. So we were evaluating if that service was intact or not.
Now, did you locate the source of the telecommunications in the
Yes.
basement?
I was able to identify an ONT optical network terminal in the basement associated with Verizon that we were able to determine was the internet service provider for the location.
And now how, fair to say, let me ask you, had that been identified by others prior to your arrival?
Yes,
And based upon that, did you take a look at it? Did you make any observations?
yes, looking for any evidence of failure that could have prevented it from operating, any evidence of failure that would have resulted from any other factors as well.
Okay, could I just have the back table for a moment? I'm going to go to S1E, slide 36, please. Mr. Abraham, do you recognize what that photo shows?
Yes, that shows the Verizon ONT I mentioned.
Okay, and then can I have slide 37? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's the severed fiber optic cable for the incoming telecom service for the Verizon system.
Okay, and based upon your experience and your evaluation of that cut line, what, if any, determinations or conclusions did you draw with respect to telecom services?
That because of this severed line, at some point, the telecommunications capability of the structure with anything that's connected via telephone or internet service, such as Wi-Fi, that would be required to communicate over this fiber optic cable wouldn't be able to do so at that time.
Would that affect ultimately if things that had batteries but needed to communicate via Wi-Fi?
Correct, yes. Even though you've lost primary power, potentially like we described with the lack of power from the incoming service, if you had battery backup but still had an active telecommunications connection, it could still potentially communicate.
Could that cut telecom line, the Verizon ONT line, could it affect the smoke alarm's ability to communicate with the outside world?
Right, so the fire alarm system, depending on its connection, whether it's over the telephone or however it's interconnected, requires a telecommunications connection to transmit to the outside world, and this would have prevented that at that time as well.
Now, I think at some point you were also made some observations with respect to the staircase down to the area in the basement. Is that accurate?
So I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was there something that was identified in the stairwell to the basement that needed to be evaluated by yourself and or others?
Yes, in addition to structural wiring, I take a look at any potential appliances, artifacts, meaning just like a melted, re-solidified plastic blob that may have electrical components in it or whatnot. And I believe that there was a device, at the time, it was undetermined as to what it could have been. So it was collected for further examination from that area.
Okay. Could I just have slide 52 of S1E staying there? Do you recognize that generally?
Yeah, that was that item.
Okay. And slide 53, please. And that item is what?
So I sent it back to our forensic laboratory to have an X-ray done, and I was able to determine that it's an autonomous robotic vacuum. So AKA similar to like a Roomba or something.
And what's the purpose of you actually evaluating this for your purposes?
So we consider the potential for anything electrical or electronic to have a failure that could result in a fire. So by taking a look at this, it's obviously fire damage, thermally damaged on the other side. So visually you can't tell. So by taking an X-ray of it, I can take a look at the electronic components, the connections, the mechanical and the metallic parts that, if a failure had occurred resulting in a fire, would have forensic evidence of a failure, and this one did not.
Okay. So was it fair to say that you didn't believe that this played any part in the cause of the fire at 15 Willowbrook?
That's correct. I was able to determine that there was no evidence of failure resulting in fire causation from this device.
Now, I think in drawing your attention to the report that's in front of you, and just want to double check that number.
Okay, so we're looking at, I'm sorry about that. We're looking at S253, right? And on that last page, is there a
Portion of the report where you talk about conclusions that you made based upon your electromechanical investigation?
Yes,
Okay. Now, there's a few listed there, correct?
correct.
Can you talk about that first one under the conclusion section?
Stated that there was no evidence of electrical failure observed on the observable components within the fire damaged structure.
Okay, because I don't know if you said it earlier, but I think you did, but part of your reason for being there is to make sure or to rule out accidental electrical causes, correct?
Consider accidental electrical causes.
Did you consider those?
I did.
Did you ultimately rule them out?
That's correct, yes.
The next conclusion on page 3 of your report talks about that bypass meter, right?
Correct.
What do you say about that?
Basically, I said that the bypass meter in its state that it was observed during my examination would not allow for utility power to the structure.
So at the time of the fire, there's no power.
Correct.
And the next one is what?
That the solar panel array main disconnect being off would not allow power from the solar array to provide power to the structure.
Okay. So the solar array needs power in order to provide backup power.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next one is what about the generator?
That the generator set would not allow for on-site generated power to the structure.
So that would not provide backup power.
There's just, I'm sorry, just objection to all of the leading. It'd be once or twice, but we could just keep it open-ended.
You can ask it differently. Go ahead.
The generator, in its condition at the time of the fire, was it capable of providing backup power to the structure?
No.
And then lastly, I think you talk about the observations and the effect of the ONT line, the Verizon ONT line.
Correct.
Can you indicate what that is?
Basically, the severed line would not allow for any telecommunications or internet-enabled devices to communicate.
Now, given the totality of your observations, investigations, both inside and outside, was what you saw inside and specifically in the basement, was it supported by what you saw on the outside?
Yes.
In what way?
As I mentioned, if a fire occurs while the structure is energized, we can have evidence of arc melting identified as the system fails. By being disconnected from the exterior, from the solar array, from the generator system, from power coming into the structure from the utility, no evidence of electrical failure was observed, and that was supported by the fact that no arc melting was found, and the structure and that space where the fire occurred was de-energized at the time of the fire.
Just lastly, the conclusions that you just talked about with respect to power at the home and specifically power at the time of the fire, are those conclusions based upon your training and experience both in the electrical field and also with respect to your experience as an investigator in origin and cause?
Yes.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Ross?
Good afternoon. So this wasn't an electrical fire, basically.
That's correct.
And it wasn't started by the Roomba.
That's correct.
Okay. And what we know is that the fire must have started after the power was disconnected from the home, because otherwise we would expect the alarm to signal, essentially.
We would have expected to find forensic evidence supporting a fire while it was energized in that area, right?
So we know the fire must have occurred after the de-energizing of the house, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that the severed, the Verizon line, it deals with the telecommunications and the internet, correct?
Telecommunications that Verizon provides, right? to the
And,
structure.
sorry, when you say telecommunications, you're talking about like a landline?
It could be a combination of things. There's VoIP service available over the telecommunications line for telephone. It can be for internet service. So it's a general term for encompassing what Verizon can provide to the structure.
And when you say internet service, you're talking about like plugging a computer using an Ethernet cable or Wi-Fi.
Correct.
It would not affect someone having, let's say, a cell phone and using cell phone service to make a phone call.
It shouldn't affect that, no.
That's all.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
All right.
Think about an early lunch. All right.
I'm gonna eat.
How wonderful I am. Every once in a while, I get a smile out of you guys. It's not easy sometimes. All right. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna break for lunch now. We'll come back at 1:30. So please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. We'll bring you back up here at 1:30 and we'll start back up. Thank you.
So 1 hour and 25 minutes tea break. Okay. Well, if you have any questions about what happened in the last couple of hours, I can't answer them because I didn't see what happened in the last couple of hours. So that said, why don't we just also take a lunch break and get back for the afternoon? Maybe we'll actually get 2 witnesses in the afternoon. Was this expert the only witness after the forensic expert this morning? Or was there a third witness? Was it Danielle Reed and now this witness, or was there an intervening expert? I'll see if anybody in the chat can answer my question. Or did everybody already go to lunch? Oh, I'm not seeing an answer yet. Only 2 witnesses. Thank you. Okay. Let me, oh, maybe we're doing something.
All right, take a seat, everybody.
Oh, good. We're doing something.
Based upon the timing, I assumed.
Yeah, I don't think the next witness he's not going to be here.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's why I assumed maybe we'd just take the break now. What I'd like to do, though, is has both sides had the opportunity to take a look at the jury charge with the latest edits, or do you need the lunch hour? If you do, it's fine.
I have, I just don't have it with me. It's like right here.
All right. So do you need a little bit more time too, Ms. Maslon, or are you good?
No, Judge, what had happened was that the court sent it out and then the prosecutor submitted theirs, like highlights in yellow, and then I just added mine to their copy in blue, so I've seen everything.
Okay, so you're good. All right, so Mr. Decker, if you want to give that to me this afternoon, so I can take a look at it, I'll digest it tonight, and then we'll plan on talking about it tomorrow.
Sir.
All right, is there anything else that we need to discuss before we go to lunch?
I don't think so.
All right, we'll see everyone back at 1:30.
Oh, we're really not doing much. Okay. All right, let's break and come back at 1:30. Sounds like the jury's coming in. Let's hope.
All rise, Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good afternoon.
Well, why don't we see it?
Everybody have a good lunch?
Very good.
Excellent. I'm waiting for one of you to cook for me. So far, it hasn't happened.
Oh, we didn't know. What's your allergies?
Everything is good for me. All right. Just kidding. All right, so we're back on the record. The State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Multnomah County Prosecutor for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we're ready to continue on with the state's next witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Sergeant First Class Chris Clayton.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. How are you? Just watch your step there, if you don't mind. When you're ready, if you can put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Christopher James Clayton, last name C-L-A-Y-T-O-N.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Clayton, can you tell us where you work?
I'm currently employed by New Jersey State Police.
Okay, and approximately how long have you worked with the New Jersey State Police?
20 years, 6 months.
Okay. And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the ballistics unit.
And approximately how long have you been with the ballistics unit?
16 years, 6 months.
Okay. Now, taking you back to the beginning of your career with the New Jersey State Police, did you have to go to Police Academy, State Police Academy? Okay. Did you complete that?
Yes.
And once you completed the New Jersey State Police Academy, can you tell us a little bit about your first assignment?
Sure. So after the State Police Academy, it's approximately 6 months long, down in Seagirt. My first station was down in Woodbine, New Jersey. My second station was at Buena Vista. Then I was at the Atlantic City Expressway. And then I was fortunate enough to get selected into the ballistics unit where I'm currently at now.
Okay. And I think you said you've been there approximately 16 years?
16 years, 6 months, sir.
Now, can you just tell us generally what the ballistics unit does?
Sure. So the ballistics unit examines firearms, and then we also do microscopic comparisons of discharged bullets and discharged cartridge cases, and trying to identify if they came out of a particular firearm or not. We spend a lot of time doing that in my job as a firearm tool mark examiners. But we also test fire weapons to see if they're operable and capable of being discharged, to see if a gun works or not. We can do serial number restoration. We also take in evidence, and then we also obviously do courtroom testimony as well.
Okay. Now, your current rank, you said, is what?
My current rank is Detective Sergeant First Class.
Okay. And when you began your career in the ballistics unit, what was your rank?
I was General Road Duty Trooper 1.
Now, I think you talked about what the ballistics unit does. Can you tell us what your day-to-day job duties entail as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Sure. So right now, as my rank, I'm the assistant unit head in the ballistics unit. So I assist in running the daily operations of the unit. I think we supervise about 40 employees, as both civilian and enlisted employees, enlisted troopers who do examinations. So a lot of my duties now are administrative, but I'm still active in doing casework. So I'm still an active fireman tool mark examiner.
Can you talk about the initial training that you received once you joined the ballistics unit?
Sure. So the training that we get in the ballistics unit, it's pretty extensive. It's about an 18 to 24-month training program that we go through. Our training is in-house, so we work side by side with another qualified examiner who acts as our trainer and mentor throughout the process. It also acts as an apprenticeship style program as well, because we're active in doing casework with our trainer. So we see firsthand the cases that are coming in. The first part of our training, or the first couple months, it's a lot of handling different firearms. We're fortunate in our unit. When I was there, our reference collection of firearms was over 3,000 guns that we had. So a lot of our training is focused on handling different types of firearms: semi-automatic pistols, revolvers, shotguns, rifles, semi-automatic weapons, fully automatic weapons. So we'll test fire all types of weapons, and then we'll take the guns apart. We'll put the guns back together. We'll identify malfunctions with the guns. We also follow AFTI's training manual. AFTI is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. And AFTI is an organization specifically for practitioners of firearm and tool mark identification. The next part of our phase of training, after we handle all those firearms, we spend a lot of time doing the microscopic comparisons of discharged bullets, discharged cartridge cases to a particular firearm. Spend hundreds of hours underneath the microscope. Specifically, what we'll look at is bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from the same gun. And then we'll look at bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from different guns. So you get really good and proficient at recognizing patterns and pattern recognition. You really get to see patterns or corresponding patterns of tool marks.
that are fired from the same gun and how they correspond, and that lack of pattern agreement from bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from different guns. Also within that training
Finally.
phase, that 2 years that we go through, we'll spend about 2 weeks and we'll visit other manufacturers, firearms manufacturers. So we can see firsthand, one, how firearms are made. And then two, we'll also get to see how these parts of the firearms are manufactured and how those imperfections in those firearms are transferred over or imparted to the bullets and cartridge cases that they come in contact with. At the end of that 2-year training phase, we'll go through a series of proficiency tests and moot courts or mock trials before we start doing examinations on our own.
Okay. So did you ultimately complete that process that you just described?
Yes.
And during the course of that, you talked about going to manufacturing facilities. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about which ones you've been to and the purpose of that?
Sure. So I've been through numerous, I think in total, about 18 different firearms manufacturers that I've been to. Some of them, Sig Sauer, Smith & Wesson, Beretta, all different firearms manufacturers. And there's 2 reasons why we go to do that and why it's important. One, we get to see firsthand how guns are made, how firearms are manufactured. And then the second part of that, we get a really good understanding of how during that manufacturing part of these gun parts, whether it's a breech face, a firing pin, the inside of the barrel, how there's imperfections or distinct imperfections inside these parts of that gun that are transferred over to the bullets and the cartridge cases that they come in contact with. And that's where me as a fireman tool mark examiner can make those identifications or eliminations to a specific firearm.
Okay. Now, before I ask you about additional training and experience, once you began doing casework, just want to show you what we marked as S348.
You say 348?
348. Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
I do, sir. So that State Exhibit 348 is a copy of my state police resume.
And does that document your educational background and a lot about your career and your training?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And I guess starting at that point, can you tell us about your educational background prior to joining the state police?
I went to Rutgers University, and then I got my master's degree while I was in the state police through Seton Hall University.
Okay. Now, whether you need to reference S348 or not, can you tell us about additional training that you've undergone during the course of like the approximate 16 plus years in the unit?
Sure. So once we go through that initial training phase, about 2 years or so, and you're starting to do your examinations on your own, the training for us continues. So we're constantly learning and we're constantly going through continuing education in our career. I think in total, I've been to at least, 34 different workshops that I've attended for firearms related courses. Firearms manufacturers, like I said before, I think it's about 18 different manufacturers that I've toured throughout the United States. Training conferences, I think there's at least about 21 training conferences that I have attended, and that would be through AFTE, the Association of Fireman Tool Mark Examiners. They have an annual conference that they would do, and then other seminars that I've been to, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, or other law enforcement agencies. So for us as examiners, you have that initial training phase of those 2 years, which it takes, but the training and education for us continues throughout your career.
Now, you talked about your current rank being a sergeant first class, correct?
Correct.
Now, as a result of that, are you involved with training others in the field of firearm and tool mark examination?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about how that works?
Sure. So throughout my career, I've also trained other new examiners in our unit in the past. I'm currently training 2 examiners now that have been in our unit. And then I assist with training other examiners as well within the unit.
You've done presentations for anyone on the field of firearm and tool mark examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where? For what?
With state police has a crime scene investigation school. I taught or lectured there, and then through other county prosecutors as well, and then also through a high school and some colleges the high school kids will come for tours. So lectures and doing that on firearm and tool mark identification, we'll also do that throughout our career.
Okay. Now, what types of agencies submit evidence to the New Jersey State Police ballistics unit?
All types. So it's law enforcement agencies throughout the state, local police departments, the state police, also the ATF and FBI.
Now, if you could approximate for us, I know it's probably a little difficult, how many cases you've completed throughout your 16 plus years in the ballistics unit?
I'd say close to 3,000.
And when we talk about that, what types of firearm related evidence are you examining?
All types, it could vary. So the cases that we get, it could be one gun, it could be one bullet, it could be a cartridge case. It could be several bullets, several cartridge cases, several guns. So it varies. So with those 3,000 cases I've completed close to, or even over, it's all types of weapons, all types of ammunition that gets submitted to us.
As part of your work, I mean, does that involve also test firing weapons for purposes of determining things like operability?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and approximately how many weapons have you test fired for that purpose?
Easily hundreds of weapons throughout my career.
And when we talk about microscopic comparisons between bullets and cartridges and things like that, can you approximate how many types of approximately how many number of comparisons that you've engaged in?
Sure. I mean, in over 16 years doing this, thousands of comparisons.
Now, when you talk about being under a microscope, both in training, but also in the casework, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Does your work supervising others, does that also involve looking underneath a microscope?
Correct, sir.
How does that work?
So in our lab, we'll do microscopic comparisons of, like I said, discharge bullets, discharge cartridge cases. So a lot of time is spent doing these comparisons. What we also have in our lab as a policy, once I reach my conclusions, doing a microscopic comparison, all our work is also peer reviewed by another examiner. So not only am I doing my own work of comparisons, I'm also peering other examiners' work throughout my career.
Now, specifically, that peer review process, can you explain how that works at the ballistics unit?
Sure. So like I said, anytime we do any type of microscopic comparison work, we'll write up our report, we'll have our own conclusions, but then we have another examiner also peer that work that we did. And they're going to look at everything, but they're going to do it in a blind manner where they don't know the results of our conclusions before you give it to them. So they're going to reach their own conclusions. The reason why we do that, one, it's protocol, but two, it's as a safety measure for our lab. I realize that anything that there's a human endeavor or there's humans doing things, there's always a potential that there could be an error. But we take every step that we can as examiners in our unit to ensure that a mistake does not go out. So that's why we have that peer review process set in place.
What types of cases are you asked to analyze as an examiner in the ballistics unit?
All types of cases. So the cases are going to be obviously firearms related. So there's going to be some type of firearm involved or ammunition, bullet, cartridge cases, or fragments. So it's firearms related. But those could be anything from a crime, from found items to murders, to homicides, to aggravated assaults.
Have you investigated like police involved shootings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you investigated police involved shootings involving essentially colleagues within the New Jersey State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, during the course of those police involved shooting examinations, have you been able to include things like bullets and shell casings and associate them with a particular gun?
Yes.
How about exclude?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of your 16 plus years, have you had the occasion to testify in Superior Court in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of that, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
65.
That's how many times you've qualified as an expert?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we talk about those 65 times, is that just in state Superior Court or other places as well?
So it's been mostly in Superior Court, and I've testified down in Salem County, as far south there, all the way up to Hudson County, Passaic County. We testify all over, obviously Monmouth County, Mercer County. That's been the majority of courts that I have testified in, but I've also testified 4 times in federal court as well.
Now, during the course of your work, and specifically your casework, have you ever had any of your work re-examined by another outside examiner?
It has been.
Have you ever had an occasion where someone was retained to look at your evidence and actually physically looked at the evidence?
Yes.
Now, based upon your experience, your testimony, and the work that you've done, are you aware of any situations where you have concluded to something, either a match or an exclusion, that has been determined to be wrong?
No, to the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
And I know you talked about it a little bit earlier, but why is that?
I think there's several reasons. I think one, the extensive training that we go through, the training program that we go through is extensive. Like I said, it's about 2 years before you start doing your own casework. Also, the documentation that we do when we do any type of microscopic comparison work through extensive notes, we photograph what we're looking at, and if there is an identification, we'll photograph it, and then we have that peer review process. So I think those are the steps that we take to do the best we can to ensure that an error does not go out.
Judge, at this time, the state would offer Christopher Clayton as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark examination.
Thank you, Judge. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I just want to go back to one thing you said. You mentioned that you've had situations where you've been tasked with a comparison where there's been a single gun and a single bullet involved in a case, right?
Correct.
But there's also situations where it's more complicated. You've had multiple guns, multiple cases, right?
True. Yes.
And those guns are, I'm sure, not always the same make and model of weapon, right? Sometimes a case could involve different brands of firearm, right?
Correct.
And it could involve not only different brands of firearm, but different types of ammunition.
Yes,
Right? And to complicate things even further, just because, let's say, a 9mm handgun was used in an alleged crime that you're investigating through ballistics, people don't always load their guns with the identical types, make and manufacture of ammunition, right? Like I could have a gun, it's a 9mm. I can load it with 9mm ammo, but there's more than one company who makes 9mm ammo, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you've seen in your career, sometimes a gun can be loaded with different manufacturer types of the same ammunition.
Correct.
And so that ammunition, obviously, all of it is designed to be fired out of the same caliber weapon.
Correct.
But those individual casings, bullets, the cartridges, I guess, are manufactured by different companies.
Correct.
And you've had situations where I'm sure you've had to compare casings and or bullets that were, though the same caliber of ammunition, were potentially manufactured by separate companies, right?
True. Yes.
And what you've relied on, I'd imagine in those situations, is being able to identify unique factors in the tool markings on the parts, relevant parts of the weapons themselves.
Correct.
Also, obviously, ammunition can be made of different metals in different places, right?
Correct.
Like a casing could have a nickel primer and a brass case.
Correct.
It could also have a brass primer and a brass case.
Correct.
You've had situations where you've had both those types of ammunition in an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And you've had to compare a nickel primer brass case with brass primer brass case and say, were these types of ammunition fired from the same weapon?
Correct.
And to do that, you're going to look at things like, if you're looking at a bullet, obviously, you're looking at the markings on the bullet, right?
Correct.
But if you're looking at the shell casing, you got to look to things like the breech face, right?
Correct.
And you've got to look to things like the hammer mark, right?
Firing pin.
Firing pin, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Firing pin. And you got to look to perhaps the ejector port markings, right?
Correct.
But in those cases, the fact that there was perhaps a different manufacturer of the same caliber of ammunition, that hasn't prevented you from being able to make an identification, right?
Or, no, yes, you're right, sir.
And that fact hasn't prevented you obviously it hasn't prevented you from making an exclusion, I'm sure.
Correct.
But you've also been able to make positive identifications despite the fact that there were different manufacturer types of ammunition in the case.
Correct.
Okay. And then you just said before that, to your knowledge, none of your conclusions have ever been proven to be incorrect.
Correct.
Okay. When you were answering that question, were you thinking about within the context of your laboratory where there's a reviewer of your work, or were you thinking about the situation where you testify in court where that's never been proven? Like, what were you thinking when you said that your work has never been shown to be incorrect?
So in the context of whether my work going out or any work from our unit that went out with the peer review and it finding through an outside agency or further investigation that it was an incorrect conclusion.
Okay, once your work is peer reviewed and it leaves the lab,
Correct.
what is the next layer of review that would be applied to it?
That would be the final review. If there's no other review, it would go to the outside agency. And that would be the final, I guess, outcome of the case.
Okay, so like the reviewer who reviews your work within your lab is really the last opportunity for there to be a determination of whether your conclusions are correct or incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that your conclusions as far as your work in the lab have never been shown to be incorrect.
Correct.
And that would mean that the reviewer who's peer reviewed your work has never disagreed with your findings.
It's rare. On occasions in my 16 and a half years there, you can get a peer reviewer that would look at your work and they might indicate it could be an inconclusive result. But there's never, to my knowledge, that I had a peer reviewer look at my work that would either be an identification or an elimination where there was any type of discrepancy. And if there would be in that case, and this is the policy throughout our unit, if there's any type of discrepancy between the original report that went out or the conclusions, and then the peer reviewer had a discrepancy, then the reviewer and the original examiner would come together and you would figure out why there was a discrepancy before the report went out.
Okay, but so just so that I understand this though, that discrepancy you're talking about in terms of your personal work that's been peer reviewed, have those situations happened in your career or have they not happened?
16 and a half years, there have been occasions where the conclusions would be different.
Okay, meaning that somebody peer reviewed your work and said, either you're making an inclusion or an exclusion, and this peer reviewer says, I don't agree with that finding.
On those rare occasions, I can't recall a time when it was an identification or an elimination. It would more be along the lines of, hey, if I came to the conclusion and it was inconclusive, maybe they shot different ammunition or they used a different light source, and they might have come up with an identification result. And in that situation, or if we did have those situations, you would get together and figure out why. I would want to know why it would be an identification, or it could be an inconclusive. You don't know. So to answer your question, in my 16 and a half years there, have there ever been a discrepancy? It does not happen often, but I'm sure there was times when if it was an inconclusive result or an identification, you can get varying results. And that's why we have that peer review process to go over it, to ensure that, again, we don't have a false identification that goes out as that final product.
Okay, so that, what you're referring to there is a discrepancy, which sounds like it's a bit of a disagreement between the peer reviewer and yourself as the initial reviewer. When you say it maybe it's happened a handful of times, would you say over 16 years, there's that kind of discrepancy has arisen 2 times, 3 times? Like, do you have any way of
No, I can't quantify it, and I wouldn't put a numerical value on it, but it does not happen often.
Would it be less than 5 or more than 5?
Again, I don't want to put a numerical value on it, but it's rare. It does not happen often.
Okay. Would it be less than 50?
Yes.
Would it be less than 10?
Again, I don't know, sir.
Judge, could we just approach briefly?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the court's going to accept Detective Sergeant First Class Chris Clayton as an expert in the field of firearms and tool examination. Again, very limited. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that is great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may consider the qualifications and the credibility of the expert. Again, it's within your function to make that determination one way or another. I've given you this charge 3 times, or would have been 3 times today. I feel very confident that everyone understands that charge. It's probably the 9th or 8th time you've heard it already in this case, but I'm not going to go through it in detail because I think you have it at this point. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Sergeant Clayton, you just asked them some questions about like comparing different firearms and different types of ammunition. You know, it could be a Glock pistol, but it might not be always the same ammunition to fire it. Now, is that essentially what you do for a living?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of the questions you were asked, do those scenarios pose problems for you in your day-to-day work activities? Now, I want to ask you what firearm and tool mark identification actually is.
Sure. So we have firearm and tool mark identification. So tool mark identification is a discipline of forensic science where the primary objective is to determine if a tool mark was or was not made by a specific tool. You have firearms identification, which again is a discipline of forensic science where the primary objective is to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was or was not fired in a particular firearm. Firearms identification is a subset of tool mark identification where a firearm is a tool and it leaves tool marks on the bullet and the cartridge case that it comes in contact with.
You said, I was going to ask you what a tool is. You said the definition of tool includes firearms, correct?
Correct, sir.
What's a tool in general?
So if we define what a tool is, it's just an object that's used to gain a mechanical advantage over another object. That's the technical definition. But a tool is just like what you would think a tool is, whether it's a hammer, screwdriver, a pair of pliers, a crowbar. And to me as an examiner, a firearm is a tool. And a firearm is actually, you have a gun, but it's made up of several parts, whether it's the barrel, ejector, breech face, firing pin. These are different tools. So you have to, the way I think of it as a firearm, it's just a firearm is one gun, but it's made up of several tools.
And we'll talk about the parts of the gun momentarily, but what's a tool mark?
So tool marks are produced when you have 2 objects that come into forceful contact with one another. Then the harder object is gonna mark the softer object. So the harder object being the gun or the parts of the gun, and the softer object would be the bullet and the cartridge case that come in contact with those parts of the gun. And that gun leaves tool marks on these bullets or the cartridge case.
Are there different types of tool marks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So there's 2 main types of tool marks that we look for as a fireman tool mark examiner. One would be a strided mark. So strided marks are just scratch marks. And those are produced by lateral force and motion. And then you have impressed marks, which are just created by compressed force. Think of it, you stamp something. So you have strided marks and compressed marks or impressed marks are the two tool marks that we look for.
So when a firearm fires a bullet out of a gun, are there actually tool marks imparted on different firearms evidence?
Correct. So a bullet going down the barrel would create strided marks or scratch marks on that bullet.
And are there different characteristics or types of tool marks?
There are, sir.
Okay, can you tell us about the two main types?
Sure. So we can break down tool marks into, I guess, classes of class characteristics. So the first would be, we call them class characteristics. And they're just measurable features of a specimen that would indicate a restricted group source. They're predetermined from the manufacturer. So what that means is the class characteristics of a firearm, one would be the caliber of the gun, which is just the size of the barrel of the bore. What else is inside that barrel of a gun? You would have lands and grooves. And we'll talk about that a little later, but you have a specific number of lands and grooves that are inside the barrel of a gun. And then those lands and grooves twist either to the right or to the left. And the reason why you have that twist, it spins the bullet better trajectory. A good analogy I can give you is if you look at the barrel of a gun, if you think about a candy cane, that red ribbon that spirals, it's very much like the barrel of a firearm. So those are all class characteristics. And I'll break it down like this. If me as an examiner, and I just have a bullet, and we're talking about I'm a fireman tool mark examiner, if I just have a bullet, well, the possibility could be I have this amount of tools in the world that could have marked that bullet. Well, I know it's a gun. So now you go from this pool, now you're looking for a gun, it's smaller. And then I look at that bullet, or I measure that bullet, and I can measure it as a 38 caliber class, that pool shrinks, shrinking even more. And then I just count the number of lands and grooves on that bullet, 6 lands, 6 grooves, and it has a right twist. Now my pool, that restricted pool, goes from this now to this of the possible guns that could have fired that bullet. That's where that restricted group source comes in. It's the same thing with a cartridge case. When you fire a cartridge case or a shell inside that gun, it could be the shape of the firing pin. It could be a circular firing pin. The aperture could be circular. There's different types of breech face marks. Those are all class characteristics that would be unique to that firearm. So we'll do the same exercise with a cartridge case. I have a discharge cartridge case. Okay, I know there's tool marks on there. You take every tool in the world. Well, I know the tool that made those marks. It was a gun. It came from a discharge cartridge case. So now the pool goes from this to this. I could look at the caliber of that cartridge case. It's going to be head stamped right on that cartridge case. You could say 9mm Luger, for example. That's 38 caliber. So my pool shrinks even more. Circular firing pin, it shrinks even more. And then the type of breech face marks. So now that's that restricted group source. Those are class characteristics. The other class or the other type of characteristics that I'll talk about for a fireman tool mark examiner, we have class and then we have our individual characteristics. Individual characteristics are tool marks that are produced from the imperfections on a tool surface from the manufacturing process. So we use those individual characteristics to individualize a tool mark back to the specific gun that made that mark. So if we go back, my class characteristics are in this small pool. There's this group of guns here. Now I'm looking for those individual characteristics to pick out that one gun that specifically made that mark. So that's what I'm doing as a fireman tool mark examiner. But those are two different or important characteristics for me as an examiner to identify would be class and then your individual characteristics.
We'll get specific in a moment, but with respect to determining you referenced like a bullet. With respect to trying to figure out the class characteristics of a specific bullet, do you do that visually? Do you do it under a microscope? How does that happen?
So if I just have a bullet, visually for those class characteristics, you don't have to go underneath a comparison microscope to look at these class characteristics. You could just look at it a regular the microscope. You can count the number of lands and grooves on the bullet. It's small, but you can count them. And then they're going to twist rather to the right or to the left. And you can see that visually with your naked eye. To get the caliber of a bullet, if the bullet's in good condition, you just measure the base of the bullet. And that will give you the type of caliber size of the bullet and the type of gun that's meant to fire that class of bullet.
And when you receive like bullets in a case, do you individually examine each item, each bullet, in order to measure it, determine number of lands and grooves, determine caliber and things like that?
Yeah, so the first step of my examination process is going to be examining the bullet or the cartridge case for its class characteristics first.
You mentioned lands and grooves a few times. Can you just tell us specifically what a land is and what a groove is?
Sure. So most firearms, there's rifling inside most firearms. And the reason why there's rifling in a gun is to impart a twist on a bullet for accuracy. So what rifling is, you have these spiral grooves that are cut inside the barrel. And then in between those cuts for the grooves, we call them the lands. That's the metal that hasn't been removed, so they're raised. So again, those are manufacturer specs as far as how many lands and grooves they want inside their barrel. And then the lands and grooves can either twist to the right or to the left. That twist spins the bullet for accuracy and trajectory purposes.
Now, maybe I should ask earlier, but when we talk about like a semi-automatic handgun, have you encountered those during the course of your career?
Yes, they're very common.
Okay. Now, is that, specifically, is that like something you actually carry as a member of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just tell us, generally speaking, how a firearm actually shoots a bullet and what actually happens?
Sure. I'll run down the whole process. So typically, the most common handgun is a semi-automatic pistol. That's just a repeating firearm that requires a single pull of the trigger for each shot fired. And then it uses a portion of that energy to cycle the action and repeat it again. That's the technical definition. But how it works is this. You would have your ammunition magazine, and then you would take cartridges and load your cartridges inside the ammunition magazine. That ammunition magazine gets loaded inside the grip of the gun or the magazine well. Once that ammunition magazine is inside that grip, the gun technically isn't loaded yet. You have to have some type of action to put one of those cartridges in the chamber of that gun. So magazine ammunition is in that grip of the gun. The top part of the gun is the slide. It's under spring tension. So you just pull that slide back. That slide comes forward and it's going to pick up one of those cartridge cases, load it into the chamber of the gun, and it's also going to cock that gun. So now the gun is ready to be fired. It's loaded. Pull the trigger. When you pull the trigger, it trips a hammer or a spring mechanism, and there's a striker, the firing pin, that hits the primer of that cartridge. It detonates that cartridge. And then there's pressure that builds up from that burning gunpowder or propellant. The pressure builds up. It pushes that bullet down the barrel of the gun. There's pressure that goes forward, and then there's also pressure that's coming back. So there's pressure that's coming back, right? And that slides under spring tension again. Slide comes back because that pressure's pushing it back. There's an extractor and ejector piece inside that gun, which automatically extracts and ejects that cartridge case. Slide comes back. The cartridge case is ejected from the gun. The slide comes forward again, and it's going to pick up another one of those cartridges, loads it into the chamber, and then the gun is ready to fire again. Now, when you pull the trigger, it's just going to repeat that cycle over. That's how a semi-automatic pistol works.
Now, can you talk a little bit about the process of comparing bullets and cartridges? Are there evaluation steps that are undertaken?
Yes. So the steps for us, it's common. It's always the same process. Whether we have a bullet or a cartridge case, the first thing we're going to do is evaluate that bullet. If there's two bullets or two cartridge cases, evaluate the specimens for their class characteristics. If the class characteristics are the same, meaning it's the same caliber, the same number of lands and grooves, the same direction of twist for a bullet. For a cartridge case, same thing. Is it the same caliber? Does it have the same breech face marks? Does it have the same shape of the firing pin? If the class characteristics are the same, then we'll go and we'll do a microscopic comparison of these two specimens, and we'll look for those tool marks to see if there's corresponding marks or not. If at that first part of the evaluation, looking at those class characteristics, if I have two bullets and the class characteristics are different, one twist to the left, one twist is to the right, I know they didn't come out of the same barrel. They're different class characteristics, different numbers of lands and grooves. I could do an elimination right there, meaning that these two bullets did not come out of the same gun. You don't have to take it to a microscopic comparison level. Same thing with the two discharge cartridge cases. If the class characteristics are different, maybe the shape of the firing pin, one is a circular shape, one is a square shape, different, your evaluation or examination can end right there. They do not come out of the same gun. The class characteristics are the same. It's the same process. We'll go to that next step or that next level, and then we'll do a microscopic comparison to see if these two bullets or these two cartridge cases were fired in the same gun or not.
Now, when you talked about AFTI before, correct?
Correct, sir.
And does AFTI have any documentation regarding identifications of tool marks in the field?
They do.
Can I just approach, if that's okay? Show S500.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S500 for identification.
You recognize what that is?
I do, sir. It's State Exhibit S500, and it's AFTI's theory of identification as it relates to tool marks.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that document?
So AFTI's theory of identification is their theory of identification of what you would need as an examiner to reach a same source conclusion. A same source conclusion meaning that these two tool marks share the same source. If it's two bullets or two cartridge cases, that they were fired in the same gun.
Now, that theory of identification, does it talk about what you need to see as an examiner in order to conclude a match or in order to eliminate?
It does. So it breaks it down. It is lengthy, but it breaks it down and gives guidance as far as what you would need to render a same source conclusion, meaning an identification.
Now, are there two conditions that need to be met under the AFTI theory of identification in order for you to make a conclusion or an identification?
There is, sir.
Can you talk about those two things?
Sure. So for me as a fireman tool mark examiner, for me to make that determination of an identification, meaning that these two bullets or these two cartridge cases were fired out of the same gun, there's basically two criteria that I'm looking for that has to be met. And then one, when I'm looking at these tool marks and comparing them and evaluating them, that this is consistent with what I would expect to see from two bullets or two cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun. The second criteria, the second point would be that when I'm evaluating these tool marks, that I would not expect to see this type of agreement from two different bullets or two different firearms that were fired in two different guns. So one would be it's consistent with, and the other part would be it exceeds the agreement from two different firearms that I would expect to see from two different firearms.
Is there a range of conclusions under the AFTI theory?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
So basically there's 4 different ranges of conclusions that we can come up with when we're doing a microscopic comparison. And the first one would be when you're looking at 2 specimens or a specimen, it can be unsuitable. Unsuitable meaning that there's no tool marks to really evaluate. So you really can't do anything with it. It might be a piece of metal, a piece of lead, but there's no tool marks on there for comparison purposes. So we would just call that specimen unsuitable for microscopic comparisons. The other conclusion that we can reach would be an identification. Like we said before, an identification is a conclusion that these 2 bullets or cartridge cases were fired in the same gun, and then it has to meet the 2 criteria that we're looking for, that this is consistent with, and then it's also exceeds the agreement from 2 tool marks fired by 2 different guns. That will give you an identification conclusion. The other conclusion would be an not fired in the same gun. The other conclusion that we can reach is an inconclusive result. So when you're comparing tool marks to each other, the result that you can get, if you're not seeing that sufficient agreement, there is not agreement of those tool marks to render an ID or an elimination would be inconclusive, meaning I don't know if these 2 specimens came out of the same gun or not. For me as an examiner, if there's any doubt in my mind whether these 2 bullets or cartridge cases could have come from the same gun, or maybe these bullets or cartridge cases could not have come from the same gun, if there's any doubt in my mind, it would be an inconclusive result.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but are there times when you receive, just bullets in a case for purposes of comparison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you just receive bullets, no gun, no shell casings, what are you doing with those items?
So if it's a case where there's no gun that's submitted to us and it's 2 bullets, you can still render a conclusion. It would still be the same, an ID, an elimination, or an inconclusive. If it's an ID, my conclusion would be that these 2 bullets were fired in the same gun, but I don't know what particular gun it was fired from because I don't have the gun. But the conclusion would be that these 2 bullets came out of the same gun. Same thing for a cartridge case. It would be the same for an elimination as well. If I don't have the gun, I can't tell you what specific gun, but I would be able to tell you that they did or did not come from the same firearm.
I imagine you've also had cases where you've gotten bullets, you've gotten cartridge cases, but you've also had a weapon or multiple weapons submitted, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to turn to how evidence comes into your lab at the state police. Can you talk about that process?
Yes. So we're in-house. We don't go out to the scenes. We don't collect the evidence. Any ballistic evidence that is submitted to us from an outside agency is submitted by them to us. So what the outside agency would do is there's an evidence pre-log system. It's a LIM system, laboratory information management system. So they have a pre-log. We have evidence technicians in our unit. The evidence would get submitted to them by the submitting agency. They would take custody of that evidence. At that time, the evidence is going to get their own individual itemized number with our laboratory number, and then that case is going to get its own ballistic laboratory number as well. The items are going to get scribed. The case number is going to go on each of those items. In return, the submitting agency is going to get an evidence receipt, and that evidence receipt will get turned over to them saying that, hey, we have this evidence now, it's in our custody. Once the evidence is cleaned, once the evidence is scribed, it gets sealed, and then the evidence will go in a pending vault until it's, assigned to an examiner to complete the examination.
Obviously, you're here today to testify about some evidence that you were asked to review as part of your duties, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to just show you what's been marked as S349. Do you recognize that?
I do, so this is an evidence receipt, state exhibit S349.
Okay. Does that ultimately have a New Jersey State Police unique laboratory number?
It does, sir.
And what is that?
It's C18-10138.
And does that ultimately indicate that someone brought potential ballistic evidence to the state police that ultimately went to you for evaluation?
Yes, so this indicates what evidence was dropped off to us, and in return, the evidence receipt will get turned over to that submitting agency saying that we have custody of this evidence.
How many items of evidence were provided to you under that laboratory receipt?
I believe this one was 17.
And those, now, did each one of those items, did they ultimately get a New Jersey State Police item number?
It did, sir.
And what were the item numbers, if you could give us like this number through that number?
It goes through item number 10 all the way to item number 26.
Now, before going further, I'm just going to show you S350 for identification. Do you recognize that document?
I do, sir.
Okay, what is that?
So it's another evidence receipt.
Okay, does that document that some items of ballistic evidence were provided to the state police for analysis?
Correct, sir.
Were they both delivered on the same date or different dates, those two, S349, S350?
So state exhibit S349, that was received at 11/26/2018. And then state exhibit S350 was delivered on 11/26/2018.
Were they delivered by the same detective?
They were, sir.
And that second one, S350, how many items were listed on that receipt?
Looks like 11 items, sir.
Okay. And were those also assigned New Jersey State Police item numbers?
Correct.
And what were those item numbers?
Item number 9 through 19.
Now, specifically starting with S349, that's case number C18-10138.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you ultimately do any analysis upon those items, that's New Jersey State Police 10 through 26, and then draft a report at a later date regarding your analysis?
I did, sir.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S352 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S352, it's a copy of my laboratory report.
Okay. And does that document analysis that you did of those items that were submitted under S349?
Correct, sir.
And do you ultimately offer conclusions regarding your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case or any case, I think you may have mentioned it earlier, but do you also have notes that you utilize to document some of the work that you do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S358. Actually, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that notes related to the work under C18-10138?
Yes, sir. There are notes and photographs related to my laboratory report.
Okay. And Sergeant, I'll leave those there. If you do need to refer to them at any point, just please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to the first part of your analysis under that case, I just want to show you what's been marked as S327, S328, and S329. First, going to show you what's been marked as S327 for identification. Do you recognize anything on there?
I do, sir.
Okay, and what is that?
So State Exhibit S-327. These are evidence envelopes that were submitted to us for examination.
Okay. Now, is there a New Jersey State Police item number on those items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what are they?
So it's our item number 22, and then our item number 22A and 22B.
Okay. Can you tell us why there's a 22 and then a 22A and 22B?
Because at the time of submission, it came in as, or there was 3 items that were in one envelope, and that's why I had to break it down. So that item number 22, there was 3 pieces of evidence in that envelope, so that's where it was subdivided into A and B.
Okay. Now, I think there's some envelopes there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And within those envelopes, there's some writing there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that relates, or that was put there by whom?
Myself, sir.
Okay, and what are you documenting on envelopes 22 and then, or the New Jersey State Police, the yellow sticker 22 and then 22A and 22B? What are you documenting there?
So I'm documenting the description of the item, and as well as any of the class characteristics that I can observe as well.
Okay, now with respect to those, were you able to make any determinations regarding class characteristics?
With these 2, or these 3 items, sir, no.
Okay, were you able to do anything with them other than weigh them?
I was able to weigh them and then do a description of what they are.
Okay, and when we go back to, sorry, I'm just going to take you back to S349. S349, can you tell us if number 22 is actually listed on that property receipt with with a description?
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It has item number 22, it's department number 22, envelope, bullet specimen recovered from the head of Keith Caneiro at autopsy.
Now, did you document both in your report and in your notes the conclusions, essentially that you were able to weigh those items and that was essentially it?
Correct, sir.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as S328. Do you recognize that?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit that S328, it's our evidence envelope, marked number 23.
Okay. And does that indicate on the property receipt essentially where that came from?
On the evidence receipt, item number 23, department number 23, envelope, bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay, so that, is it fair to say that's a fragment again?
Lead fragments, sir, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S329. Can you tell us if you recognize that?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S329, that's our evidence envelope mark number 24.
And were you able to individually evaluate that item for purposes of trying to, determine the class characteristics?
I couldn't determine any class. I could just do the weight, which is 12.9 grains, and this is a lead fragment.
Now, these three items that we just talked about, S327,
S328, and S329, were you able to ultimately, do any analysis or comparison with these items to other ballistic evidence?
So the only analysis I could do with those items was weigh them, describe them, what they were, and then I would evaluate them to see if there was any tool marks for comparison purposes. But with those items, they were just too small. So there was no tool marks for me to do any type of comparison work with.
Now, we're going to move on to S330.
Do you recognize what S330 is?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S330, it's our evidence envelope mark number 25.
Okay. And were you able to weigh that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and if you need to refer to your report,
To refresh your recollection or anything, or your notes, can you tell us what, if anything, you were able to do in your evaluation of that item?
Yes, sir. So I'll just refer to the report so I don't miss anything. So that examine the specimen mark number 25, item number 25, I weighed it. The weight is 7.6 grains, and it indicates rifling with a right twist. As far as the caliber and the number of lands and grooves, I wasn't able to make that determination because of its damaged condition. And I could just describe what it is, and it's a portion of a metal jacket from a discharged metal jacket.
And ultimately, does the evidence property receipt, does that indicate where that came from?
So on the evidence receipt, item number 25, department number 25, it's a bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
okay, if I keep you there for one more moment, I'm going to show you next what's New Jersey State Police number 26, which is S331 for identification. Is that the next item listed on that property receipt in front of you?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S331, it's our item number 26, and it's the next item on the evidence receipt, number 26.
Okay.
Now, with respect to that last S331, New Jersey State Police 26, can you tell us, based upon your analysis, whether you were able to weigh it and whether you were able to determine any class characteristics relating to that item?
I was, sir.
Okay, and what were the determinations you made?
I'll just refer to my report just because, so I can be accurate. So that item number 26, I weighed it. It weighs 12.6 grains. It indicates 6 lands, 6 screws with a right twist. It's a portion of a metal jacket from a .38 caliber class discharge bullet.
So you were able to determine the lands and grooves, correct?
Correct, sir.
And also you were able to determine the direction of twist, right?
Correct.
Did you also receive under C18-10138, did you also receive 4 bullet specimens that were had a less damage than
Yes, sir.
some of the ones we've discussed already?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as first S302.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, sir. So that's State Exhibit S-302. It's our evidence envelope. It's our specimen number 11, and it's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. And were you able to do an individual analysis of that item during your analysis?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did you determine regarding New Jersey State Police item number 11?
It's, again, I'm going to evaluate for its class characteristics. I'm going to weigh it. It weighs 147.5 grains. It's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet. It has 6 lands, it has 6 grooves, it has a right twist, and it's a 38 caliber class.
Now I'm going to show you S304 for identification. I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
So State Exhibit S-304, it's our item number 12. And again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Can you tell us the class characteristics you're able to determine based upon your analysis?
Yes, sir. So I weighed it. It weighs 156.9 grains. It's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet. It has 6 lands, 6 grooves with a right twist, and it's 38 caliber class.
Okay. Now, when we look at, we've looked at your number 11 and number 12. Can you tell us where those 11 and 12 items came from?
So I'm going off the evidence receipt. I will go item number 11, department number 11. It's an envelope, it's a bullet specimen from grass under body of northwest of property.
Okay. And the next one, 12?
Number 12, or item number 12, department number 12, envelope, bullet specimen from grass south of body, near feet on northwest of property.
And you're reading from S349, correct?
Correct, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S309 next. Can you tell us if you recognize it?
State Exhibit S-309. It's our item number 17. And again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. Did you determine the direction of twist?
That's right direction.
How about the number of lands and grooves?
6, sir.
Okay. And is this another item based upon the evidence property receipt that would have came from the scene at Colts Neck, New Jersey?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you S325 for identification and ask you if you recognize what that is.
You have State Exhibit S-325.
Okay.
It's our number 20, specimen number 20. And it's, again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. Were you able to determine the direction of twist of the bullet?
Yes, direction of twist was to the right.
And how about the number of lands and grooves?
6.
Okay. So we just talked about 11, 12, 17, and 20, correct?
Correct, sir.
Based upon the
A
class
lot of
characteristics
little
that you
things,
just
bullets and things.
testified to, the direction
lot.
of twist and the number of lands and grooves, are you able to then do something else with these items for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
And what are you ultimately going to do?
So again, that's the first step in that process where I'm going to evaluate for this class characteristics. If class characteristics are the same, then I'm going to go and do a microscopic comparison of these specimens to see if they were or were not fired from the same fire.
Now, in order to make a comparison between these 4 bullets that you just talked about, how do you go about actually doing it? Can you explain that process?
Sure. So the process is always the same, value for the class characteristics. Class characteristics are the same, then I'll take 2 specimens, 2 of the bullet specimens, and we utilize a comparison microscope. What a comparison microscope is, they're just 2 microscopes that are connected by an optical bridge, and it allows you to see both of the specimens, both of the bullets at the same time using the same magnification. So what I'll do as an examiner, I'll look at one specimen, one of the bullet specimens, and I'll evaluate and examine for tool marks on that bullet, on that discharged bullet microscopically. And then what I'm looking for is a pattern or group of patterns of those tool marks. Once I find a pattern or group of patterns, I'll look at my other specimen, other bullet specimen, and I'll compare them to see if I can see a similar corresponding pattern or not. And then from that, I'll do my evaluation, I'll do my examination, and then I'll come up with conclusions based on looking at those tool marks as corresponding marks.
Now, when you look at two of these items under a microscope, do you ultimately document anything in your notes about what you see?
Yes, sir.
Do you also take photographs?
Yes.
Now, I just want to, let me show you again, S302 and S309, and these are State Police 11 and 17 respectfully. You just testified about these, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you ultimately do an evaluation of these two items underneath the comparison microscope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you document that in your notes?
I did.
Okay, and did you ultimately photographically document that comparison?
Correct, sir.
Can we have the back table, please? I'm looking at S1G. Just gonna, before we go any further, just gonna show you what's been marked as S1G, slide 3 here. It's a little dark, but do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is this that you're looking at?
So this is a bullet comparison I did between bullet number 11 and bullet number 17. And this is just a representative snapshot of my area of agreement of corresponding marks.
Okay. Just ask you to put up slide 3 of S1G. Now,
Sergeant, can you just undo the screen on the bottom there? It's bottom right.
Bottom right, yes, sir. Or yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
now, Sergeant, is that what's on the screen right now? Is that the photograph I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is S1G slide 3, correct?
Correct, sir.
And what are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is a microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 11 and bullet number 17. And this kind of gives you a good idea of what a comparison microscope is. And it's where you can see two bullets at the same time, number 11, number 17, underneath the same magnification. Down the middle is a dividing line or division line there. And I'm comparing tool marks from bullet number 17, and I'm comparing them against tool marks on bullet number 11.
Now, based upon what you're documenting here, and based upon what you did in evaluating these two specimens side by side, were you able to make any determinations with respect to State Police 11 and State Police 17?
I was, sir.
Okay, and what were those conclusions?
So again, my conclusion that looking at number 11 versus number 17 was that these two bullets were fired out of the same barrel of a gun.
Now, at this point in time, you're not making any comparison to a specific firearm yet, correct?
No, it's just 11 versus 17, sir.
Okay. And these bullets, I think you said previously, 11 and 17, they both came from Colt Snack, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Now, you talked about your notes earlier, and you talked about documenting areas of agreement, correct?
Correct, sir.
I'm going to show you, you have S358 up here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
That's better. Thank you.
okay. And S58, do you actually document in those notes your observations and your conclusions with respect to what we just saw on slide 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you document about what it is that you saw in this photo?
So document what was compared, number 11 versus 17. I'm also documenting my conclusions, whether it would be an identification, an inconclusive, or an elimination, and then my areas of agreement, where I found that agreement. And the area that this agreement that I'm seeing is in one of the land impressions on those two bullets.
When you talk about a land impression, is that something, that agreement, is that something that we can see within that photo, which is page 3 of 10 of your notes, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, can we see it there?
It's boxed out, highlighted in an area. That's the area that I used. That I did my comparison. I found sufficient agreement, and you see those corresponding marks.
Okay, so it was your conclusion that those two bullets came from the same gun.
Correct, sir.
Now,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S309. I believe you've already indicated that this is one of the items that you evaluated for class characteristics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a bullet identified as State Police item 17?
Correct, sir.
now,
Sorry, Judge, can I just have one moment?
Sure. You know, the jury's been going at it for an hour and 15 minutes. Can we turn the lights back on? I'm going to give everyone their afternoon break at this time. Come back out about 5 minutes after 3. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Thank you all.
I said yesterday we were going to need another expert on the blood evidence and ballistics, and we've done both of those. Hopefully we won't need another ballistics expert. So the question is, who else? Some people in the chat thinks we have not heard from a medical examiner. And I thought we did, but I could be mixing up some of the interviews and some of the stuff I saw before the trial started. Well, look at them. They're having a little conversation. Well, it's over. All right. Are there questions? I will look. Let me see. Nope. Yeah. Barb 6688 says she doesn't remember the medical examiner either. I could swear, but as I say, I could have seen another hearing or just confusing with, excuse me, just confusing with some of the pretrial stuff. And there's a question in the chat way back over here. Let me see if I have it. Oh, no, it's just an announcement that Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's mother, they're offering a $2,500 reward. That's a very strange case. Okay, Partly Sunny 74. What is it that made Charlie's appeal worth a live hearing and streaming over the many others that are just read by appeals and receive a written response? No. Is there a list of criteria? No, there's no list of criteria that I know of. Appellate courts do not have to have oral argument. The intermediate appellate courts are courts as of right. So they get a lot of cases that have no merit to them, but the defendant has a right to appeal. The appellate court can be, you can ask for an oral argument, and the appellate court can decide whether you get an oral argument or not. And they decide based on, reading the briefs and deciding whether they think there's merit to it or not. Why would that one be live streaming? It's because Charlie Adelson, that whole case has had wide publicity for a long time, and there's a lot of interest. Okay. Was it previously established that Jennifer was shot in the head? I know that Keith was. I don't know about Jennifer. What I remember from Jennifer is that she was both shot and knifed. But I don't remember. Well, if we had the medical examiner, then we would have had that evidence, and I don't remember. If the people in the chat are right, we don't know because the medical examiner has yet to testify. Okay. Do I feel we're going in circles? This is the most boring trial to me. Well, it's a trial that's heavily dependent on a lot of expert testimony. So you're getting a lot of evidence about how they collected the evidence, how they stored the evidence, what the chain of custody was on the evidence, and how each expert, what each expert's background and credentials were that made him or her an expert, how they conducted their expertise on whatever evidence they were looking at, and then the results of the testing. And so that's a lot. I should take account of how many experts we've heard, and then multiplying, because there's so many pieces of evidence. Listen to all the evidence the ballistics guy was talking about, every single spent cartridge and bullet, plus the guns. So that's why there's a lot. And, I find it interesting, but a lot of people would find it boring. You're not alone. A lot of people, a lot of people in the Adelson trials found the evidence about the cell phone tower pings and the collecting of the taped information and how that was done boring. Okay. This witness just testified that the bullet fragment came from Jennifer's head, and that was the first I'd heard about it. Yeah. It could be that we have not heard from the medical examiner, and it may not be evidence that was out before the trial started. Some of it was, because the evidence that Sophia's blood was on Paul's jeans was out there in the public before this trial started. They haven't described the injuries. Yeah. Well, we did get some description of maybe we didn't. We certainly got descriptions of how long the knife was and how wide the knife was. Carolina Cartier says Charlie's arguing that he didn't have conflict-free representation, which turns out to be a Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel. But he was tried first, so how does that work? But he was tried first. Oh, you mean his trial came before Donna's trial? Well, yes, but the claim is that Daniel Roshbaum, when he was representing Charlie, knew he was going to be representing Donna, and therefore at Charlie's trial elected not to call Donna to the stand to corroborate Charlie's story about the double extortion story. And also that Daniel Roshbaum at Charlie's trial may have affected the arguments that he made or the questions he asked of the witnesses, for the same reason that he knew he was then going to be, or thought that it was likely that he would then be representing Donna, and he didn't want to do anything with regard to Charlie's representation that would negatively affect Donna's representation. So that's why. Well, thank you, as Tab Jorn's doctor. A stab Jorn's doctor? I don't know where to put the emphases in that. Okay. So anyway, so with this trial, we haven't had a lot of, we haven't had a defendant claim be that first that he didn't do anything, and then that all he did was chop up the body, but he didn't murder his wife. We haven't had anybody say he didn't murder anybody and he'd been extorted by two guys from Miami who drove up to Tallahassee to kill someone they didn't know in order to get money out of a dentist they'd never met. We don't have a story of a husband who comes home and finds an individual stabbing his wife, and the individual supposedly is someone that the wife had found on some website who was supposed to come in and pretend to do a violent rape. I can go on with these cases. So we're not getting some of those sorts of testimonies here. What we're getting, when we know how horrible it was in terms of who was killed, but the motive is financial. So that also, isn't as riveting for a lot of people than, a story like the girlfriend is charged with the murder of the boyfriend's wife. He now has committed suicide, and she's in the car while he's throwing out trash in dumpsters and is giving him some sort of an alibi because he's calling the phone and she's picking up the phone, making it seem as though he's at the house. I could go through a lot of these stories. We don't have one where someone is in a mutually violent relationship and ends up getting her boyfriend to get into a suitcase, and then she zips it up and lets him suffocate to death. So that's why you may find this one less riveting. Okay, trial lawyer here. Doesn't it frustrate you when people complain the trial is boring? This is about proving he killed 4 people. It's not entertainment. Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't know that anybody's saying that they want entertainment so much as they're having trouble concentrating because the kind of evidence that's coming in is not evidence that for a lot of people is easy to keep your attention on. I've heard Joel Waldman say that his, brain starts to run in 5 different directions when you start getting expert witness testimony. And he's not saying that he wants to be entertained by the trial. He's just saying it's hard for him to keep a focus. So that's really what I think people are saying. And in this one, it's so much of it, and a lot of it seems repetitive. And we go through each little bullet or each little thing one by one by one by one. And there's a point at which you're not learning anything new about how the expert does the work. It's like water torture to keep hearing one after another piece of evidence come in. But, I will say it's also instructive, because if you're on a jury, this is often the kind of evidence you're going to hear in a criminal case or a civil case. And I do think that, what the people, some of the people in chat are saying is reflected by how few questions there are. In other cases, the questions are a mile a minute. And here, I mean, you can ask a question like was asked about, had we heard about the bullet in Jennifer's head before? But by and large, the questions relate to the expert testing or what they found, and there isn't a lot that one can ask questions about. I will say that the trial will get a lot more interesting if the defense calls Corey. Okay, TX Lady 817. How am I doing today? Fine. That's it. Thank you. The only thing that bothers me is I don't get errands run with these trials, and so they all pile up. Okay, we made it to 3 p.m. today. Hopefully he doesn't call it a day when he comes back. Yeah, let's hope. Now, it may be, if we want to give the judge a defense in terms of the short days, he may reflect what some people in the chat are saying, that it's hard to concentrate, and he's looking at the jury and feeling that about the jury, and therefore, has a short day and doesn't go to 5. That's not, that's actually not a terrible conclusion if that's what he's doing. Okay. So happy that has concluded. Brendan Banfield, I was itching to return to this trial. Thank you, Prof. Joe, for the excellent daily recaps. Oh, so you'd rather be here than the sexier facts. I don't mean sexy in a, in that sense. The more riveting facts in terms of a story that witnesses are giving than this case. But there are, there's certainly a lot of cases coming up. Richens and Spencer, if that actually goes to trial and the prosecutor with the new judge just decides to drop charges and, okay. Oh, and Jeremiah said that's fair. He seems to be looking after the jury carefully. Yeah, I agree. And I'm ashamed of myself for not thinking about it sooner and just saying he was just wasting my money as a taxpayer. But I can imagine that the jurors are having some of the same trouble concentrating through all of this, particularly some of the cross-examinations, when there's no real break. It's expert after expert after expert, and that the judge looks over and can see that their attention is waning and decides that it's a good time to call the day and then start the next day. I am sorry I didn't think about that before, rather than just be critical of the judge repeatedly, which I shouldn't have done anyway. I don't have to be. I sound like the defense lawyers. It's a Johnny one note making the same point over and over and over again. But I do think this morning with the blood evidence was pretty, at least before I switched over to the appeal, was pretty, I thought pretty attention getting. I mean, the picture of that, the picture of that 8-year-old little girl in the kitchen, what that blood evidence showed, because we know she was found on that landing that would go down to the basement that was close to the front door. That's where the firefighter found her, and yet some of her blood was in the kitchen near the cabinet, and the cabinet was on the other side of the island from the front door. It appears that the only way that could have happened was if the stabbing started in the kitchen and she ran and he chased her and killed her in that on the landing. I mean, I suppose it's theoretically possible No, well, I guess theoretically possible that he stabbed her in the landing and then, on her shoes or something, carried the blood to the kitchen. Doesn't seem to be reasonable. And I keep wondering why he didn't get rid of the clothes.
Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry, we were just talking about comparison of two bullets. First being New Jersey State Police item 17, which is S309, New Jersey State Police item number 26, which is S331. Are these two items that you ultimately microscopically compared to one another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when we talk about 17, we talk about it coming from where?
17, according to here, a bullet specimen from kitchen floor.
Okay, and with respect to item number 26 from State Police, item number 26, does that indicate where it came from?
On here, it has a fragment of jacket, right side of brain.
Okay. Can I have slide 4 of S1G? Now, in front of you is page 4 of your notes, correct? You're looking at S358, correct?
Correct, sir.
And what's on page 4 of your notes, is that what's on the screen right now?
It is, sir.
Okay, and what is that photograph, what does that photo depict?
So this is another photograph of bullet number 17 versus that bullet specimen number 26.
Okay, these are the two items we just discussed and you identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what we are actually seeing within the box that you placed on slide 4?
So within that box, you're looking at a pattern or a group of patterns of tool marks, and they correspond with one another. Bullet number 26 or bullet specimen 26 versus bullet number 17. And this is another land impression that I used as an area of identification.
So that, based upon your analysis of the comparison between 17 and 26, you are saying that they came from the same gun?
Correct, sir.
You previously testified regarding a prior comparison that involved that same bullet number 17 as well as bullet specimen number 11, correct?
Sir.
Now, I'm going to show you S304 in State Police item number 12. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it say where that came from?
Oh, bullet from grass south of body adjacent 2 feet.
Okay. Can I have slide 5, please? Now, the slide that's before you, what is that showing?
That's another microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 12 and bullet number 17.
Okay. Bullet number 12, we already talked about, is S304. And then bullet item number 17, is here in front of you, it's S309, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, can you describe, straight. Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, sir.
Was it? Now, does it depict or does it identify observations that you actually made under a microscope?
It does, sir.
Can you tell us what, if any, conclusions you were able to draw, which are documented in that photograph?
That bullet number 12 and bullet number 17 were fired in the same barrel of a gun.
Okay. And did you document in your notes or in your notes, let's say, the areas of agreement that you identified based upon that microscopic evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you document?
They were located in that land impression.
You have S304 already, correct?
Correct, sir.
That is State Police item 12, right?
Correct.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as S325. Do you recognize what that is?
At State Exhibit S325, and that's our item number 20.
Does it indicate where that came from?
It says bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in ground.
I want to show you slide 6 from S1G. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what are we looking at here?
It's a microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 12 and bullet number 20.
Okay. And does that accurately show the observations that you made under the comparison microscope of those two bullets?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to draw any conclusions after making those observations under the comparison microscope?
That these two bullets, 12 and 20, were fired from the same barrel of a gun.
Did you, again, in your notes, did you document any areas of agreement between those two specimens, bullet 12 and bullet 20?
Yes, the areas of agreement were found in the lane impressions.
Now, can you see the land impressions in slide 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, there's a, let me just ask you,
Using the stylus on that slide, potentially, if you could kind of just mark what it is we're looking at and where you see those areas of agreement.
Yes, sir. So if we look at the bullet as a whole, I don't know if I can draw in here. This area here that I'm marking, that's the groove impression on the bullet. And this area, pretty much starting from here on down, would be the land impression. So what we were talking about before, when I talk about rifling inside the barrel of a gun, that groove inside the barrel of a gun is cut out. So it's the inverse. When that bullet's going down the barrel of the gun, that groove on the bullet becomes that raised portion. And then the raised land portion inside the barrel is making more of a flattened impression on the bullet for the land impression here. So what I'm looking at are tool marks. One of the first things I'll do is I'll look at bullet number 20, and I'm looking for a pattern or group of patterns on bullet number 20. And this is the area that I found. For me as an examiner, it's a pattern or group of patterns of tool marks, striated marks, being created from imperfections on the land impression inside a barrel of a gun. Once I find that pattern, then I'll go over to bullet number 12, and I'll see if that pattern is repeating or corresponding on bullet number 12. When I was looking at bullet number 12, this is the area here of corresponding marks that I found, and they're corresponding, they're blending together, they match. And when I see this type of agreement on two bullet specimens, this is telling me or showing me as an examiner that these two marks were produced by the same tool, meaning it's a bullet. So these marks were produced by these two bullets being shot out of the same barrel of a gun.
Notice he's saying barrel, not gun.
And based upon what you just described in your observations under the microscope, you document in your notes and also in your report that you believe that these two bullets came from the same firearm.
Correct.
All right. So this is slide number 5, it was? Just confirm.
I believe it's number 6 you're on.
6, yeah, you're right, 6. So it's 6.1. Thank you.
Does it ever strike you how extraordinary the fields of expertise are, the number of people we need in order to cover all these areas? They all have such a narrow area in which they work, in which they show their expertise, and there's so many of these areas. And we're only watching,
Now,
one
in your
general
report, based upon
subject area now.
the things that
Multiply
you
it.
just said, In your report, do you document any conclusions that you reached between the state police items 11, 12, 17, and 26?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what ultimately did you conclude in that regard?
That those bullets or bullet specimens were fired in the same barrel of a gun.
Yeah, Lauren is saying he switched barrels, and that's right.
Also,
That's
as
why they're
part
talking
of,
about barrels.
The initial evidence submission, I believe it says 349 in front of you. Did you also receive any cartridge cases for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S305, S306, S307, S308, S311,
I mean, look at all
S312, S326.
the pieces of evidence. That's why it just takes so long. Remember how many times we've seen so many little manila envelopes just they're going through one after another. Yeah, and the business of switching barrels is just peculiar. He did that obviously as one way to not get himself caught. But why, stretching, not getting rid of the barrels doesn't help. If you keep the barrels, what difference does it make if you're picking them out of one gun and putting them in another gun? It's just an odd way.
I do, sir.
Okay, and what are those items?
So all these items are discharged cartridge cases. They're of 9mm Luger caliber and they're head stamp 10, a GFL 10.
Okay. And did you individually look at each one of those cartridge cases in order to determine, class characteristics and the like?
Yes, it's the first part of my analysis.
Okay. Now, based upon that part of your analysis and your individual observations with respect to all those cartridge cases, what then did you do?
So again, because they have the same class characteristics, I would go to that next step or next level of analysis, which would be a microscopic comparison of these cartridge cases to see if they were or were not fired in the same gun.
And how do you go about doing that with respect to all of those?
It's the same as I would do with a comparison of discharged bullets. I would take one specimen, one of the cartridge cases, and I could look at the breech face, the firing pin, chamber marks, different areas where tool marks come in contact with this cartridge case. I'd look for patterns or groups of patterns, and I would compare them to another specimen, another cartridge case, to see if those patterns or group of patterns of tool marks of individual characteristics correspond or not.
Now, if we were to look at your notes for that report, and I know the notes are up there.
Well, Jeremiah, remember all the guns they found at the house? 12 or 14
Now,
rifles?
do you
or
document
shotguns?
your evaluation of all those cartridge cases in, I believe it's part 3 of your report?
Several
And do
downstairs,
you
one upstairs?
write anything specific with respect to characteristics of those cartridge cases that they all share?
So the class characteristics that they share are that 9mm Luger. The head stamp is the same, which is that 10 GFL 10. But then I'll also do additional notes and observations where each one of these specimens have a brass case, a nickel primer, hemispherical firing pin. There's extractor, ejector marks, and there's chamber marks present.
Now, when you just said there's extractor marks and ejector marks present on those casings, what exactly does that tell you?
One of the things that tells me is that these cartridge cases, absent of a gun, that they were fired in a semi-automatic pistol, because those are characteristic, an extractor mark and ejector marks of parts that you would see in a semi-automatic pistol.
And does the
Chris
presence of
Robinson.
marks, does that tell you that you can then go and place each one of those under a comparison microscope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's things to compare to one another?
Right, so there's tool marks that are present for comparison purposes.
That's a good observation. Maybe he thought using different barrels would make him think there was more than one shooter. But he could have
I'll
done
show
that
you
without
specifically
removing the barrels, just use the
S305.
different guns.
Can you tell us what that is?
S305, it's our item number 13, and it's a discharge cartridge case, 9mm Luger caliber, head stamped at 10 GFL10.
Okay, and that 10 GFL 10, what does that mean?
That's the head stamp. So the GFL would indicate the market or the brand or the manufacturer of that cartridge case.
Okay. Now, is that also, is the head stamp also marked on another part of the packaging of that item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's it say there?
There's another evidence envelope, cartridge casing, GFL 10, 9x19 on grass near paved deck on northwest of property.
Okay. And then S307, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that another casing?
It is, sir.
And is it marked with the state police number?
It is number 15.
Okay. And does it indicate where that was found?
Written on the envelope, it's cartridge casing, it says GFL 10, 9x19 on grass near paved deck on northwest of property.
And just in case we didn't ask, with respect to all the cartridge casings that you've identified thus far, did they all share the same head stamp?
They did, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, we still have it. Can you undo that? Or can we preserve that if we didn't do it already? I'm sorry.
Did it.
Oh, we did.
6.1, yeah.
Can you just undo that then? Can I have slide 7, please? Now, what are we looking at there, Sergeant?
It's another photograph that I took of my comparison between cartridge case number 15 versus cartridge case number 13.
Okay, and what area of those cartridge cases are we looking at right there?
You're looking at the tip of the firing pin impression, which struck the primer.
Okay. And what, if anything, were you able to determine based upon, not so much the photo, but your observations under the comparison microscope?
So based on my observations, I'm doing the same analysis, so the same microscopic comparison, where I'm looking at cartridge case number 13, and I'm finding a pattern of tool marks within that firing pin impression. And then I'm comparing that pattern to the cartridge case number 15 and seeing if that pattern corresponds or not. What I'm looking at, again, these are those individual characteristics. These marks are made from when the firing pin hits that primer. So there's imperfections on the tip of the firing pin, which are distinct to that firing pin, and they're striking that primer, and they're leaving this pattern or group of patterns of tool marks. When I'm comparing these tool marks, and I'm looking to see if these tool marks are corresponding or not, this is the type of agreement I'd expect to see from 2 firing pins that were made by the same pin and the same gun.
Does that allow you to make any conclusions with respect to cartridge case 15 and cartridge case 13, whether or not they were actually fired from the same firearm?
Yes, correct. That 15 and 13 were fired in the same gun.
You have 307 up there, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and that's NJSP number what?
Number 15.
And then I have, I'm going to show you S308. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir. State exhibit S308. It's R number 16, and it's another 9mm Luger caliber discharged cartridge case, head stamp 10 GFL10.
And does that indicate where that item was actually found?
This item number 16, cartridge casing, GFL10, 9x19 on grass near reddish stain on northwest of property.
When we talk about property, we're talking about cold snack, correct?
Correct, sir.
Can I have slide 8, please? Now, what are we looking at in slide 8?
So again, this is another photograph between cartridge case 16 and then cartridge case number 15.
Okay. And does that accurately depict or show your observations that you made under the comparison microscope when looking at cartridge case 16 and cartridge case 15?
Correct.
And based upon your training and experience and your observations, what, if any, comparisons or conclusions were you able to draw?
So the same conclusions as before, that based on this area These are breech face marks, so this is different than your firing pin impression. These marks are created when that cartridge case is getting pushed back against the breech face of a particular gun. It's leaving an impressed mark, like we were talking about before. So when comparing number 15 and number 16, looking at these breech face marks, and again, you're looking at, I'm comparing one pattern of surface contours, comparing them to the other pattern on number 16 and 15. And again, this is the type of agreement I expect to see from two cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun, coming in contact with the same breech face. So it was my conclusion, based on these observations, that these two cartridge cases were fired in the same gun.
Now, in your notes, because I think you talked about different areas thus far, correct?
Correct, sir.
Different areas of agreement between two cartridge cases?
Correct.
Now, do you document the identifications in your notes?
Yes, sir.
And do you document the areas of agreement in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly did you document with respect to the comparisons that you made between the cartridge cases?
So between these cartridge cases and all the cartridge cases specifically, that they were fired in the same gun. So I have an identification for my conclusion. The areas of agreement that I used were the firing pin, the breech face marks, and then there were chamber marks as well.
I'm going to show you S306, ask you if you recognize that.
So State Exhibit S306, it's our item number 14, and it's, again, a 9mm Luger caliber discharge cartridge case, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Does it indicate where that was found?
This was found as cartridge casing on the paved deck on northwest of property.
And then S326. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
It's State Exhibit S326. It's our item number 21. It's a 9mm Luger caliber discharge shell, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Does it indicate where it was found?
Yes, sir. Cartridge casing from northwest of property, embedded in ground.
Can you
Slide 9,
imagine
please.
what it takes to put together
What
a
are we
case
looking at
like
now?
this?
This is cartridge case number
Organize it.
21 against cartridge case number 14. And we're specifically looking at chamber marks. So this is another area of a firearm, separate from the firing pin and the breech face. What chamber marks are, when that cartridge casing gets loaded inside the chamber of a gun, there's four walls that where that cartridge case is at. What happens is when you fire a gun and that cartridge casing gets discharged, that pressure builds up, that casing will actually swell up like a balloon, and it's going to come in contact with the chambers, the four chambers, I guess almost like a room, walls. It's going to come in contact with that, and then when that cartridge casing is going to get ejected and extracted from there, it's causing striated marks, scratch marks, as it's getting ejected and extracted from that chamber. And then again, I'm comparing a pattern, a group of patterns on number 14, and I'm seeing if that pattern repeats on number 21. And that highlighted area there is those corresponding marks. And again, this is the type of agreement I'd expect to see from two cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun, specifically the chamber area of that gun. I would not expect to see that type of agreement from two cartridge cases fired in two different chambers.
So based upon your evaluation of the 7 cartridge cases that you received, they're state police item numbers 13 through 16, 18, 19, and 21. What, if any, conclusions did you draw regarding all 7 of those cartridge cases?
And all 7 of those cartridge cases were fired in the same weapon.
Figuring out which witness can talk about which,
I
getting them
just wanted to, same report, I wanted to go back to your item number 10. It's,
listed.
S30. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. So state exhibit S301, it's our item number 10, sir.
And what is it?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber metal jacketed bullet cartridge, has stamp 10, GFL 10. It's marked number 10. This is an unfired cartridge case. This is a live round of ammunition.
Okay. Do you make any notes regarding whether or not it's got any identifiable markings on it?
We would, sir. So I would identify the type of primer and then also what is on the head stamp as well.
Okay. And ultimately, in your report, which is, or in your notes, S358, do you draw any conclusions regarding number 10 and any other mark, and any marks that you could ultimately compare to something later?
Yes, so number 10, it wasn't fired in because it's an unfired round, but it was chambered in and extracted from the same gun as those other 7 cartridge cases.
Okay. And how did you go about determining that?
So what I would look for is there's an extractor mark is where I made that identification. So what would happen if you have a live round of ammunition that's unfired? You can load that round inside your firearm, and then there's an extractor inside that chamber, which hooks around the rim of the cartridge case. So if that gun is loaded and there's a cartridge case inside the chamber of that gun, and you don't fire it, but you just bring that slide back, which is under spring tension, that extractor is going to pull back on that cartridge case, and then it's going to hit, there's an ejector, and it's going to get extracted and ejected from that gun without being fired. So I could look at that extractor mark from the extractor of the claw because it's marking it, and then I would compare it to extractor marks from any of the cartridge cases that were fired.
Now, ultimately, did you document a comparison between state police items 14 and 10, that being the live round that you just discussed, which is S301, and the cartridge case S306?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I have slide 10, please? Now, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this would be on the underside of the rim of the cartridge case and the side of the cartridge case. And it's actually, it looks like a claw mark, and that's from that extractor. So when that cartridge case, number 14, again, is being discharged from that firearm, it's that claw is leaving a tool mark on that rim. So again, I'm looking at a tool mark and a pattern, a group of patterns of tool marks, and I'm comparing them to that live round number 10. And I'm seeing those corresponding marks. So what that's telling me as an examiner, that at one time that live round number 10 was cycled through the same firearm as the cartridge case number 14.
Now, with respect to, obviously you photographically document the conclusions you just talked about in slide 10, correct?
Correct.
That's your representation. That's a photo depicting what you saw under the comparison microscope, correct?
Yes, sir, a snapshot of what I was looking at.
And ultimately in your report, however, were you able to make any conclusions with respect to that live round and all of the other 7, or of the 7 cartridge cases that you analyzed?
Yes, sir, that live round at one time was cycled through the same firearm as those 7 other cartridge cases.
Now, the receipt up there, I believe it's S-350.
There we go. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
You referenced that earlier, correct?
Correct, sir.
And based upon receiving that that request there, were you asked to look at some other ballistic evidence under a different case number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the case number, to be clear?
It's our case number, laboratory number C18-10139.
Now, did you ultimately draft a report under that case number or more than one report under
Yes,
that
sir.
case number?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S353 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That's a copy of my lab report.
Okay. Now, at the top, before you talk about firearms, do you talk about some other piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that regarding?
This is regarding an unfired live round.
Okay, is that a different unfired live round than the one we discussed previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you able to draw any, or were you able to make any observations of that, at least from a class perspective?
Just the caliber of that cartridge case, sir.
And what was that?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber, metal jacketed cartridge, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Now, was that consistent with the head stamps that you described previously?
Yes.
And based upon that request for analysis request for analysis, were you asked to analyze or test fire several firearms?
Yes, sir.
And did you document all of the firearms that you test fired that were delivered to the state police by Detective Steve Vogt?
Yes.
And do you recall how many firearms you test fired?
8, sir. Or, I'm sorry, there might have been, there's 8. There was 9, sir.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S359. Do you recognize that as?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
This is my nomenclature or note page reference to these firearms that I tested.
Okay. Now, I just want to talk to you about, did you document the test firing or each firearm individually in a page of your notes?
Yes, sir.
And so right here, we're looking at the first page, correct?
Correct.
And what type of weapon are you documenting here?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And does it reference a state police number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
Item number 9.
And did you individually document your observations or your analysis of each firearm that you received?
Yes, sir.
And on that property you received,
We just talked about here, S350. Can you just let us know what the firearms are that you received for purposes of test firing?
Yes, sir. So item number 9 was a semi-automatic handgun, a Glock 19 9mm handgun. Item number 10, another semi-automatic pistol, Glock 17 9mm Luger handgun. Number 11, semi-automatic handgun with black grips, Springfield Armory, model 1911. Number 12 is another semi-automatic handgun with a wooden grip, unknown make or model. Number 13, semi-automatic handgun, black grip, Colt model. Number 14, semi-automatic handgun, 6-hour P229. Number 15, semi-automatic pistol, 6-hour P228. Number 16, ballistic evidence, it's a gun barrel, 9mm Parasig. Number 17, ballistic evidence, unknown possible firearm part. And you have 18, firearm semi-automatic handgun, P228. And number 19 is a Smith & Wesson Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
Now, as part of your evaluation of those firearms, did you analyze each of them
for purposes of like class characteristics, the firearms themselves?
So not so much the class characteristic. Well, the class characteristic would be a part of it in my nomenclature. But with firearms that come to us, we'll test fire every gun that comes to us, and we want to find out if the guns are operable and capable of being discharged, whether they're fire or not.
And ultimately, did you test fire each one of those delivered firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S354. Do you recognize that ultimately?
I do, sir. Yes,
Okay, is that a report that you later drafted?
it is.
And it's going to discuss cross comparisons between different items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But as far as what we were discussing on S353, your 2/4/2019 report, do you document the test firing of the weapons?
I do, sir.
Okay. Now, based upon that, were you able to determine whether each one of those weapons was ultimately capable of being discharged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the next part of that report is part 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that talk about? Which item does it talk about?
So it's item number 16.
And what is item number 16?
That's a gun barrel.
Before I get to item number 16, I just want to show you item number 18. I'll show you item number, State Police number 18, which is S-181.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that is?
Your Honor, the gun's unloaded. It has a lock on it, safe to handle. I do, sir.
Okay, what is it?
It's a SIG semi-automatic pistol here.
Okay, and is that, like you said to the court, does that have a gun lock in it?
It does, sir.
Okay, and it's safe, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you document in your notes how you found that weapon, or anything about the weapon, the way that it was delivered to you?
If I can, we can just reference the note page so I don't miss anything.
Here.
So my notes, I'll do a description of the firearm, as well as test firing the gun. Description is 9mm Luger caliber SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol. Has a serial number of B341027, models P228. Has 6 lane, 6 screws with the right twist. That's semi-automatic pistol. As far as the observations made with this, it has a green tritium dot front sight. When I received it, inside the chamber was a red dot laser bore sight, unknown brand or manufactured, marked 9mm Luger. And then it was submitted without any type of ammunition magazine.
Now, that red dot laser bore sight that you said was in the chamber,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Now, I'm just going to show you as part of the item here, still marked NJSP item number 18. Can you open that up? What is that we're looking at?
So this is a mechanism or a device which you would put inside the chamber of the firearm. It's inert, so if you fire it, it's not going to detonate anything. It's not a live round. There's no bullet. There's no propellant or anything like that. What this is on the back side of it, when that firing pin will strike the back of this mechanism, it's a laser sight. So you can use this for test firing or practice your accuracy with a gun.
Now, we were discussing a barrel, correct? That you talked about being provided for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize S-176?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S-176, it's our item number 16, and it is that SIG brand barrel.
show you what's been marked as S-177 for identification. Ask you if this was an additional item that you received for purposes of evaluation.
So State Exhibit S-177, it's our item number 17. It's also labeled with a sticker as well, with our laboratory number, that's C18-10139, and number 17.
What is that?
That's a homemade silencer device.
Now, did you ultimately compare it to see if it fit and functioned with any of the firearms that were submitted?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which ones it fit and function with?
Yes, sir.
Which ones was this?
Again, just so I'm accurate, if I could refer to my report. The silencer was test fired with the 9mm SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol with serial number B341027. It's our item number 18. And then I also test fired it with the SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol, serial number B232995, our item number 15. So those were the two firearms that I used that silencer to test fire it with.
Now, I'm talking about New Jersey State Police item number 16, which is S-176. Can you tell us what ultimately you did with this barrel?
So again, with that barrel, I'll identify it for its class characteristics because there's rifling inside that barrel. 6 land, 6 screws with a right twist. And then I would take that barrel and I would test fire that barrel with the 2 SIG pistols that were submitted for examination.
And ultimately, did it fit into both of those SIG weapons that were
Right.
submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Now, talked about previously identified S-181. This was the 6 Sauer that had the laser in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-193. Do you recognize what that is?
State Exhibit S-193. That's our item number 15. It's a 6 Sauer semi-automatic handgun, model number P228.
And ultimately, S-193 and S-191, S-181 and S-193, these are both 6 Sauers, correct?
Correct.
And were these the 2 weapons that you placed the barrel in order to test fire them?
Correct, sir.
Okay, just these 2 handguns, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as like how you went about doing that, like is that switching barrels, is that hard?
No, sir.
Okay, and can anyone do that, or anyone who knows firearms can do that?
It's not hard. There's just a slide release lever. You would push the lever down, and that would allow the slide to come off of the frame. And then you would just take the barrel, comes right out. It's under spring tension, but it's not difficult at all.
Okay, and both of those 6 Sauer weapons that you just identified, they both came to you with barrels in them. Is that
Yes, sir.
accurate?
Yes,
Did you fire them with the barrels that they came with
yes,
as well?
yes, sir.
And then also with the barrel that was submitted under State Police item number 16?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about ultimately whether or not you were involved in doing any cross comparisons.
Yes, sir.
You had items that were submitted, bullets and shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Then you also had some weapons, right?
Correct.
Some firearms in the barrel, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, just generally speaking, how you go about actually doing comparisons between ballistic evidence and the firearms?
Sure. So the process is always the same. You look for those class characteristics on the bullets and the cartridge cases, and then I'll just compare them to the class characteristics of the firearms that were submitted. The class characteristics are different on the bullets and cartridge cases to the submitted firearms, but you don't have to do any type of microscopic comparison. The class characteristics are different. For those firearms where the class characteristics are the same as the bullet and the cartridge case, then you would do a microscopic comparison of those. How we do it when we have a gun that's submitted to us and it has the same class characteristics, I would take one of the Sig Sauer guns, and we have a range. So I'd fire 2 shots into our water tank. So I have my known test standards. I have known bullets and known cartridge cases that were fired in that gun. And then I'll take those test standards, my 2 known bullets, my 2 known cartridge cases, and I'll look at them microscopically and see how they're marking, or the tool marks are marking. So I have my knowns from that gun. So I'll take my knowns and I'll compare them to my unknowns, and I'm looking for patterns and see if those patterns correspond or not, and try and determine if they were fired in that particular gun or not.
Okay. So ultimately, you're firing the weapons, and then you're maintaining the test shells, correct? Or test bullets?
Both, yes, sir.
Okay. And then ultimately, you use those to make comparisons?
Yes, my knowns to my unknowns.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time when some additional ammunition was provided to you for purposes of test firing these guns?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell us why you utilized ammunition that was provided to you by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Sure. So you want to use like ammunition when we're test firing. In our lab, pretty much our policy is we use our own ammunition. We don't typically use ammunition from the outside because we don't know where that ammunition comes from. So we have a reference collection of ammunition that we'll use to test fire, to do any test fires or microscopic comparisons. The one issue in this case, the test fires that we had were different ammunition than the items, the bullets and the cartridge cases that I did my initial examination. And it mattered. One of the things that was unique with this 9mm Luger ammunition from the scene, or that was submitted from the scene, was a bigger bullet. It was a heavier bullet. It was a longer bullet. We didn't have that type of ammunition. So when I did my test fires and I compared the tool marks to the tool marks from the casing, or from the bullets from the casing, it wasn't marking as well. The marks weren't repeating as well. So it really helped me to use that same ammunition because we didn't have it in reference collection. And the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was able to provide that ammunition to me for test fires so I can shoot like ammunition and I can get a best representative sample to do my comparison work.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S351. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
So State Exhibit S351, it's another evidence receipt, and it's the box of ammunition that was submitted to us from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office for test fires.
Okay. And ultimately, did you use that for test firing purposes?
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm opening up S195, correct? You recognize ultimately what's in here?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S-195, that's our item number 21. And that's that box of Fiocchi ammunition that I use for test fires.
Okay. And ultimately, does it indicate where this actual Fiocchi box of ammunition came from?
The location says here, 27 Tilton Drive in Freehold Township, for Paul Caneiro.
And ultimately, did you utilize this ammunition to test fire the 2 6 hours as well as both with the barrel number 16 in them?
Correct, sir.
Do these have the same, this box, what's marked as NJSP, item number 21, States Exhibit 195. Does it have the same head stamps as those, the shell casings that you previously identified?
Yes, sir.
Sir, before you put that away, you said S-195 came from where?
Your Honor, the location was 27, it's like Tilton, Tilton Drive in Freehold Township.
In Freehold Township? Okay.
How ultimately did this ammunition assist with the markings from your test fires?
From the bullets, yes, sir.
Now, you have your 2719 report up in front of you? Now, we talked about looking at those weapons and determining like which weapons could fire which types of ammunition. Were you able to make exclusions from the submitted weapons with respect to whether or not they could actually fire the type of ammunition you had in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you exclude all guns except for those 2 6 hours?
Yes, sir.
Now, you previously talked about the 5 bullet specimens, correct?
Correct.
And those are the ones that you said all came from the same firearm, correct?
From the barrel of the same firearm, yes, sir.
I just want to be clear about that. You said the barrel of the same firearm. Can you just explain why we're talking about the barrel as opposed to the actual firearm itself?
Yes, because the barrel is a removable part. So you can have a barrel in a firearm. And then, like I said, you could just drop that slide, release lever, remove the slide or remove the barrel and put another barrel in there. So a barrel is interchangeable with the actual firearm.
Okay. Now, with respect to your 2/7, February 7, 2019 report that's in front of you, S354, did you ultimately make any conclusions regarding New Jersey State Police items 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26?
Yes, sir.
And those are 5 bullets that came from Cold Snack, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions did you draw with respect to those cross comparisons?
That those 5 were discharged in that one submitted barrel. I think it was number 16. Or I'm sorry, from that barrel that was submitted.
So when we talk about S-176, this is New Jersey State Police item 16 in the barrel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, you made a conclusion that all 5 of those bullets were fired from this barrel?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you ultimately do any comparison work with respect to the shell casings that had also been recovered at the Pulse 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we talked about all 7 of those earlier, correct?
Correct.
How they all matched each other?
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to the comparison that you ultimately were able to make, was that with respect to one of the 6-hour firearms?
Yes, sir.
And again, you just talked about the bullets and the barrel. Now we're talking about the cartridge cases and a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And can you just explain that difference?
Yes, sir. So in that slide portion of a gun, the firing pin, your breech face, your extractor, your ejector, the firing pin aperture, that would be contained inside that slide of the gun.
Okay. And in your report, ultimately, do you talk about the 7 cartridge cases and the comparison to any of the firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the conclusions that you drew in that regard?
So those 7 cartridge cases marked 13 through 16, 18, 19, and 12. I compared them to test cartridge cases that were fired in the 9mm Luger caliber SIG semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959, and those cartridge cases were identified as having been discharged in that submitted pistol.
So when we're talking about those comparisons, we're looking at S193. That's the 6-hour serial number ending in 959.
Yes, sir.
And your conclusion in S54 is regarding all the submitted shell casings and the comparison to that weapon, S193.
Correct.
And your determination, just to be clear, was what?
That those were fired in that submitted pistol.
Can I have S1 slide 14, S1 G slide 14? Now, Sergeant Clayton, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
So it's another snapshot of the comparison that I did between bullet number 17 and then one of the test bullets that I fired out of that barrel, number 16. So again, I'm looking at a land impression, one of the land impressions, and I'm looking for a pattern or a group of patterns and see if it corresponds to my known bullet that I test fired in that, for one of my test bullets from number 16 from that barrel. So I'm doing that comparison. And then what I'm looking at is those corresponding marks between bullet number 17 against one of my test bullets that I fired in bullet number 16. And I'm seeing those corresponding marks. So what that's telling me as an examiner, seeing that level of agreement, would be that bullet number 17 was fired in the same bullet, my test fired bullet out of that barrel number 16.
When all this is said and done and the jury gets
Can I
this
have
tape,
slide 15, please?
what they're going to do
What are we
is,
looking at here?
So it's the same bullet, bullet number 17. And then I compared it again to that same test bullet that was fired in that barrel, mark number 16. And this is another land impression. So there's 6 land impressions on this bullet. And this is a different land impression where I'm finding that agreement between bullet number 17 and that test bullet that I used that was fired in number 16. So it's just another area of agreement on that bullet that I'm using to make an identification. So now there's 2 land impressions that you're finding that type of agreement.
Okay. So there we're talking about, those last 2 photos were test bullets fired using this barrel number 16,
Correct, and comparing them to bullet number 17.
which is one of the 5 bullets from the Colt's neck scene.
Correct.
Now, can I have slide 16, please? Now, what are we looking at here?
So here is I'm looking at cartridge case number 13, and I'm comparing it to a test cartridge case that I fired in that SIG gun, number 15. So on the left side is a test fire from that gun, and I'm comparing it to the cartridge case number 13. And specifically what I'm looking at is that firing pin drag mark. What that firing pin drag mark is, when that firing pin hits that primer to detonate that primer, when that slide comes back and the pressure drops, that pin's not getting in a way out of the way in time, so it's dragging across a portion of that primer, and it's creating these firing pin drag marks. So again, within that firing pin drag mark, I'm looking for a pattern or a group of patterns, and I found a pattern, and I'm comparing that pattern to the pattern that's on that test fire cartridge case that I fired in that SIG gun number 15. And again, you're seeing those corresponding marks. And what that's telling me as an examiner, that these two cartridge cases, based on that firing pin drag, they were fired in the same firearm. So number 13, my unknown, I compared it to my known, which I fired in that one SIG gun. I'm seeing those corresponding marks, and that's telling me that number 13 was fired in the same gun as that submitted gun number 15.
That cartridge case number 13, that's also one of the cartridge cases from Colt's Neck that you've already said matched all the others there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask you on slide 16, does it indicate the level of magnification there?
28 times.
Okay. Now can I have slide 17? And what do we see here?
So number 17, this is a picture of a snapshot of the firing pin impression. So again, I took number 13, my unknown, and then I compared it to one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that same gun, that gun number 15. And I'm seeing agreement within that firing pin impression again. And that's telling me that number 13 was fired in that gun number 15. I'm comparing my unknown to my known sample for my test fire.
Can I have slide 18, please? What are we looking at here, sir?
Again, this is, I used cartridge case number 13, and I compared them to another cartridge case, another test fired cartridge case that I fired in that gun, number 15, and I'm looking at those breech face marks. And again, I'm seeing those corresponding pattern on number 13, and I'm comparing them to the pattern that I found on one of the test fires from number 15, and I'm seeing those corresponding marks. And again, what that is telling me that, again, number 13 was fired in that cartridge case that came from gun number 15.
And is it your expert opinion that all of those cartridge cases that you previously examined and compared to one another, that they all came from that gun number 15?
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, when we talk about gun number 15, this S193?
S-193, yes, our number 15, sir.
Just to be clear, as far as the markings on this box, it does contain the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir, it's B233959.
Okay, and does it indicate where it came from?
It says recovered from basement.
Now, I want to just show you what's been marked as S364 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That's another cross comparison that I did.
Okay, well, what is it that you're cross-comparing in that report?
So what I cross-compared was bullet cartridge mark number 10, and that was in our laboratory number C18-10138. And I compared that against one of the test cartridge cases that were discharged in that Sig Sauer semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959.
If you look back at your earlier receipt, can you tell us what NJSP 10 is?
NJSP would be that live or unfired cartridge case.
going to show you what's been marked previously as S301. Do you recognize that?
State Exhibit S-301, it's our item number 10, and it's a 9mm Luger caliber metal jacketed bullet cartridge, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
The indicator was found on the paved deck on the southwest side,
Correct.
and it shares the same head stamp as all the other casings.
Correct, sir.
And ultimately, you said that report that we just talked about, you were comparing item number 10, that's 301 to what?
It's item number 10 from one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that SIG semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959.
Can I have slide 19, please? What are we looking at there?
So this is one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that gun, and I compared it to that bullet cartridge number 10, and we're looking at that extractor mark again. And again, I'm looking at the corresponding marks from the extractor marks from both the test cartridge cases to that bullet cartridge cases, and you can see the agreement corresponding marks that's showing me as an examiner that bullet cartridge number 10 was chambered in and extracted from that firearm at one point in time.
Okay. Can I have slide 20, please? What are we looking at here?
So again, this is a cartridge case or one of the test cartridge cases, the same one that I test fired in that gun, and I compared it to that bullet cartridge number 10. And this is a tool mark that I'm looking at on, again, from that bullet cartridge being extracted from the chamber of the firearm. So I'm looking at that tool mark that I found on that wallet cartridge case from it being extracted or chambered in and extracted from that gun. It's just another area of agreement where I'm finding corresponding marks.
Okay, so this is slide 20 of S1G. And we just looked at slide 19 of S1G, correct?
Correct.
They're just two different areas of agreement that you noted.
Correct, sir.
Okay, I just want to lastly show you and mark this S368.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
So again, these are my notes, and it has bullet cartridge number 10, verse one of the test casings from that gun. My conclusion was an identification, and my area of agreement was in the extractor mark, and then a tool mark on the case body of that cartridge case.
And were those, the areas of agreement we just discussed, were they depicted or were they adequately shown in slides 19 and 20 of S1G that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
And again, ultimately, the conclusion was that your state police item 10, the live round, was chambered in and extracted from this firearm. State police item number 15.
So when all this is said and done, the jury is not going to remember all of this. It will have all this evidence with it, but it won't be
This time,
able
I
to
don't have any
work this
further
out.
questions.
All right, can we turn the lights back on?
What they're going to derive from
Ladies
it,
and gentlemen, heard a lot of expert testimony today, so we're gonna stop it for today. We're gonna come back tomorrow. Where'd my voice just go? So we're gonna stop for today. We're gonna come back tomorrow morning. We'll continue with the cross-examination of this witness, and then we'll continue on. So I also want to just give you a heads up so that you are aware. Your day off this week will be Thursdays, so you will not have to be here on Thursday. And then we'll be back in on Friday based upon scheduling. That was the best way it could work out for witnesses. So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Have a safe trip home. I'll see you all tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Thank you all.
there's no way in the world they're going to be able to remember all this or put together the particular casings or bullets with the particular guns and the test bullet that matched. No way in the world. What they're going to derive from this is that some of the bullets or casings or rounds, whatever they're calling them, came from the same gun. When this expert used a test round, he could identify the test round against one of the bullets and therefore tie it up to one of the guns that they found in Paul's house. And more than that, whatever the prosecutor sums this up in closing is what the jury is going to remember. And they will remember this expert knew a lot and he did all these testing, so he's trustworthy. So we had a long day with this, but that's what the jury is going to take away.
Sir, obviously you're still under oath. You'll be back tomorrow morning and we'll continue with cross-examination, okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. You're free to go. Counsel, you can take a seat for a second. Just get one thing. I'll be right back.
Well, Scott, I'm going to have to tell Gossip that you give her all your height for most of them.
This is not a formal charge conference, but the attorneys and the court have gone back and forth as it relates to the jury charge, especially when it was previously scheduled for trial in September. We've gone through a couple drafts. We are now embarking on draft number 4. As mentioned a little bit earlier, this was, the court had requested for the input from both counsel to provide any other edits and or any additions or deletions that they may have to the charge. I did receive something from the state. The defense then added their thoughts as to the charge. I have that. What I'm asking for now, if the prosecutor, if you've had time to take a look at where we are with the charge, and if you have any other concerns, if not, I would put this in a draft form number 4, send it back to you in this version. I have some minor things that I would take a look at myself, but I just wanted to hear from the state first.
Judge, I looked at it previously, but I printed it out over lunch.
Okay.
Just was trying to identify the areas. We would just have to, since on page 9, add Michael Abraham in the expert portion.
Let's go back. So we have to, on page 7, I think we need to add the stipulation
Yes.
from Petrozzillo. We also had a stipulation with Paul resigning from the trust.
Yes.
So we need to put that in there, and also the stipulation regarding certain business records, correct?
Yeah, those are the 2, correct? I believe it.
Right, the
Business records
Petrozello and the
and-
trust are the same one.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, as long as we're good with that there's nothing else there.
I did advise the state.
He said he wanted to start with the state.
Or something maybe potentially we'll discuss with them and then we'll
Sure.
revisit it.
Okay, we can always add to it. All right, so, and I know you probably can't see it from there. I know I wouldn't be able to see it if I were you. But I believe, the stipulation that both sides have agreed to as it relates to Petrozzillo. So you guys can take a look at it if you want. But do I have the other stipulation? Not the one that may come up, but the other one. Dealing with
The business records.
the other business records.
No, I think that, I think the way it was discussed previously, Mr. Murray drafted it, we've looked at it, we certainly agreed with it. I think we had discussed previously that it might not need to formally be read, correct? Because I don't know that every business record came up. So maybe a summary of that, because I think some of the things that are listed never actually made its way to the courtroom, so they'd be out of context.
Look, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Murray, you talk first and then I'll tell you what I was going to say.
No, I'm sorry, Judge, but I I was just gonna say, like, it was really a stipulation to the admissibility of evidence between the parties rather than a stipulation about facts that were before the jury. So my impression of that would be, it is not something that needs to be within the charge itself. Mr. Decker's right. Many of those records were not even referenced over the course of the trial. It was just about them being trustworthy in the sense of being kept in the regular course of business.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, if we want to leave it alone, I can leave it alone. Or what we could do is after the state moves in its evidence, if at that point, now we're looking at the evidence all at once, if there's something there, then at that point, the defense can propose something to me. And if the state has no issue with it, then I can put it right in that spot. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so let's leave it
Look
there
how nice
for
they're
now,
playing in
and
the
then we'll
play
go back
box together.
to it. All right, Mr. Decker, I didn't mean to stop you. I apologize. Let's go to 9 again.
9 would just be adding Mr. Abraham, I believe. Everything I think the defense has
All right,
proposed.
so we heard from, and we need to put in for each one, I think, we just have to confirm, I have to look through my notes exactly the way that each expert, how they were titled. Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't remember, I don't have any notes on Lindsay Sani.
Lindsay Sani, Catherine Korecki, and there was one more, Erica Hunger.
Okay, that's exactly the notes that I had, so good, we're on the same page with that. Obviously, we'll add Judith Link, and then if, again, assuming that if the defense has an expert, if they decide to call, then we would add that also. Okay, so we'll make that change. Page 10, I'm going to take the underline out. There's no reason for that to be there. You all look at that, and I'm not even sure why it was underlined. But
I just think in one of the earlier drafts, things that were added were underlined. That might be why.
that may be why. Okay, all right, fair. So we're going to take that out because I don't want there to be any issue there. Page 11. So we're agreeing on the highlight. Top of page 11, in this case. The 2 paragraphs there, they're really 2 lines, but 2 sentences.
Yeah, Judge, I think we're in agreement. I mean, at least.
Yeah, and I was going to take out 8 and 9, line 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist. Do we agree? Defense?
Yes, we agree.
Okay.
This
8
is
and 9 are
important,
out.
what they're doing. Because jury instructions
So then
are a
lines 1
fertile
through 4, we'll
field
just take the highlight out of it.
for error that becomes reversible error. And so going over them and getting the consent of the defense and getting the language down,
Page 12.
everybody signing off is really
I'm just
important.
going to take out the underline under lines 1 through 9. So I don't think we need that anymore. Mr. Decker or Ms. Wallace, I apologize. Any issues with the line 21? Just the little addition there? I don't think so, but just,
No, there's no issue, Judge.
okay. So we're going to add that and take the highlight out of it. 22, I think both sides are in agreement with, that it's 3 phone calls. Okay, we have everyone's good with the limiting instruction on page 13 into 14. Okay. We're all good with the witness pretrial prep because it's in highlight. And I don't see anything from the defense, so we'll add in, it's just the prosecutor's names and the 2 leads. We'll clean it up to make it look a little bit better, but
Right, I mean, I don't know what the cross-examination of any defense witnesses will be, but obviously it applies to both sides. We'll add it in at the appropriate time.
Makes sense. Okay. But we'll just have it read. You have heard testimony about Assistant Prosecutor Chris Decker. It will take out the insert name, all that stuff. It'll just be the names. All right. We'll talk about line 20 a little bit more later. Let's just leave that for where it is. But we know that you want it, and we have that charge. So we have both sides of it. So we'll talk about that one. All right. Page 15, the lesser included. Ms. Mastalone, I know, and Mr. Murray, I know we've discussed this in the past. I just want to confirm with you, as of now, the only lesser included that we're talking about is the arson to an aggravated arson. There's no other requests for any other lesser included. Is that correct?
As of right now, no, Judge.
Okay.
We're going with
That's
murder
something
one only.
that, as we
That's
get
a roll of the
into
dice.
next week, that I'm going to ask for you to make sure that you've spoken to your client about that. And I'm going to ask him that question on the record to make sure that he's comfortable with that. As long as he's good, also, then we'll be good on that. But again, that's, you let me know on that. As I mentioned, so, and also to say it in front of Mr. Caneiro. Mr. Caneiro, you've read this, the jury instructions, right? Okay. All right. So it just, for the record purposes, the way that the court's going to read the murder charges, counts 1 through 4, it will be, I'm going to read it once for all 4 of the alleged victims here. And I will go down and I will go through count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, so it's very clear to the jurors. What I will do when it comes to this, which is not normally what we do, is when it comes to counts 1 through 4, because we have the issue of the secondary questions, if the jurors were to find Mr. Caneiro guilty of any of the 4 counts of murder, there's subsequent questions that need to be answered. So I'm going to show them the verdict sheet at that point just to talk about this area. And then I'm going to take the verdict sheet away from them so that they don't focus on the verdict sheet instead of focus on what I'm saying. So just so, does anyone have any issue with me doing it that way?
No, Judge.
No? Okay, good. I just want to, I don't want them getting ahead of us. Other than that, there's the minor correction on page 23. That will change. Felony murder charge, which only deals with Jesse and Sophia. It'll be read once. And again, we will
Felony murder suggests
take out the underlines.
resulting in the course of a commission of another felony.
So
That would be the
there's
arson
no emphasis
or
anywhere in
violent
this.
felony. That would be the arson. And I presume it's Sophia and Jesse because they were
Okay,
still alive when the
on
fire
page
was started.
27, we will take the highlight off because both sides are good with the language. So thank you both for agreeing on that. And the aggravated arson, again, we'll take all the underlying parts out of it.
Ad, are we ready with regard to the au pair sentencing? It's not clear whether the judge will do
The lesser included
something
of
other than
arson.
time served.
Again, we'll take
What's
the underline out of it.
What's clear is the judge has the authority in New Jersey, not New Jersey, in Virginia to do it. I'm going to do a 1-minute video, I think, on that. There are a couple of things. One is that, and the other is, can she profit if she sells rights to a documentary or cooperates in a documentary?
As it relates to the possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose, in count 9, which includes all 4 victims, I understand the state's position, obviously, as it relates to Keith and Jennifer, because they both suffered gunshot injuries. I want to hear from the medical examiner first before I make the final determination. But I
So the
understand
people in the chat are correct. We haven't heard
theory
from
as
the
it
ME yet.
relates to Sophia, but
Mazel tov.
I just want to hear that before I make the final decision on that. Okay. So let's just leave that charge alone. Because 35, I'll have to fix that depending on where we go with it. Unlawful possession of a weapon, just dealing with having a permit to carry the same. Talked about in this case, defendant legally carrying or legally having guns in his home. Is the state alleging that he does not have a permit as it relates to the gun used in this case? The item number 15?
Judge, I think that's why the language was changed to permit to carry as opposed to possess. Because he has permits, not permits to carry.
Okay. All right, well, I'll wait to hear as to count 10 because as it relates to the elements of that charge. Count 11 deals with the knife, the alleged knife in this, so that's fine. We'll take out any underlines on that. 12 deals with unlawful possession of a weapon, which again deals with the knife. Again, we'll take the underlines out of that. What we're going to do is let me say this. As it relates to count 11, possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose, the exhibit number is what number for item 15? Just remind me, 306? Is that what it was? I just want to add that into the
193, Judge.
193, I'm sorry. So it's exhibit, that's what you're alleging in count 11, 193?
No, this is the knife, no.
Not 11, I'm sorry. Count 9.
Yes.
Okay. 193. All right. Count 10, I'll just put it in here for now. Again, it'll be addressed later, 193. As it relates to count 11, what exhibit are you referring to for count 11? Do you know yet?
I do know, I just don't know that. S313.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
S313, Judge?
313? Okay. All right, so that applies to 11 and 12?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay. This just goes to show that I missed page 43 where you're alleging 316.
Yeah, I know. That's why I walked back over there. I wrote 316 in the charge, but it's 313 on the list.
313?
13.
All right, so I'll change.
Make our list change after I tweak this, maybe.
All right, so it's 313. We'll fix that. 313. And when you say and or another knife, you're just not saying which one that is?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So no issues with the additions on page 45.
I didn't see any issues with that, Judge.
Yeah, Ms. Barcelona, I'm assuming that if she disagreed, you would have put that in blue next to, on page 45, right?
Correct, Judge. I think that's been in there for a while.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that's been in there.
Okay. All right. 14. Just take out the underline on page 48. Okay. I normally don't add anything about sidebar. What's the state's position as it relates to that? I'm not really, I mean, obviously they know that I have to make decisions outside their presence as it relates to certain issues, but go ahead, I'll hear it from you.
I've just never seen it before. I don't know that it's necessary. I'm a little nervous to add something that is not contemplated in the model.
Yeah, I'll look at it again, but Ms. Vassalone, what I'll do is I'll allow you to put when we do our charge later, allow you to put your position on the record as it relates to this, if this is what you're looking for. Some of this is what you alleged in the past, which I've disagreed with you on, but we'll put that on the record so that you have the opportunity to protect the record as you see fit. All right, so what we'll do is we'll change this. I'll make it draft 4. What we'll do is we're going to mark the one that we have from you all with just your edits. We'll make that an exhibit, and then we'll make the new draft number 4 an exhibit so that we have covered every version that we have, because we have all the other versions in the back. All right, anything else that we need to discuss? And we'll have this to you by the end of the day tomorrow. You'll have it so that you have time to look at it. And then we'll figure out the day we're going to do the charge conference when we get a little bit closer. Anything else the state needs to discuss?
No, Judge.
Friends?
Judge, there is one thing I just wanted to
Put this on the record / discuss, but could we do it at sidebar
Sure.
on our?
Yeah.
Okay. It seems as though the day is over. So I'm going to. Okay, it seems as though the day is over. So I'm going to get ready to go for this 5 o'clock with the guy from the interview room who I had talked to about doing the channel show a while ago before the the issue came up with the kidnapping. And now I think he's been on the air all over the place talking about what he sees in the kidnapping of Elizabeth, the Today host's mother. And so he's very current because of it. But as I say, I had wanted him on before really to talk about cold cases and how he goes about what he does. So in any event, that will be at 5, and there'll be a new link for that. And I think that's about it. They're at sidebar. A couple of things they've talked about were worth my commenting on, but it's a little hard to do it when you can't see the language they're using. And so I'll hang out for another 3 or 4 minutes, but then I'm going to just try to get to this other program. And I will ask him about Nancy Guthrie also, but I want to ask him about a couple of other things. He consulted on the John Benet Ramsey case. He consulted I think it was consultation with regard to the West Memphis 3. Those were the teenagers who were convicted of the murders of 3 8-year-old boys. And it did not appear that there was really any evidence on the basis of which really to convict them. They spent 18 years in prison. He consulted on Elizabeth Smart's case, other sort of big name cases that have been around. He was a homicide prosecutor for a number of years, I think 13, 15 years doing that. So he's got a wealth of experience and expertise in what he calls death cases, but also child homicides and in general cold cases. So that's Chris McDonough. And that will be coming on in about 10, 15 minutes. As I said, with regard to all the evidence that came in today on the experts today in particular, although experts in general, is that there's no way that the jury was going to be able to keep straight all the shell casings and what were there, 13 or 14 guns? I tried to take count again today. And what matched what? It's just impossible. And I don't even know whether they're being permitted to take notes. I don't recall. So what they're going to take from this is this expert really knew his stuff, and that the expert said that some of the bullets came from the same gun barrel, and that the expert did a test shot and concluded that one of the bullets, or whatever they call them, casings or rounds, came from a gun that was found in Paul's basement. That's the kind of stuff they're going to take away from this, very, very high level. And whatever else the prosecutor does summing up is what they will deal with. And that's going to sit in the general context of this expert really knew what he was doing, so they trust what he says. And that's why you hear all this expert stuff, not because the prosecutor expects the jury to remember all of it. God knows they couldn't. And probably not that the prosecutor even expects the jury to understand all of it, but that the jury will get a sense that this expert knows what he's talking about, and we can believe his expertise when he tells us things like the gun from Paul's house was the gun from which at least one of the shell casings was ejected. And that's pretty strong evidence. So that's really what they're going to get out of it. So it's a very long day, clearly, for jurors to sit through to get to that. And we haven't heard the cross yet. If I were the cross, I think I would just hit a couple of points, maybe the strongest one there, and then sit down. I would not spend a lot of time with this witness, because if she does, and I think she's the one who will be doing the cross, I don't want to swear to it because I didn't see who was objecting. But if she does more than that, she's going to get this expert to be able to repeat that the bullets came from Paul's gun and probably give more information that won't help the defense. But we'll see tomorrow how that goes. And what I just said, I might just say.
We'll start back up tomorrow morning at.
Okay, we're done.
4:30.
I might just say in passing before we end, you will know who does the cross with a particular witness. If there are any objections, whoever the lawyer is, if it's a 2-person team or a 3-person team, doesn't matter. Whoever the lawyer is who makes the objections, that's the lawyer who will be doing a cross-examination of that witness, because that's the lawyer who's prepped on that witness. So that's the lawyer who knows or makes the judgment about whether there should be an objection made. So that's just, I think most of you know that, but in case there's anybody out there who doesn't, now you do. Okay, so I'm going to say ciao a tutti and move out of this and get ready for this other one. And for those of you who listen to the Charlie appeal, that was kind of, I thought, an interesting interlude in the day. And for those of us who did the Charlie appeal, at least got us away from all the expert testimony today. So we probably are more invigorated. Probably not as, we certainly are not as fully current with the trial, but we did have a little pause. And kudos to all of you who knew that the medical examiner had not testified it, because I swear I thought I heard some of that evidence. So see you tomorrow. Goodbye, proffers, for the night.